But, you can move on from Chauncey Billups. I mean, yeah, Hall of Famer, but so what? You move on from Chauncey Billups. Nobody's going to miss him on the national.
Welcome to Sports Lab Overtime. Joined here by David Lopez. David and I have been on here a couple times, and I think the last time we actually got to talk on here, you walked us through your favorite memories as a Florida Gator. You've been here 4 years now, going on 4 years, right?
Too long.
And obviously a lot's happened since then. They gave you another great memory in Texas. Gave you a pretty rough one in Texas A&M. I like to think the Mekhi Burrow interception is going to go down as a really cool moment for Gator fans. And, and now Billy Napier is out and they're looking for a new head coach. With that in mind, you won't necessarily be here to see out the next tenure. As a future alum of the program and of the university, how are you feeling today, David Lopez, as we get everybody ready for Sports Scene and our wonderful day of coverage from WRUF? How are you feeling today knowing that, basically the last season here is, I don't want to call it getting punted on, but they have moved on from their head coach and now we're moving into a new era? As you move into maybe a new era of life.
Well, it feels kind of like one big monkey got off my back, and now they planted another one right back onto it. So we got the Billy Napier, the news, and I think the Mekhi Burrow pick will be significant because of the circumstances. The way it was, everybody kind of knew in the building it was Billy's last name, but we were still mad at him for almost blowing the game. But it was just a crazy moment, and I'm sitting there watching the game. I'm like, how could you possibly have messed this up? Thankfully, Gators came out with the win there, and then 12 hours later, Billy Napier out as the Florida Gators head coach. It was definitely an interesting weekend, a busy one for everybody in the studio, obviously, but felt like elated. I felt like there was something finally gone, a weight off my shoulders, and then the next weight came in. Where does Florida football go from here? That's kind of what he's thinking of ever since the news came out about Billy G becoming the head coach, Callaway's the OC, O'Hara calling plays, every little about the rumors about who's the next head coach. It's been something to think about, and I'm kind of in the mindset now that maybe we're not punting on the rest of this year because there's so much to play for, and there's so much season left. If you really think about it, you've got a bye week now, a new head coaching staff that has plenty of time to kind of set itself in place, and a whole new system for our quarterback and for our wide receivers. I'm kind of wondering now, are they really going to make a push? And obviously this is being the overly optimistic and overly hopeful Gator fan, but I don't think the season's quite over just yet.
That's an interesting take. I think you're one of the first I've heard that don't feel the season's over, but I mean, you're theoretically not wrong. They're 2-2 in the looking ahead of them. Yes, Texas A&M was above them with their 4-0, and so you'd need them to lose 3 more games, and you'd have to go undefeated. Alabama's 4-0, probably similar in that you'd probably need the same amount of losses. Georgia's interesting because you still have a chance to go beat them, and then that will put you on the same level, and you'd have the tiebreaker. Ole Miss, you have the exact same opportunity. You still have to play them, and you'd have the opportunity for tiebreaker. Texas, you'd need one more loss, but you would be on the same level as them if that loss comes in conference to theoretically set yourself up because you've already beaten them and you got the tiebreaker. Tennessee falls into that same category. They've already got the 2 losses, so if you got one, you moved yourself ahead of them. Obviously, the teams that you can't really control them are the Oklahomas, the Vanderbilts, the teams you don't play.
Yeah.
So theoretically, there's a path, but the path's tough. The end of the season has just as many tough games, maybe not just as many, but there's still a lot of tough games left on this schedule. You still have to play Ole Miss, that's top 10 in the country right now. Georgia, which is top in the country. You've got Tennessee, which is top 20 in the country. And then I don't know what Florida State is. They've been losing a lot, but I mean they're still the team that took Alabama and beat them. So it's tough to say what they are. And then you got to go on the road to Kentucky. So there's not necessarily an easy road in, but you're right. There is some of that. I will point something that Zach Albaverdi put up yesterday. Was a story on Billy Gonzalez over on 3, the Gators Online. Billy Gonzalez, UF will spread it out with Ryan O'Hara calling the plays. David, you and I have talked a little bit before we hopped on here of what all that might mean, who the play caller is going to be, what Billy G brings to the table. I do find it interesting that when we start talking about the next steps in the season, I don't know that they're punting on it. You're right. They clearly still think they have some things to play for it. If nothing else, maybe you're showcasing what Florida can be in the future. I do like the we're going to air it out aspect of it. However, I think the best player on your offense is probably your running back. So we'll see, but hopefully that opens some things up, spreads some teams out, and it makes it easier to take advantage of your advantage of having Jaden Ball in the backfield. And it all sounds great on paper that you can air it out, but your quarterback has struggled with accuracy at times this season, not just with throwing 5 interceptions against LSU, but you've also struggled in that he's been able to he's missed throws long, he's missed the throws out wide. There's just some of that going on. And then the elephant in the room, so to speak, is your offensive line hasn't exactly given this dude a ton of time to throw the football. All of that to say, when you hear those terms of we're going to air it out more, we're going to spread some folks out, we're going to try to, I think Jacob Copeland, the former Gator wide receiver, said that he expects them to air it out for the rest of the season, that we want to get our playmakers involved. DJ's excited to be able to get the opportunity to try to get the ball to the playmakers. And then Russ Callaway's not going to be your primary play caller. So it is interesting that Ryan O'Hara will be the one calling the plays, even though Russ is somebody that we've... So just you hear all of that. Where do you take it from here, David Lopez?
So something I mentioned to you, Justin, kind of the mentality is what do we do to make our quarterback comfortable because he's dealt with so much this year. And yes, I don't like the idea of coddling your quarterback, especially this far into the DJ Lagway experiment, but I do think that with the talent we've seen from him, the ability he's shown, the creativity he's shown, you don't have another quarterback on this roster that you trust that much because you haven't seen any of your other quarterbacks play. So you're sticking with DJ. And I guess the gamble that the University of Florida is making now is making it as comfortable as they can for DJ. Ryan O'Hara, obviously a long relationship with DJ, will be calling the plays to make him feel most comfortable under center. And Callaway, I wanted him to be the primary play caller, but I guess we'll have to wait and see. The whole thing about airing it out and what I like is that you have a staff of coaches who have been at UF, and Billy G has been at UF for some time. He's had a lot of experience.
12 years.
He cares about this school a lot, and he wants to see the football team win. He knows that not only is this an interim position that they could very easily end the season still hiring Lane Kiffin no matter what he does, but he still wants us to win, so he's putting all his cards on the table. It's kind of like a tryout for next year. What capacity will you be at the university next year? And I think a lot of these coaches are going to be putting their best foot forward, and they care about UF enough to want to see this program win, because I think Billy Napier, the pride was about himself. He had pride in himself and only about his play calling, and the guy had no relationship with, no care for that logo. And when I hear Billy G talking about playing for the patch on your chest, about the Gator patch, that meant something to me. In these 5 games, Justin, I want to see at least an improvement in the care for the program, in this team shows, because I think it's going to be led by a staff that really cares about that Gator on their chest.
Billy G to me is the quintessential Gator in that he's been through the many eras of
A few
coaches,
different eras.
a few different eras, right? Like he was here. He's seen the success, and I think that might be the most important nugget for Florida fans to hang on to is I think a lot of times you have to be around and see success in action to really be able to do it yourself, right? You look at the top coaches in the country today, the ones that have won national championships. They've been around other successful programs before they get there. Kirby Smart,
Of course.
won a couple national championships already at Georgia. How much of that is because a lot of people accuse him. He's basically just taken Alabama and rebuilt it at Georgia, right? Dabo Swinney, same thing. He's very much a cut from that cloth of he's been around successful programs and then went and built a successful program. Urban Meyer ran a very successful program here. Billy G was here for that. And I think that matters to some degree. It's the same way that when you start looking at the names on the list of potential coaching hires, the ones that I like to rank at the top of those lists are the ones that I've seen have success already or have been in successful programs. It's why, for me, Lane Kiffin does rise to the top. He's been around successful programs. He went through the Saban rehab process and came out the other side. And look, he took his lumps by going back to Florida Atlantic, coaching there for a year or so. Got the job at Ole Miss, has done a pretty good job there, turned some things around, taken that program to heights you hadn't seen in a while. And so I link all that together by just saying that, like, when you've been around a successful program, you tend to try to bring some of that success, that mindset there. I'm interested to see if Billy G can bring some of that success mindset to what he does for the rest of the season. Because look at the wide receiver position this year. You make the argument it's been the best position group as a whole outside of the defense.
They're the most talented position.
They're the most yeah, I'll give you that. They're the most talented position. But you even think, though, David, in the first game, Verdell Brown catches one of the greatest catches you'll ever see in person. So the effort's there. They Dallas Wilson comes back after being out for the first 5 games of the year. Comes back and is immediately a star. I think that him being back has opened some things up for J. Michael Sturdivant.
Absolutely, he looks a lot more open.
He looks, David. He looks like the guy that you thought you were getting from Cal when he had his breakout. Or was it UCLA?
UCLA.
He was at both.
He was at both, but he had a first big season at Cal.
At Cal, yeah. And he struggled the last couple seasons because he wasn't utilized correctly. And he was coming to Florida to be utilized correctly. And he really didn't get to experience that until Dallas came back. Trey has looked pretty solid. I mean, look, he does all the little things. It doesn't always show up with catches. He blocks well. But the mindset's there from that group is they've had some success on the offensive side of the ball. Thought it was interesting that they went with the wide receiver coach over some of the other folks that were there. Russ Callaway. They went with Billy G over Ron Roberts. They went with Billy G over Jabbar Jalouk, which I know a lot of people had kind of tabbed him as who they thought could be the next one. Me personally, I think it was probably a good decision to move away from him after the suspension earlier in the year.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think it was the right call. But again, I think it goes back to there's 2 schools of thought here, I think. Is that Billy G represents a time when the Gators were really good? Are we clinging to the past? But then I think there's also some level of he was here when there was some success, and now we may be clinging to that as like this is what we look for to the future. And I'm a big believer in the concept of interim coaches have a chance to provide a massive bump, even if it's a temporary bump to the team that they're leading. UCLA has done it this year after Deshaun Foster was fired. They breathed some new life into that program. They upset Penn State. They went out and beat Michigan State. They look like a completely different team. So I do think there is some level of there's a bump when you fire your head coach. Even if it's a temporary 2 or 3 game spike and then teams figure it out. Now you're right back where you were. But could they go out and beat Georgia? I think so. I think they have the talent to do it. And I think hopefully you'll see them introduce some additional wrinkles. What would a successful season look like for you as we finish the season out with Billy G at the helm? I know a lot of people. I saw Graham Hall threw something up on Twitter yesterday about, what if he runs the table? Could you hire him as the permanent head coach? I don't know about all that, but because I think he's probably content continuing to be a big part of this organization through being the wide receiver coach or being an analyst, whatever. I think you've got to go hire the big name. I don't think even if he wins out that you give Billy G the head coaching job, because I think we've seen that in the past where they get that bump. And then when you hire him full time, then you're like, man, we should have just went with our gut and taken the big name, taken the big swing. So I'm curious, what does a successful season look like, and what do you want to see? Do you disagree with me on that? Do you think Billy G should get a look if he's able to turn this thing around?
There isn't a successful season left for the Gators because the standards that the program should live towards would not allow it. I think that the standard that this program should hold itself to cannot be 4 losses. Even if you win, run the table, have 3-4 ranked wins to end the season, that's still not successful because you lost 4 games and you missed everything. If the miracle scenario happens and they make the SEC championship game and win that, different story. But again, you're talking miracle scenarios. Something you mentioned earlier, Billy G being here, maybe are we clinging to the past by seeing if, he sees Florida as the Urban Meyer Florida. I think the problem is that we don't see it as the Urban Meyer Florida anymore. We don't see it as the Spurrier Florida anymore. Those guys instilled a certain brand here. They built a brand here. And to say that your head coach shouldn't cling to the past, no, we should hold ourselves to the standard that SEC championship game is a success. Making the college football playoff is a success. National championships are a successful season. Losing 4 games and missing every major bowl game is not a successful season in any scenario. And, no matter what the Gators do, I'll still love the program, but I have to admit how far the standard has fallen because, to expect there to be a good scenario to come out of this is not true. Unless we end the season 8-4 and for sure hire a Lane Kiffin, a Dan Lanning, a Marcus Freeman. At the end of it, there is no way to say we came out of this better than we were before. Billy Napier's tenure took a profound detriment to where our program should be. And people saying he built a culture here are so dead wrong on that it's not even funny because they think that by liking his players and his players liking him, he built a culture. He built a culture of complacency. And to be complacent is to not be a Florida Gator. You have to expect. You have to expect big things. And none of these coaches, I keep seeing that clip of Nick Saban with LSU where they won a game that they should have lost. And he's talking about how he doesn't care about the process. He's not happy with the process. He's happy with the result, but not the process. And you know what? That should be our mentality here. Even if we win, we need to build a better process, a better culture, and then come out of it looking like those Urban Meyer teams. And I think Billy G still sees us like that. So hopefully he builds an Urban Meyer type of culture.
So you are one of the first to really say that you didn't agree with the Billy Napier culture a lot. That's interesting. Here's where I'll throw it out there. I'm a big Josh Pate guy. Everybody that's been watching this knows that. Josh loved Billy, so I know there's some bias there probably for that, and I think he'd probably admit that. I do think what Billy did for the program is build a nice foundation for the next head coach, and I don't mean on the roster side. I mean on the infrastructure side. They have updated the facilities to very high levels. That wasn't the case before Billy Napier got here. They increased the money that was going towards building out a great staff. Whether he did it is a different story, David. I'm not saying it was executed correctly. But I do think that he did build a nice foundation in terms of you're not walking into a Florida that was behind the times, right? Josh will tell you that he came through, toured all the facilities, went through the whole program, and that on the inside it looks like Ohio State or Georgia or Alabama in terms of how they've upgraded and put the process is in place. What happened on game day is a completely different story. That's why all week I've been saying Billy Napier is going to go down as one of the best Sunday to Friday coaches.
I was about to say it too.
He is a fantastic Sunday to Friday coach.
I saw that. I saw that on Twitter.
I think he is a wonderful winner of the offseason head coach. I think he wins the offseason, right? Like he gets some good recruiting classes. He talks a really good game. He gets you believing that they can come out and be a competitive team. But on Saturdays, it just didn't work out. Okay, full stop. It just didn't work out. However, if you've got infrastructure and all those things in place, Lane Kiffin now comes in, and you have to assume he's a better Saturday coach. He doesn't have to rebuild all the Sunday through Friday structure that Billy Napier had to walk into, because you got to remember, Dan Mullen, when he left it, he didn't leave
it was in a bad spot.
He didn't leave it in a good place. I think Billy Napier left this place in a much better spot than where he found it. Specifically, you look at the recruiting stuff that's come out since Billy was fired. There's still a really solid recruiting class that's there, and they're all saying the right stuff right now, and it can change. They can flip. I get it. But I think there's a valid point in they still want to play for this guy. They want to play for the Gator hat. They want to be a Gator. That's what they're all saying. So I do think he's left them in a better spot from a recruiting standpoint. The roster is more talented than what he got here with. And I would say that he did a good job of bringing Florida up to the standards of the SEC, because you got to remember, when Dan Mullen got here, he didn't do a ton of that kind of stuff. He was more worried about the X's and O's and playing on Saturdays, which is why Dan Mullen went 31-9, because he was really good at taking a 3-star like Kyle Trask and turning him into a 5-star talent. But what he couldn't do was go get the 5-star talent to supplement around the guys that he was bringing up to speed. He also wasn't necessarily investing in the recruiting, investing in the things that make recruits want to come to your program, and investing in the facilities to make them look better and be a part. That's part of the college football today, whether we like it or not. That's just the way the game has evolved. I do think he's gotten better there. I do think you're right in that the Saturday portion of this is why he's out of a job now.
I just didn't like the fact that every time we lost, there was an excuse instead of accountability. And I get that sometimes he would hit you in the Monday morning press conference with, we got to play better, we got to do better. But I didn't feel, it was disgenuine. It wasn't even real. Is that the correct word? Disingenuine, sorry. But it just didn't feel real. It felt like, it was a script that he was reading every Monday, because win or loss, he was still going to play the same way the next Saturday. And I think that, to a certain extent, comes down to culture. Because I get you can be a bad X's and O's guy, but even the worst X's and O's guy realizes that he's bad at some point and tries to change something.
Yeah.
Billy, even if he knew there was a problem, it didn't show because he wanted to win his way. And being prideful in this sport, in a sport that's changed every single week, in a sport that's changed so much in the past 4 years, you have to be able to change on the fly. And that was a similar problem for Dan Mullen, that he was too stubborn in what he did. Our last 2 coaches died on the hill they wanted to die on. And I don't want another coach to die on their hill. I want a coach that cares enough about this program to say, okay, I'm going to make a change before something changes on me. And look, I think Lane Kiffin is smart enough as a coach if he's the next. I think there's a lot of coaches out there who would be smart enough to kind of read the room a little bit if one thing isn't working, to change things around. I like a guy with experience, a guy with multiple head coaching gigs like Lane Kiffin to understand what needs to be done. Billy's problem was not only Saturdays. And I think structurally a lot of the players now show it a little bit, the complacency level and how little they really care about this program so much, even if they're his recruits. And look, Dan Mullen also got caught in a bad time. In the middle of COVID, recruiting isn't exactly as easy of a process. And then you're with an administration that doesn't want to feed you all the resources it can, and a Florida football program that was kind of behind the rest of the SEC. Showing up as much as Mullen did on Saturdays is a credit to him as a coach. but obviously he didn't want to get with the times. I think the biggest thing for Florida is being with a coach who used the transfer portal to make sure he's getting the best guys to come in, using the recruiting classes to bring in 5-stars and build the Florida brand as a big recruiting school as well, and a guy who sees a problem, addresses it, and takes accountability for it, and doesn't let it just sit there for weeks and weeks and then years and years.
I think you look back, and Dan, you're right about Dan Mullen. But it was that after they lost to Georgia, when he said, we're in the season. We'll do recruiting after the season or whatever. And it was so funny because, if I remember right, Kirby right after that, what did he say here? Yeah, whatever. He said it basically said something along the season right now. We'll do recruiting after the season. When it gets to recruiting time, next question. And I think it was Kirby basically comes out and he says, "Oh man, we're always recruiting. You got to always." I think is how he said it. So, I do think that over the last 6 weeks, that Dan Mullen has been romanticized by some Gator fans because of the 31-9 record. I think he had his own set of issues of why he didn't work here, but I think you hit on a word that encapsulates every coach that Florida, I think, since Urban left. Stubborn. They've all been willing to die on hills and not make changes, whether it be to the recruiting side, whether it be to play calling, whatever the hill was, they've been willing to die on it instead of carrying this program up the hill and reaching the mountaintop again. I think if I'm a Florida fan today, I want a coach that isn't going to die on a hill. He's going to fight his way up the hill, and we're going to stay there at the top as long as possible. And I think there's a lot of good options. I will say, if there was ever a season for you to have your pick of the litter, so to speak, to be the number one job out there, this might be the best one.
There's a lot of options.
Because there's a lot of options, David. Look, I think Lane Kiffin is at everybody's wish list, right? I'm not going to sit here and pretend he's not near the top of most people's wish list. I won't say everybody.
Well, I think we're on top of Lane Kiffin's wish list. To be honest.
Yeah, I mean, sure. If he ever leaves Ole Miss, this is the job I think he wants. Sure.
He'd talk about Spurrier. He wants to wear the visor. He wants to wear the visor just like Spurrier. He posted it on Instagram.
Yeah, I mean, he loves Steve Spurrier. I think he likes the Florida Gators. I think he'd love to coach here and be able to coach in the I don't want to say the shadow of, but I think he wants to follow in the footsteps of the guy that he looked up to. And look, you see a lot of Steve Spurrier in Lane Kiffin. He trolls some teams. He's not willing to back down from folks, and I think he epitomizes a lot of what this program's about. However, let's say you don't get him. This is going to anger some people, and I know it. I don't think Eli Drinkwitz is a bad option. I think he's done some good things at Missouri. Is he the sexy hire? No, he's not. He's not Lane Kiffin. But he's not a bad choice. If you look back at the last time that the Gators were getting ready to make choices for this position, Billy Napier was the hot name in college football. A lot of people thought they were getting the best possible guy when they got Billy Napier. But you fast forward to now, and if you told me to rank even Billy Napier back then, the guy coming out of there, if you told me to rank him with the 5 or 6 names that I'm hearing surrounding this job right now, Billy might go 5th or 7th, somewhere in that. He's in the bottom of this tiered list.
Yep.
Even without, if you take the hindsight of what he did at Florida out of it, he was a good group of 5 coach. He did a lot of good things in Louisiana, but he's not a guy that's taken Missouri to multiple SEC championship games, who is has been a good program builder. I think Drinkwitz has taken them to.
If it was those 2014, 15 teams, or those,
I can't remember off the top of my head. I may have gotten that wrong.
well, he's definitely elevated the
but
program.
He's elevated the program.
We got to verify.
I got to verify because this is going to bother me.
We don't do bad statistics on Sports Lab overtime.
So no, he didn't take them there. I take that back. But he has had back-to-back 10-win seasons,
which at Missouri
which is really
a
good
new
for
standard,
Missouri.
a very new standard.
And so I'll give him that. So not SEC championship, but 10-win seasons are. If you had a 10-win season this year, David, we're probably talking about Florida's in the playoffs.
Well, Florida would have easily made the playoffs with 10 wins this year.
I think they make it with 9 wins.
9 wins as well, just because you think of the teams that you're losing to, and it's like, okay, I understand. I understand why you lost 3 games. You came back from playing Georgia, and then you had Ole Miss out on the road, and then you had Tennessee at home, and then you had Florida State. Because just that's the way our schedule was played out this year.
Yeah, he came in 2019.
Yeah. So I think when you're in this head coaching search, I like the idea of a Drinkwitz, a guy who elevated a smaller program. I want the concept of a guy who elevated a sleeping giant, of a big program that was underperforming. And I think James Franklin fits that a little more.
I was going to get to him.
I think James Franklin fits that a lot more. I think what he did with Penn State, who was in the midst of a massive scandal with Sandusky and was looking for a major bounce back, what James Franklin did at Penn State was impressive while dealing with, of course, the Michigans and the Ohio States of the world. Of course, people are mad because he lost the biggest of big games. Something tells me a guy like Franklin wouldn't lose all those big games at Florida. There's something different in the air in Gainesville. I think Happy Valley has a bit more of a losing culture than we do. And I think that has to be reestablished, that winning culture in Gainesville. But I think Franklin is so stable as a program builder of elevating that sleeping giant. I think he could do great things here. I think, of course, the sexy option is Kiffin. Everything he said, all the ties he has to the program. Of course, I think maybe he had a little bit of a tryout last year by letting us win that last game of the season. But I don't think Franklin's a bad option. I think when you're talking about guys like Drinkwitz, who has he really beat? When has he really done the job that he's supposed to do? Getting Missouri to the hump, he hasn't gotten them over the hump. Now, I see a guy like Cignetti at Indiana. That's what's the most sexy to me. A guy who doesn't care at all. He only wants to win. He does not care what anybody thinks. He goes out in the media and tells you exactly what you want to hear as a fan. That is like, the guy has balls of steel. He is going to be a great head coach for so many years because he bet on himself. He went to a Division II from being an assistant with Saban. He went to Division II school so that he could be the head coach and earn his stripes and moved all his way up. I think that's what it would take. Somebody with so much experience and so much confidence in themselves. I don't know, other than Kiffin, who really has that kind of swagger to them, but I would love a guy who's willing to tell you, I'm the best option at head coach this school has.
Yeah, and look, I thought Cignetti would have been a really good option.
After last year could have been a great hire.
Yeah.
Now he's locked in.
He's locked in. He's going to retire at Indiana. He's pretty much
said he is. You know.
You might could talk about it, but I think he's off the short list for sure. I think if I had to put the short list together today of, just from everything I'm hearing, seeing, talking to folks, I think it comes down to guys like James Franklin, Lane Kiffin. I think if you're looking at Drinkwitz is probably locked into a spot on the list. He's probably not 1 or 2. He's probably your third option, maybe. Maybe he's 2. I could see the argument for him versus James Franklin.
I think given the SEC thing, I think our athletic department right now is probably looking at Drink as number 2 over Franklin because Franklin is more of a big money hire than.
Yeah. Well, but I like the mindset there of what I like about Franklin, and I know the comments are going to go against it, but because he just got fired. But he has built up a sleeping giant. You go back to Bill O'Brien was a hot commodity in college football at one time.
At one point.
He came into Penn State after all the scandal stuff, right? He comes into Penn State. He couldn't turn it around and bolted for the NFL. Then James Franklin comes in. He also has done it at Vanderbilt. I think that keeps getting undersold.
It gets swept under the rug.
It gets undersold quite a bit, is that he has done it in the SEC at what a lot of people consider lesser program than even for a long time. Vandy was the bottom of the barrel, and it still is up until
2
Clark
years
Lee
ago.
within the last couple of years has brought it back up out of the basement. But the first coach to bring it out of the basement was James Franklin. And so I think there's at least some level of thinking that he provides some stability to the program that it sorely needs. I like the idea of him being your second or third option if you can't get Lane. I do like Marcus Freeman, but I don't think he leaves Notre Dame. I think he's pretty locked in there. I think you make the call. Same with Dan Lanning. I think you make the call. Make them say no to you. They probably will. That's fine. Lane Kiffin is probably your number one realistic option. I think Drink and Franklin are there. And then the one I keep posing to people that I really do think should be an option is Brent Key.
I was going to say, I kind of thought that brand of coach, again, not elevating the giant. You're elevating the David, not the Goliath.
I mean, Georgia Tech won a national championship within the last 30 years, right? But yeah, they've never been super successful.
They've never been a brand in college football. That's the thing. And I think Florida definitely is one. I think Brett Key wouldn't be a bad option at all. I think what he's done, albeit in a weaker ACC, is still impressive. But Clark Lee, in the SEC, what he's done puts him on another tier. I think at the end of the day, you do want a guy with top 15 program, top 15 brand experience. So someone who's coached at a Tennessee, an Alabama, Georgia, a Clemson, someone who's had experience at one of these big schools. But if you're looking at Eli Drinkwitz, then we're keeping your options open. You're looking at pretty much every great coach out there. I wouldn't be disappointed with one of these guys who elevated a smaller program. It just depends on the mentality they bring in. Because you can't have a mid-tier program mentality at Florida. You need to have a brand, a big brand, a Jordan brand mentality at the University of Florida.
What I'll throw out there about Brett Key, and I know a pretty decent bit about him, just from watching him from afar and from the other side of the things. He hates Georgia. That dude hates
which is nice.
Georgia.
Which is a nice thing to have if you're coming to Florida.
Here's what I'll throw out there. I don't know that Billy ever treated some of the rivals as real rivals here. I don't know if it was just because it wasn't built into his blood the way Brent Key played Georgia Tech Georgia games. He was on the opposite. They call it clean old-fashioned hate for a reason. Those two schools hate each other just the way that Florida and Georgia hate each other. And I mean, you go look back at the Georgia Tech games. George Pickens slammed old buddy up against the wall that time. I mean, they genuinely hate each other. Brent Key hates Georgia. And what I like about that, I think it gets undersold in college football today, is this mentality of still wanting to beat your rivals as bad and as you possibly can. And he gets those teams up at Georgia Tech every single year to play Georgia as hard as they possibly can. And look, I don't know that it's sustainable to play at that level over the course of a season because you end up losing players, getting hurt, all that kind of stuff. But for one game a year, that dude, and here's the thing, he wins games up until that point. They're undefeated. They're a top 10 team this year. They were
7-4 heading into the game against Georgia last year.
Correct. And they win that game. They're 8-4. You've just beaten a top 5 team in the country, and you're looking around going, man, Brent Key, what a guy. I mean,
they were an overtime away.
They were overtime. They were a 2-point conversion away. They were we had gotten down to the point where Georgia and Georgia Tech are just trading 2-point conversions. We have moved past the touchdown plus 2-point conversions. It was just 2-point conversions. And Brent Key and his squad were scheming up things to go get those 2-point conversions. And then Georgia would somehow answer. And then Georgia wouldn't answer, but then Georgia Tech couldn't answer. And so it was back and forth for a while. I think it went 8 overtimes. Yeah. And you would have thought that his world ended that night. That's
Well, those are the toughest games to lose by far.
sure, but I think, David, that to me, if you get a guy here, and I know you won't be playing him every year anymore, but you get a guy here that can quickly flip it and say, I want to beat Tennessee. I want to beat LSU. I want to, whoever it is. Florida State is getting everything we got. And then, of course, he's going to hate Georgia because he hates Georgia already because he's played in those games. He's been a part of a culture of, I am programmed and built different. I want to go beat these teams as badly as possible. I think reclaiming your spot in some of these rivalry games could go a very long way in changing the culture. When you look back at the best coaches in Florida history, Steve Spurrier owned the Georgia Bulldogs. Urban Meyer owned the Georgia Bulldogs. They ain't owned them lately. I can tell you that.
7 of 8. The Bulldogs have won 7 of the last 8.
I can tell you, Steve Spurrier never would have stood for that. He would have poured everything he had into ruining Georgia's seasons. And that's what Brent Key brings to the table that none of these other guys, maybe Lane Kiffin, because Lane and Kirby
Lane,
have
they
the
definitely don't like each
relationship.
other.
I think they love each other, actually.
You think?
They seem to be good buds. I think it's just he understands that he doesn't want to be second fiddle to Kirby Smart.
Well, it's definitely good sportsmanship. They show each other every time they play.
They do.
They definitely jab a lot in the media.
They do a lot of jabs, but they've got the picture circulating around of them two talking after the game. They're friends. They were on the Alabama staff together.
Yeah.
Kirby was joking on game day the other day. I thought it was a really funny moment. He basically said, because it was him and Nick Saban up there talking, and he said, Nick said, they were always talking during my meetings. And Kirby goes, whoa, whoa, whoa. I was asking to get moved away from Lane because Lane was trying to talk to me. He said, I didn't want to talk to that dude. I loved that. And Lane kind of gave it right back. And even on Saturday during the game, when he goes, Lane calls a timeout, and then he goes,
yeah,
hey,
I'm clapping.
I was just clapping. Hilarious. That's what I want brought back to that rivalry specifically. But I want that level of dislike for the rivals. I want somebody who reclaims their spot as the top dog in the rivalries if I'm a Florida fan. And then I want to see sustained success of 9-10 win seasons for 4 years in a row.
Yeah.
That's what I'd like to see if I'm hiring the next head coach here.
And I think that kind of touches on a point that's kind of held me back on Lane. Probably the only thing is that he doesn't seem very serious. Yeah. And, for Georgia, you can afford to not be serious, a little less serious than usual when you play Ole Miss, because at the end of the day, Ole Miss is not your rival. And, if Kirby Smart and Lane Kiffin are going back and forth, you're like, okay, whatever. We're still Georgia and they're still Ole Miss, and we're probably going to beat them at the end of this game. And even if they beat us, they might not make the playoff like last year, and we still will. But Lane Kiffin doesn't seem all that serious sometimes. He kind of takes himself in a joking manner, which I'm sure he'll make fun of a lot of guys and give us some good quotes. But, if the team is struggling, if the team loses a big game, I need a guy who gets on their butts. And, he's on the players from Monday to Friday so that the Saturday is a different result. And that kind of worries me a little bit about Kiffin. I want a guy who's kind of maniacal, and lucky enough for Georgia that they have Kirby Smart, who's the most maniacal person in the world, who's just so crazy about winning football games. And I think that's a telltale sign of a winner. At the end of the day, a winner is somebody who hates to lose. I don't think Lane Kiffin hates losing all that much. He doesn't like it, but he also doesn't really hate losing. I think the next Florida head coach has to hate losing so much that he does the Tim Tebow and comes into a press conference crying after losing to Ole Miss, or comes in
I promise.
or throwing clipboards after losing to Georgia, or going absolutely nuts if we lose to Florida State. That guy is going to be the guy who leads Florida back to being a winning program. I don't know if a guy who tweets 25 times a day could be the answer. I like Lane as a football guy. The mentality might be lacking a little bit. And until the next Kirby Smart comes out where he's just an absolute psycho about football, I don't know if Florida's going to be able to become that brand again, no matter who's the coach.
Brent Key's might be.
He might be the guy, honestly.
Brent Key is a psychopath when it comes to football, but that's an offensive lineman.
Radio. Hey, it's Steve Russell for Southeast Car Agency in Gainesville, 310 Northeast 39th Avenue. Friends, they've been in business for 45 plus years, and the Cousins family has done just one thing, but man, they've done it right. They give you the best alternative you have to purchasing a new vehicle, the best in late model, low mileage vehicles. I'm driving one right now, have been for a very long time. They've treated me right. They'll do the same thing for you. Go see them today, Southeast Car Agency in Gainesville.
It's football season, touchdowns and celebrations, and unfortunately, injuries. If you're injured, call Titan MRI and Imaging. No need to deal with long wait times and high costs to get your scans done. Titan MRI and Imaging will save you time and money. And the experience at Titan MRI and Imaging, much more personal than the sterile atmosphere of a hospital. Joe and his team are personally involved and will guide you through the entire process at any of their 3 convenient locations. So if you need a scan, call Titan MRI and Imaging. Learn more at TitanMRI.com.
The godfather of Gator Sports Talk Radio has returned.
I'm going to make him an offer he can't refuse.
It's Sports Scene with Steve Russell. Time to eat some lunch and talk some Gator sports.
Sports Scene with Steve Russell is fueled by Southeast Car Agency and brought to you in part by International Diamond Center, Domino's, Atlantic Roofing, Meldon Law, Los Linderos Tequila, Comfort Temp, Campus USA Credit Union, Pomodoro Cafe, Titan MRI and Imaging, Silverback Concrete, Ruse Ogra State Farm, Crystal Air, Miapa Latin Cafe, Radware, Fairlife Milk, Gator Trim Lights, Quality Plumbing, Doreen Weeby Realtor Caldwell Banker, and the Head Beer Coach.
Now, here's Steve Russell, right here on WRUF.
Has this been a long week or what? It has been, but it's been a good one. But we finally made it to Friday. It is a Friday edition of Sports Scene. As you listen on WRUF, I'm Steve Russell. Time to eat some lunch and talk some sports. AJ is our producer today. These last couple of days, folks, I hope you've enjoyed all the guests. But I wanted to give you all a chance today, and I kind of planned it this way, where we'd have a lighter guest day. I hope Chris Doran's going to join us in about 10 minutes, 10, 15 minutes. But he'll be the only guest today. It is Prognostication Friday, as it always is. The games we'll pick today: Ole Miss, Oklahoma; Auburn, Arkansas; Missouri, Vandy; Texas, Mississippi State; A&M, LSU; and Tennessee and Kentucky. All SEC. That's what we're going to do today. Lots to talk about. NBA, the whole thing happening, kind of hard to believe, what's happened with that betting scandal, when the mafia's involved in all of that. Been asked about the report about the money that supposedly has been offered to Lane Kiffin, and I'm just going to say that's not something that I personally have verified. We'll just, see what transpires after this. In the meantime, we will open phone lines as we broadcast live from the Gator Trim Light studio. Gator Trim Light, permanent holiday lighting for all occasions, locally owned and operated right here in Gainesville. And we are fueled by my friends at Southeast Car Agency in Gainesville, 310 Northeast 39th Avenue, the best in late model, low mileage vehicles. Go see them today. When you do, make sure and tell them Sports Scene sent you. If you have Facebook Live questions, AJ will get them to me, courtesy of Ruse Ogra State Farm. State Farm agent Ruse Ogra, your go-to agent in Gainesville and North Central Florida for the service you deserve at the price you want. And YouTube questions, Campus USA Credit Union sponsors those, the place where Coach Spurrier does his banking, founded at the University of Florida, serving our Gator community for 90 years. You want to call us? Titan MRI and Imaging phone line, 392-8255. 3 locations in Gainesville, 1 in Lake City. Start feeling better today. You can go to TitanMRI.com to find out more. The email, courtesy of International Diamond Center, srussell@wruf.com. Don't settle for a knockoff diamond. You can get the best diamonds at the best prices. International Diamond Center is the official jeweler of the Florida Gators. All right, 392-8255. Email srussell@wruf.com. All of our guests, courtesy of Meldon Law, 54 years of experience, the only injury law firm partner of the Florida Gators. Meldon Law won't back down. And a big thanks to Quality Plumbing for sponsoring the first hour of the show. The same company Gainesville's trusted since 1984, Quality Plumbing. Their name says it all. Mark says, lots of speculation this past season regarding the language of DJ's NIL contract. Specifically, was Napier and the school contractually obligated to start him, and the flip side prohibited from pulling DJ unless injured? Looking forward, this could be an issue with a new coach, i.e. Kiffin, if he's bound by the same language. Maybe it would be a deterrent to taking the job. Your thoughts? Mark, I don't think it would be a deterrent. I certainly think there's ways around that. I am not an attorney, but I would imagine that you can restructure or change a deal. So I don't think, Mark, that would be a deterrent. John, see the stats below. I guess the days of Notre Dame being the most watched team on TV over. Without that, how are they even one of the best schools to be a football head coach? It's hard to get players qualified. You're not in the conference. You don't really have any real rivals. Well, yeah, you do. You do. The only thing you really have is a fairly easy road to the 12-team playoff. I guess you could use Notre Dame to make you look like a better coach than you really are. Well, they did play Texas A&M. I mean, they're not playing Sisters of the Poor outside of what they do in the ACC. And by the way, I don't know if you saw this. This makes no sense. The top 10 most watched college football teams via Nielsen. Guess who number one would be? AJ, guess who number one would be? 10 most watched college football teams. Just, what do you think? What's your guess? Because I was wrong. It's Alabama. Alabama 1. Tennessee 2. That surprised me. Georgia 3. Texas 4. Oklahoma 5. LSU 6. What's in common there? SEC. Get it? Ohio State is 7. Miami is 8. The Florida Gators, number 9. It's crazy. Notre Dame's number 10. So, again, John, it isn't like, Notre Dame isn't watched by a lot of people. They are. But, yeah, pretty interesting when it comes to that. Scott, my take on the Gator bait story. Once again, I'm not going to get into the weeds here, Scott, about that, except to say that, journalistically, and again, I don't know what was done there. I'm not knocking anybody, but, before you do that, you better have some really good sources to say that, to say whatever you're going to say. I think that, kind of speaks for itself. I mean, certainly that's something I was taught as a journalism student here 100 years ago, and I think that's exactly what you do. Are you kidding today? This is what's always fascinated me about sports talk. The World Series is about to start. There's great college games this weekend, and if it isn't about firing a coach, can't talk too much about it. But that's how it is. Speaking of that, tonight, Game 1 of the World Series, Dodgers-Jays. That's at 7 o'clock. Tomorrow, college football doubleheader here. Texas at Mississippi State, 3:45 airtime, followed by what could be a very intriguing game, Texas A&M at LSU. And then Sunday, NFL doubleheader, Bucks at the Saints at 3. And then Sunday night football, Packers at the Steelers. That's all coming your way this weekend here on WRUF. And don't forget, if you want to see the Dr. Pepper College Football Playoff National Championship Trophy, it's coming to Gainesville. You can catch WIUF Tuesday from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. at Publix on West University Avenue, presented by Dr. Pepper. It's a pepper thing. We got emails, but this is what happens, right, when there's no controversy. I wish people would just be able to talk a little sports or other college football, or even pick some of the games we have this week. I got a couple of emails about the suspension of the SEC official. I thought that was pretty harsh. I get it, right? But I still think pretty rough when it comes to that. Did not agree with that. Could you reprimand, suspend? Yes, but wow, that's pretty tough when it comes to that. All right, another email here. Let me get to very quickly. I just lost it. There it is. Sam, who do you like in the World Series? I like the Dodgers. They're pitching. Until somebody can beat that pitching, I'm going with the Dodgers. All right, let's get to our Titan MRI Imaging phone line. Bernard is there. Bernard, hello.
Steve, yeah, I'm trying to wait for Chris doing. Steve, I'm going with the Dodgers. I think that you talk about a salary cap. I don't think we need a salary cap. I think at one time the Dodgers always had talent. They were a perennial underachiever. In my opinion, you have to give a lot of credit to the job that Dave Roberts has done as the manager. Since he's been there, they're always in this thing, and I think that his managerial career is going to get him into the Baseball Hall of Fame. Steve, secondly, man, this feels a little early for me, but this infusion of Gator talent have me really excited about the NBA with Will Richard and Walter Clayton. And I agree with you, Steve. A lot of these guys, man, that's why I had you number 5 on my list to succeed. Billy Napier, your communication skills. I'm getting all these emails, and you were kind. You didn't call name. A lot of these guys want to be relevant, Steve, and rush out with a story that may or may not be true in time. And like I said, we kind of knew where it was headed with Billy. We'll know what's going on in time, but everybody wants to be relevant and be first and not after. Steve, secondly, Scott Strickland basically said, look, I'm the athletic director. I hire a coach, and he hires his staff. And I understand that, and I agree with him. But this will be the third bite of the apple. And you know how Gators, when the football coach fail, they come down on the AD. If I'm Strickland, I'm a little bit more involved now. I'm going to get a coach, and I want to know the staff. Are they good position coaches? Are they good recruiters? I'm probably going to be more involved. He made a suggestion. Maybe you should get an offensive coordinator. I think this time with the new coach, it needs to be more than a suggestion. He needs to have more input. What do you think about that?
I'll meet you halfway. I think you certainly ask questions of a coach, in terms of what do you do with your staff? What do you do in terms of game management, all of that? Yes. But I don't think he's going to say, Coach X, you need to have an offensive coordinator when he hasn't even hired him. Because that coach is probably going to say, see you later. I'm the coach.
Okay. Steve, we've seen this before. I understand what you're saying. But if I'm talking to you, tell me my defensive coordinator is coming from Minnesota to lose, then I might look at you as scans. Do you follow what I'm saying? I mean, Billy.
Well, you either trust the coach you're going to hire or you don't.
Okay.
Right. In other words, if I say, let's say that the defensive coordinator on my staff and the defense wasn't very good, okay, and I'm looking for this job. So now Scott Strickland says to me, "Are you going to bring that coach with you?" Yes, he's going to be my defensive coordinator. Okay, I would question that. Why? Okay. Is this one bad year? That's where you have to do your homework, right? Is it one bad year? Has he been good? But, I mean, you can't, in my opinion, you can't get in the weeds. Well, who's the running backs coach going to be? That's not the job of an athletic director.
I understand. Hey, Steve, you take care, man. I know one prognostication Friday. Florida over the bye week by any amount, Steve. You take care and have a great week.
Thank you. All right, Chris Doran's going to join us next. We'll take a break, come back. Chris will join us here from the SEC Network as you listen to Sports Scene on WRUF. Hey, it's Steve Russell for Southeast Car Agency in Gainesville, 310 Northeast 39th Avenue. Friends, they've been in business for 45-plus years, and the Cousins family has done just one thing, but, man, they've done it right. They give you the best alternative you have to purchasing a new vehicle, the best in late-model, low-mileage vehicles. I'm driving one right now, have been for a very long time. They've treated me right. They'll do the same thing for you. Go see them today, Southeast Car Agency in Gainesville.
It's football season, touchdowns and celebrations, and unfortunately, injuries. If you're injured, call Titan MRI and Imaging. No need to deal with long wait times and high costs to get your scans done. Titan MRI and Imaging will save you time and money. And the experience at Titan MRI and Imaging, much more personal than the sterile atmosphere of a hospital. Joe and his team are personally involved and will guide you through the entire process at any of their 3 convenient locations. So if you need a scan, call Titan MRI and Imaging. Learn more at TitanMRI.com.
90 years ago, 9 University of Florida faculty members started something big, Campus USA Credit Union, the first credit union on a U.S. college campus. Today, Campus USA is 160,000 members strong, proudly serving the community with auto loans, business loans, mortgages, and more. Whether you're just starting out or building your future, Campus is here to help you every step of the way. Stop by any campus location or join the team at campuscu.com. Campus USA Credit Union, celebrating 90 years of better banking.
The jewelry store with the most likes, the most positive reviews, the most raving fans is International Diamond Center.
IDC is definitely a place that I will come to as long as I live here. This will be my go-to place always.
Literally the best jewelry store in town. You'll make friends for life coming in here.
I felt like family from the beginning.
The value was extraordinary.
I've got a beautiful diamond on my finger, and I'm very proud of it.
International Diamond Center.
I'm very happy to show it off.
At Celebration Point and online at shopidc.com.
You have been transported to the future. You no longer need to climb into your attic and haul down your decorations or wrestle with holiday lighting strings. That's don't work.
That's not the future.
It's now.
At Gator Trim Light, you can have permanent year-round lighting that you can control effortlessly using your phone for the holidays, game day, or any other occasion. And the best news is there's still time to get yours installed for this holiday season.
But hurry.
Time is running out. Visit GatorTrimLight.com and imagine what your home can look like. That's GatorTrimLight.com.
Gear up to root on the Gators at the University of Florida bookstore at the Rights Union. The UF bookstore will be open from 8 a.m. till 5 p.m. for all the orange and blue gear you need. There's a large selection of clearance items throughout the clothing department with many items up to 50% off original price. This is a great time to expand your Gator wardrobe and save some money too. So as you look to root on the Gators, debut some new orange and blue gear at the UF bookstore, open noon to 5 on Sunday. So to score, just remember the University of Florida bookstore inside the Rights Union on campus, and go Gators!
Overheard at the Hard Rock Bet Party.
It's Thursday. New Hard Rock Bet rewards are dropping.
Nice. Ed Reed, you in?
The only thing I drop is receivers and mics.
Ed, we're talking bonus bets, deposit matches, parlay insurance.
Oh, okay. I'll do that kind of drop.
Hard Rock Bet Sportsbook. Roll with us. New players bet $5, get $150 in bonus bets if you win. Payable in bonus bets, not a cash offer. Offered by the Seminole Tribe of Florida. Must be 21 and up and physically present in Florida to wager. Terms and conditions apply. Concerned about gambling? Please call 1-888-ADMIT-IT.
The Tailgate with
You see him on the SEC Network. Chris Doring is here. Chris, it's a pleasure to have you back, my friend. Thank you.
Yeah.
You know, there's so many things here to talk about, but obviously, you know, the situation here. I've not talked to you since, you know, Billy was let go, but that had to happen. I mean, did you have any problem with the decision that was made?
No, I mean, I think at this point it was inevitable. And, you know, when you get to the point where there are some Gator fans that are actually hoping that their team loses just to initiate a change, you know, you're at a point even beyond apathy. And so I think that's where a lot of people were. I mean, you don't go 22-23 at the University of Florida. I mean, you take out some of the FCS games and take out the maybe some of the smaller schools that you got wins over, and that record's even worse. I mean, 0-14 on the road against ranked opponents. Those are not things that are acceptable at Florida, and I love Coach Napier. There's a lot of really good things that he did for the program, and the players that played for him loved him, and I'm appreciative of all of that. But I can understand why Scott Strickland felt like it was time to make a change, and at the end of the day, coaches have the responsibility to play the best players and to put the best product out there, and athletic directors, administrators have the same sort of responsibility. And I feel like, close to 4 years is enough time to have seen some progress, particularly when you're seeing programs like Vanderbilt, compete for a potential college football playoff spot. This is not a day and age where you get a whole lot of leash and lead up time to building a program. Results have to come a lot quicker, and it's disappointing that it didn't work out.
Watching this team with my own eyes, Chris, I see talent here. And I'm not knocking Billy Napier because I'm with you. He did a lot of really good things, including cleaning up a culture that needed to be cleaned. But I do see talent that maybe just wasn't used the right way, or the system that wasn't right. Do you agree with that?
I do. I think, when you look at a college football coach, there's a lot of different hats that they have to wear. One of the things, you're responsible for recruiting, building the roster, developing that talent when it's on campus, putting the players in a position to be successful with a scheme and play calling, and then holding them accountable if they're not doing the things that they're necessarily expected to do. So, there was a disconnect. Obviously, he's done a great job of bringing in a bunch of talent. I think a lot of it has to do with the game management itself and play calling, guys making mistakes. How many touchdowns have we had called back this year due to penalty or missed opportunities that were there? Those are things that all fall on the coach as well. But I'm with you to your initial question. This is the most talented roster that Florida's had in a while. And I think that's even more of an indictment because you're falling short against teams that definitely have more talent than USF, and you're at home. To not even have been, competitive in the second half, Texas A&M not even be able to convert a third down. Like, those are things that, again, when you have as much talent as Florida does, that you shouldn't be dealing with. And when you have a quarterback like DJ Lagway that's as highly heralded as he was coming out of high school and had the season he did as a freshman, to feel like he regressed, whether that's due to injury and not being available to play in the offseason or, from what you're doing schematically, these things are, fall squarely on the shoulders of the coach.
Obviously, you hear the hue and cry for Lane Kiffin. Are you on that bandwagon?
I'm not really in a position with my job at the SEC Network to advocate, a coach in the SEC making a jump from one school to another. I think there's a lot of people that continue to say, hey, this guy is the most like Coach Spurrier, or that guy is the most like. We're not finding another Coach Spurrier. I understand, that's the desire, but I think there is a type of coach. Every school has a type of play that I think fits with their program and a type of coach to lead it. At Florida, it's not good enough to win. I mean, Will Muschamp won 10 games, but he did it with defense and close football games, and that wasn't enough for Florida fans. So, I think the next coach needs to be offensive-minded. A background, as an offensive coordinator, a guy that wins with an entertaining brand of football, one that wins not by one possession, but puts the foot down. And I think there's a couple coaches out there in the college football landscape that would fit that mold.
Chris Doran from the SEC Network joining us here on Sports Scene, talking college football. The SEC suspended an official. Chris, was that the right move?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think we ever. I don't remember a time where we've seen an official suspended for an entire remaining portion of a year.
Yeah.
A lot of times when officiating mistakes are made, there's an apology issued by the conference office. But I think this brings a little bit more accountability. Certainly, it shines a light on this particular official. And, I hate that we've talked. I feel like this year, maybe it's recency bias, but I feel like we're talking more about officiating issues this year than we have in a long time. And
Yes.
so I don't know if that speaks to, how bright the lights are now in this league, or maybe the officiating not being as good as it's been in the past. But yeah, I like the statement that this makes from the league office and saying that this isn't acceptable. It's a big business, a lot of money on the line for these schools, a lot of money on the line for these coaches. And, if things aren't being officiated the way that they're supposed to be, then, there needs to be some sort of consequences and repercussions, just like we talk about with players, just like we just talked about with Coach Napier. So I don't have a problem with it.
Pretty big game in Baton Rouge, Chris, A&M and LSU. And look, much like Lagway, right? Nussmeier, I don't think was really ever healthy to start the year. And their offense, not just because of him, but it has not been what people thought it would be. How big a game is this for Brian Kelly and for LSU?
That's a massive game for both of these teams. I mean, A&M's the last remaining unbeaten team in this conference. I've said multiple times here over the last couple of weeks that I feel like A&M has the highest ceiling in terms of potential. They haven't necessarily played as consistently as I would have liked to have seen, but they're also a team that can win in a lot of different ways. A high-scoring game like they had in Notre Dame or this past weekend in Fayetteville, or a defensive battle like they had against Auburn. They can win, in a number of different ways, which is great. But I do want to see some consistency from them. As it relates to the LSU side, I wasn't as surprised last week by the offensive struggles against Vanderbilt because I've seen that, but the defensive struggles is what really kind of surprised me. And I think a lot of that has to do with Vanderbilt and how good they are, and I'm sure we'll talk about them as well in a minute. But I saw signs of improvement offensively. They had 4 chunk run plays in that game against Vandy. You saw Nussmeier look a little bit more healthy and able to elude some of the rush. Now, making a change, they got a true freshman moving into the left tackle position for this ball game. Not a great situation to have to go up against one of the better fronts in college football. But, they've had success with this in the past. If you go back to Will Campbell and Emory Jones, they started as true freshmen, and that worked out well. So I honestly, this series, the home team has won the last 8 ball games. I think Brian Kelly's 20-1 in night games in Death Valley. I actually think this is a game where LSU wins it and, kind of keeps their college football playoff hopes alive.
Wow. All right, you mentioned Vandy. A very intriguing game, Missouri and Vanderbilt. Two-part question. What's made Vandy so good besides Pavia? And then with Missouri, Drinkwitz's name is floated, as a possible replacement here. Does his record against the better teams reflect anything in terms of what his future could be?
I think you're when you're talking about Missouri, you're talking about something. Well, both these teams, they're almost mirror images of one another. Like something being created out of nothing. These teams weren't that competitive. I think Missouri's further down the road of the established program, but Drink's done a great job there. His recruiting, what he does in terms of the relationship with the players, the accountability that he has while yet still being deemed as a player's coach. And then for Vandy, I've talked to you a ton about my experience playing for a guy in Coach Spurrier that played at the University of Florida, what it means to go back and coach your alma mater. Clark Lee's the perfect guy to lead that Vanderbilt program. Had a vision for the program. The administration there supported that vision. The stadium looks fantastic on television. They've been able to go out and really build on the offensive and defensive lines. We've never seen Vanderbilt have the type of line of scrimmage play that they're having this year. And you mentioned Pavia, and I'm glad you phrased it the way you did, because this is not just Diego Pavia. Yes, he's a great leader. He's kind of the trigger man in that offense, but they've surrounded him with a lot of really good talent. Look at Eli Stowers, is probably a first-round draft pick this coming up here at the tight end position. Cedric Alexander's had a great season at the running back spot. Junior Sherrill at the receiver. They've got a bunch of really talented pieces. So I think the thing that stands out to me in this, Steve, is the post-game press conference last week. Clark Lee talked about being the most connected team in the country, and they are connected. And I made the statement on Football Final on Saturday night. What you saw Saturday was the difference between a collection of really good talent and a really good football team, and the really good football team won that game on Saturday night.
Great stuff, and you're doing, obviously, having a lot of fun over there and doing a great job. Appreciate our friendship. Appreciate you doing this. Thanks, Chris.
Likewise, Steve. Thanks, man.
You got it, man. Does a great job, SEC Network, Chris Doering. We'll take a break. We'll come back, and then we'll open up the phone lines, the emails, etc. as you listen to Sports on WRUF.
You're home for Thursday Night Football, right here on WRUF.
Every great team is built on a solid game plan, sharp execution, and total trust in the crew beside you. At Quality Plumbing, we bring that same championship mindset to every job we do. For over 40 years, we've been the starting lineup for homes and businesses across North Central Florida, delivering reliable service, expert craftsmanship, and big wins for our customers. Call us today or visit qualityplumbing.com. We're your first string team. License number CFC 043073.
Craving real Cuban flavor? Come to Mi Apa Latin Cafe, where every bite brings you home. From our juicy roast chicken with yellow rice and black beans, our breakfast options to sweet plantains, empanadas, and our iconic Cuban cafecito, we've got what your taste buds are waiting for. And with 6 locations, there's sure to be one near you serving up warm hospitality and authentic breakfast, lunch, or dinner vibes whenever hunger strikes. So head over to Mi Apa Latin Cafe, the best Cuban food north of Miami. Visit miapalatincafe.com or stop by your nearest location today.
Hey, have you ever talked to Ruse Agra over at State Farm?
Oh yeah, Ruse is awesome. Helped me get a ton of coverage for way less than I expected, and he serves all of North Florida. Super friendly too, actually takes time to explain everything.
Really? I thought State Farm would be pricey.
Nope, surprisingly great rates. You get that neighborly service you don't find everywhere. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
I might give Ruse at State Farm a call.
You should. Call 352-240-1779 for a free quote. You'll be glad you did.
Individual premiums will vary by customer. All applicants subject to State Farm underwriting requirements.
After you work out, you can feel worn out. Reach for Core Power and rise to a whole new level of recovery. Protein to build muscle. Electrolytes to help hydrate. The nutrition you need to power on. Champion your recovery with Core Power.
He's got the 1966 Heisman Trophy, the 1996 National Championship Trophy, and 7 SEC trophies. Now he's got a new trophy, a can of beer. Steve Spurrier was the head ball coach. Now you can call him the head beer coach. Head Beer Coach 1966 Lager is available in 16-ounce cans at Gator games and stores all across Gainesville. You can also get it in the can or on draft at Spurrier's Gridiron Grill. Refreshing in all kinds of weather, Head Beer Coach 1966 Lager, a legend in a can.
This holiday season, let Pomodoro Cafe bring the soul of Italy to your table. From cozy gatherings to company-wide celebrations, we cater it all. With rich, authentic Italian flavors your guests will remember long after dessert. Serving UF, Shands, HCA, and all of Alachua County, we make it easy, delicious, and unforgettable. Perfect food, seamless service, timeless flavor. Visit PomodoroCafe.com to start planning your holiday event today.
Make your garden come alive with Quality Green Specialists. Discover Quality Green's beautiful nursery with thousands of fruit trees, fruiting plants, flowers, herbs, and vegetables. Enjoy an explosion of color and see amazing results in your garden. Quality Green has the very best in organic-based, sustainable products to grow everything super productive, strong, and healthy. Quality Green Specialists, 335 West Michigan Avenue in DeLand. Conveniently open 9 to 4 daily. Online at qualityggreenspecialists.com.
Every Gator football.
Email srussell@wruf.com. I'm going to talk about this official thing who was apparently suspended. The timing of this couldn't be worse. Why? Look what just happened in the NBA, right? And I think, if what's been reported is true, that he's been suspended for the rest of the year, that seems harsh. And there's no real reason given by the league for that. There's a rules analyst who works for NBC Sports, and he was quoted by ESPN. He thinks it sets a dangerous precedent. Quote, it's basically succumbing to the masses who want every official's head on a post after a difficult loss where there may be some controversial calls. And that is becoming more true. Let's get a phone call from Russ. Russ, hello.
Hey, Steve. How you doing?
Good.
Good. I had a question for you. I was listening to about the Chip Howard departure. I haven't really heard too much about that other than that he's not there any longer.
Well, he's still there. He's still, but he's going to be retiring soon.
Oh, so it's a retirement thing?
Yes, he's retiring.
Okay. Because I heard Andy Staples on High Top Sports the other day allude to the fact that if you knew Jeremy Foley, then you weren't doing yourself any favors, meaning there might be something, a purge maybe in the athletic department. Anything to that and that comment from Andy Staples? Or
well, I know Andy, and without seeing it, I don't want to comment because I'd want to see what was said in its entirety.
Sure.
One thing I will say, there are people who have been working in the athletic department over there for a really long time. But I don't think this is a purge, so to speak.
Okay.
I just think, and I've known him a long time. I coached his son in football. I just, I've spoken to him, and he just said it was time.
Sure. Okay. I just didn't know if you could expand on it. You kind of did. Doesn't seem like there's anything there. It's just wanted to make sure.
Now, I'll say this. If you start, seeing, 3, 4, 5 other people retire at the same time, have been there for a long time, you start to scratch your head.
Right.
But, I think one person that, I think that's just his decision.
Sure. Hey, I was Telecom 93. If we had back then what you guys have there now with the opportunity to be on YouTube and just, I don't know, it seems like that place is really doing good things over there.
It is.
At RUF.
It is. The kids now, have a lot of opportunity. They've taken advantage of those opportunities. It's really cool to see. And, somebody who just retired, as a faculty member here, I was just in the newsroom the other day, and they had me on as a guest or during the 5 o'clock newscast. And I watched like a proud papa when there were 5 live shots that covered, the football firing of Billy, and it was flawless. I was so proud of them. I appreciate you saying that. And you're right. I mean, in a way, I wish when I went through this place we had these opportunities, but, every generation's different.
Sure. No, it's just great, though. It's the more opportunity, the better. It's awesome. Hey, keep up the great work. I'll watch you on YouTube all the time.
Okay. Thank you, Russ. Appreciate the call. Jonesy, how important is it to keep a recruiting class together when you're transitioning from one coach to another? Of course it's important. But good luck with that always happening. If you get a high-profile coach who will bring players with him, usually are of high caliber, you have the transfer portal and NIL. Well, the transfer portal's in January, right? So we'll see. But of course, you want to try to keep talent. If you're going from X school to X school, you want to make sure that the talent at the school you're going to would stay. I don't have a name here. It's from YouTube. And again, our YouTube questions brought to you by Campus USA Credit Union. As a journalist, how do you know when to break a story? How many sources do you need? Well, I'm old school, very old school. And I was taught that way in this college, okay? You don't break a story unless you have multiple sources that will confirm it, period. That's it. Now, if you want to, there's ways to do that. You can say, I'm hearing, whatever, but if you're going to be the one to break a story in that regard, then you better have more than one source, and it better be an impeccable source to do it. That's just the bottom line. I taught that way. I taught students that way, and that is the way that I would do that. Woody, hello.
Yeah, hey, Steve. A little bit of World Series talk, if that's all right.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so I don't have a dog in the hunt. You know I'm a Red Sox fan. But when I was a kid, early on, we only had Mel Allen and, the Monday Night Baseball, and that was it. So when I was really young, in the 70s, about when I was about 10 years old, I started watching baseball pretty regularly, and I followed the Big Red Machine. So ever since then, I've been a Dodger hater.
Okay.
And it's hard to put that aside. And I'm a Red Sox fan now. I moved away from the Reds, Mars shot, all that kind of stuff. But anyway, I do have a soft spot for the Blue Jays, even though they're in the AL East with my Red Sox. And here's why. You remember in '93, they've been showing it, Joe Carter's walk-off,
the homer,
World Series winning home run.
Uh-huh.
Well, at that time, I was having a hard time in my life. And I was alone, didn't have a TV, little single-wide trailer, just trying to get things going. And I had a radio, and I listened to that World Series. I didn't like either team, but I listened to that World Series on the radio, and I remember that home run. And a few years later, I went up to Maine and reconnected with someone special, got married, and went to Fenway Park for the very first time in 1996. And guess who hit me a ball? I caught a ball in Fenway Park the first time I was ever there, hit by Joe Carter.
Okay.
And during batting practice, it was like I was playing left field. As soon as he hit it, I knew it was coming to me, even though I was out in the stands right there near the monster seats that didn't exist yet. So anyway, I'm kind of leaning toward the Blue Jays this time. I'm an American League guy, and I think they're the underdog, don't you?
I hear absolutely the underdog. Yes.
Yeah, I hear people taking bets that the Dodgers might sweep.
I don't think they're going to sweep, but if the Dodgers pitch the way they've pitched, they will win, period.
Yeah, but we know the Blue Jays can hit. So who knows?
They can hit, but the Dodger pitching wasn't good. It was dominant.
Yeah.
If it's like that again, the Blue Jays won't hit like they hit.
That 3-home run game that when Ohtani pitched, it's a shame that wasn't in the World Series because that might be one of the greatest performances of all time.
Well,
that's amazing.
We'll see what
that's Ruthian.
We'll see what this World Series brings. Woody, thank you for your call. You got John here. Hi, John.
Hey, thanks for taking my call, Steve. I just wonder if I'm dreaming this or what. I remember hearing about the basketball coaches and basketball players get caught in this professional poker gambling the other day. Am I hearing this correctly? Am I dreaming? They're thinking about letting college athletes, particularly in football, gamble or bet on games. Did I hear this
on
correctly?
On pro games. Pro games. They can't bet on college games. They can bet on pro games.
Oh, God, I can't believe this is happening. I can't believe this. Where does it end? And,
well, let me ask you a question. If a college kid's not an athlete, if AJ, who's not an athlete, at least on a Gator team, wants to go place a bet, he can. Right?
Yeah.
I get it, right? I get it that, it doesn't look good. But if you're betting on a pro game, it's your money, right? But I get it. The optic of it, I understand.
But I'm worried that if they get carried away with it, they might go a little further, and start counting on college games itself. They start getting caught up in it.
Well, that's the danger of it, but it's like anything else, right?
I know.
But look, betting worldwide is crazy. The United States has been slow, really. Overseas, it's been a big business for a long time. It's just sort of catching up here now. But, and look, I'm not going to sit here and say that there might be a college athlete who goes overboard and, bets on pros and loses money and all. But that's, that's our society. And anybody can do that. All right?
This is getting crazy. Let me ask you one more question, Steve. What's the odds? What's the odds on this? If Kelly loses, LSU loses to A&M and then Alabama, what's the odds of Kiffin going to LSU instead of Florida if we go after him?
I don't know. $64,000 question.
That goes for a monkey wrench in the works, I'll tell you.
All right.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, John. Yep. We'll take a break, come back. More sports scene to come. Nobody has picked any games today. It is Prognostication Friday. Not one person has said they want to pick the games today. That's maybe because Florida isn't playing. There's some good games this weekend, too. So remember, you still have that option when you call. As you listen to Sports Scene on WRUF.
WRUF Sports Center.
I'm Josh Stevens. With the Florida basketball team set to begin their championship defense in less than 2 weeks, the front court is expected to lead the team following the departure of Walter Clayton Jr., Will Richard, and Elijah Martin. Head coach Todd Golden laid out his hopes for the Gators big men on Gator Talk.
The front court is going to be the nucleus of this group and going to be the leaders of this group and going to have a similar approach that our backcourt did last year. And my hope is that Ruben, Micah, Tommy Kondo will be able to absorb a lot and make Boogie and Xavier and those guys' lives easier.
SEC preseason All-Americans Alex Condon and Thomas Houck will look to lead the new-look Gators. Although the Gators are on a bye week, we've got a full slate of college football tomorrow. Catch coverage of Texas at Mississippi State at 3:45 and coverage for Texas A&M at LSU at 7 right here on WRUF. Finally, Beholtz capped off a senior day with a resounding 50-16 win over Bartram Trail. Florida commit Justin Williams dominated, scoring 3 touchdowns in the first half alone.
Concrete is tough, long-lasting, durable, and when it's done right, it's the foundation of everything that stands strong. At Silverback Concrete, we don't just pour concrete, we build trust one slab at a time. We're a family-led team of heavy concrete specialists who sweat every detail, from footers to elevated decks. We respect your budget, we build to last, and we care about the people on the job today and those who will walk these floors tomorrow. You stand on it, we stand by it. Silverback Concrete, we've got your back. Visit silverbackconcrete.co to get started.
At Comfort Temp Heating and Air, we're proud to celebrate 40 years as your #1 local HVAC company. We offer energy-efficient solutions featuring quality products from Lennox. Whether it's new installation, system repairs, or routine maintenance, we promise to never sell you anything you don't need. Our professional and experienced technicians provide reliable service you can trust and will keep you informed throughout the entire process. At Comfort Temp, comfort is our business. Peace of mind is our promise.
Spurrier's Gridiron Grill is a special type of place for Gator fans and fans of great food, which is why we made every day special. Join us on Martini Tuesdays for half off our handcrafted martinis and wine Wednesdays, where you can enjoy a bottle of wine for 50% off. On Old Fashioned Thursdays, indulge in our selection of 8 classic old-fashioned cocktails. And of course, don't forget Sunday brunch. And now you can look special in some of our great merchandise. Available at the restaurant or online at spurriers.com. Spurrier's Gridiron Grill, the hottest restaurant in Florida in the heart of Gator Nation.
When the unexpected happens, you need a legal team that's ready to fight for you, just like the Florida Gators. At Meldon Law, we're proud to partner with the Florida Gators to deliver winning results for those who have been injured at no fault of their own. With a strong record of success and a team that won't back down, Meldon Law is your trusted partner in tough times. Call Meldon Law at 352-373-8000 or visit us at meldonlaw.com.
Want to get your brand noticed? At Radware, we help you stand out with custom corporate apparel, branded uniforms, and promotional swag that gets attention. From trade shows to team uniforms, we've got you covered. Radware even works with major names like the University of Florida. Boost your brand visibility today. Visit radware.com. That's radware.com and let your brand shine.
For more than 50 years of quality service, Archer Electric Service Company has been Gainesville's choice for residential and commercial electrical work. Whether you need wiring, repairs, or backup generator installation, we treat every client like family with professional, clean, dependable service. Don't wait for the storm or the flicker to remind you. Visit ArcherElectricService.com today for a free consultation and see why we've been Gainesville and the surrounding area's most trusted electricians for decades.
Sports.
Looking for the perfect stay in Gainesville? Holiday Inn Gainesville University Center is just steps from the Swamp, the closest hotel to UF. With 6 stylish floors of brand new everything, we've been completely renovated and fully remodeled for your comfort. Enjoy the best guest services in town, competitive rates, and a location you just can't beat. And don't forget about our rooftop pool. Whether it's game day, graduation, or a Gator getaway, make your stay extraordinary at Holiday Inn Gainesville University Center. Visit us online today for details and booking.
Overheard at the Hard Rock Bet Party. You see that new welcome offer? Bet $5 and get $150 in bonus bets if you win. I think we got to jump on this.
What's John Daly think?
I think you got to grip it and rip it.
Grip it?
And rip it.
Hard Rock Bet Sportsbook. Roll with us. New players bet $5, get $150 in bonus bets if you win. Payable and bonus bets, not a cash offer. Offered by the Seminole Tribe of Florida. Must be 21 and up and physically present in Florida to wager. Terms and conditions apply. Concerned about gambling? Please call 1-888-ADMIT-IT.
From the UF Weather Center, here is your WRUF weather update.
Sunshine this afternoon, really nice, low humidity, picture perfect day. 82 the high this afternoon. Clear skies tonight, still a little on the breezy side, not nearly as chilly though. 57 the overnight low, maybe some low 50s in some of the cooler locations. Saturday, partly cloudy, breezy 82. Sunday, partly cloudy, breezy 82 with a late day shower possible. From the WUFT Weather Center, I'm Chief Meteorologist Tim Miller.
This is Sean Kelly, voice of the Gators, and you're listening to the home of Gators football, right here on WRUF, 98.1 FM, 850 AM. Now, more of Sports Scene with Steve Russell.
At Fairlife Milk. Let me just put a bow on the officials thing. Kevin said, do you think the play that probably cost the official the suspension was a clear-cut play that when reviewed, he made the wrong decision? There was one, I think there was a play where the ball broke the plane and he didn't think it did, and Hugh Freeze was upset about it, but I think they reviewed it and they upheld that. So how is that the officials' fault? I don't. That's the part I didn't really understand, Kevin. And then Mike says the suspension for the ref seems harsh. Isn't this simply a byproduct of how much a presence betting has become? Yes. Honest refs make mistakes. With the volume of the mistakes he had in just one game, as the SEC simply trying to avoid the appearance of games being thrown. I don't know. I can't answer that. But once again, seems harsh to me that for the rest of the year that happens. And then Rodney, why is the official on the field held responsible for calls verified by official review? That's exactly my point. Have we gotten any confirmation our reception in the end zone against Mississippi State was miscalled? That normally is something that a coaching staff does in terms of making a request for that. I don't know that was done, to be honest. All right, Andrew's with us. Andrew, hello.
Yes, good afternoon, Steve.
Hey.
As far as that Auburn, they were leading 10-0 against, I forgot who you're talking about, but it's that issue with the referee. They of course would have went into halftime 17-0. Their athletic director. There's a shot of him really going after
running down the
refs.
sideline. Yes, I saw him.
Yeah, and also there was another incident where there was an exchange with Mitch Barnhart up at Kentucky with a fan, believe it or not. And I'm thinking to myself, okay, well, they have a right to say things, but if the referee has already looked through the replay, that was supposed to be the insurance that they get to play right?
I don't follow you.
When they put in the replay, that was our insurance, the fans' insurance, that the play would be called right.
Yes, but it's still reviewed by human beings. Right. But I mean, yes, replay is put in there to, use video to, make sure the call is correct. That's the bottom line.
So the only other thing they could really do is have somebody other than a ref look at the video and
that's what they do. That's what they do. They bring it back.
Okay.
They bring it back to the SEC. When it's reviewed, it's reviewed at the SEC headquarters, and they make a decision.
Shows how much I know. Okay, well, anyway, I guess I'll be the first one here to do the picks on the prognostication Friday.
All right. Ole Miss, Oklahoma.
Oklahoma.
Auburn, Arkansas.
Arkansas.
Missouri, Vandy.
Missouri.
Texas, Mississippi State.
Texas.
A&M, LSU.
A&M.
Tennessee, Kentucky.
I go with Tennessee.
All right. Appreciate it, Andrew. Thank you for your call. Greg, we're less than 2 weeks away for Gator basketball tip-off. What are you looking for, Gators versus Arizona? I haven't looked one iota at Arizona, so I can't answer that question now, Greg. Closer to the game, I'll be happy to answer it, but not now. Todd says, tune in just before the Doring interview. He wanted to know the games. All right, the games, Todd. Ole Miss, Oklahoma. Auburn, Arkansas. Texas, Mississippi State. Missouri, Vandy. A&M, LSU. Tennessee, Kentucky. All SEC is the bottom line, Todd. So there you go. And Peyton has Vandy, A&M, Ole Miss, Auburn, Texas, Tennessee, and he also has Notre Dame for some reason. And he says Gators 28 by week 3. Point spread's not enough. Top Jimmy and Lou, stay there. Top of the hour coming up. First hour is history. As you listen to Sports Scene, as we broadcast live from the Gator Trim Light Studio, powered by Southeast Car Agency. Stay tuned for Hour 2 on WRUF.
Your home for Tampa Bay Buccaneers football. WRUF.
Attention local and regional CDL-A drivers in the North Florida area. Pritchett Trucking is currently looking for local and regional drivers. Are you looking for a driver-friendly environment? Pritchett Trucking offers more home time, great pay, and great benefits, including health insurance and paid time off. And they also offer a quarterly performance and safety program, plus a sign-on bonus. Pritchett Trucking's regional drivers are home weekends and local drivers are home daily. If you're at least 23 years old and want a rewarding career with great pay, don't let the opportunity pass you by. Apply online at PritchettTrucking.com.
Need a new AC and wondering who to call? I'm Kirk Smith, owner of Crystal Air and Water. Our team of professionals are strongly committed to responsiveness, problem resolution, customer satisfaction, and service excellence. We promise to meet the heating and cooling needs of your home with the most effective and energy-efficient products available. Maybe that's why we're the most liked AC company on Facebook. Follow us today. Crystal Air and Water, online at acpenguin.com.
License number CMC 1249384.
Yes, I'm calling Crystal Air and Water. Call Crystal.
Are you ready to raise your game when it comes to your Gators gear? Head over to Alma Mater in Gainesville. You'll find just what you need to rep your team in style. From one-of-a-kind Gator tees and hats to NIL gear, they've got the perfect Gator swag for every fan in all kinds of weather. Whether it's game day or any day, you'll be winning with officially licensed apparel found nowhere else. Locally owned, locally produced. Alma Mater, in-store at the corner of 34th and University or online at almamaterdesign.com.
There are plenty of realtors in town, but few work as hard, respond as quickly, or care as deeply as Doreen Wiebe of Caldwell Banker MM Parish. Community-driven and client-focused, Doreen will work with you to ensure your satisfaction. Whether you're buying or selling, she brings persistence, preparation, and heart to every deal. With Doreen, you're not just another transaction. You're a priority. Call 352-562-1411. That's 352-562-1411.
Looking for a roof you can trust to weather any storm? Atlantic Roofing has been covering North Central Florida for over 20 years. We're a third-generation, locally owned roofing company. From Alachua to Marion, Bradford, Levy, Gilchrist, Columbia, and beyond, we've got your home, your business, and your back. Visit AtlanticRoofing.com or call today for your free estimate. Atlantic Roofing, where quality rises above.
Domino's Best Deal Ever is back. Get any hand-tossed pan, thin crust, or New York-style pizza with any toppings for just $9.99 online. Last time, people got exactly what they wanted.
Pan pizza with barbecue sauce, mushrooms, and black olives.
Philly steak, extra cheese.
Chicken, bacon, onions, jalapenos.
This got to be the best deal ever.
So what are you going to get this time? Order Domino's $9.99 Best Deal Ever before it's gone. Prices higher for some locations. Online only for a limited time. Excludes XL and specialty. Parm stuffed crust is extra. Topping limit supply. Visit Domino's.com for full details.
Need to sell your house fast? Whether you're facing foreclosure, stuck with bad tenants, or just ready for a fresh start, House Buyer Network can help. We buy homes as is for cash. No fees, no commissions, no repairs. Get a fair cash offer in just 24 hours and close in as little as 7 days. Call 833-464-0827 now for your free no-obligation offer. That's 833-464-0827. House Buyer Network. Fast cash, no hassle.
From the Spurrier's Gridiron Grill Studio, WRUF Gainesville, W251CG Gainesville, WRUF FM HD2, and on the WRUF Father of Gator Sports Talk Radio has returned.
I'm going to make him an offer he can't refuse.
It's Sports Scene with Steve Russell.
And brought to you in part by International Diamond Center, Domino's, Atlantic Roofing, Meldon Law, Los Linderos Tequila, Comfort Temp, Campus USA Credit Union, Pomodoro Cafe, Titan MRI and Imaging, Silverback Concrete, Ruse Ogra State Farm, Crystal Air, Miapa Latin Cafe, Radware, Fairlife Milk, Gator Trim Lights, Quality Plumbing, Doreen Wiebe Realtor Caldwell Banker, and The Head Beer Coach.
Now, here's Steve Russell, right here on WRUF.
Welcome into Hour 2 of Sports Scene for this Prognostication Friday. AJ is producing the broadcast today. We thank you for taking time out of your busy day to be part of the show as we broadcast live from the Gator Trim Light Studio. Permanent holiday lighting for all occasions, locally owned and operated right here in Gainesville. And, of course, we are powered by Southeast Car Agency in Gainesville. Go see them today for the best in late model, low mileage vehicles. When you do, make sure and tell them Sports Scene sent you. Many thanks to Quality Plumbing for sponsoring the first hour of Sports Scene, and we thank Crystal Air and Water for being a sponsor this hour. Family owned and operated Crystal Air and Water, servicing air conditioners, furnaces, boilers, and more for Gainesville, Alachua, and nearby areas. We're not comfortable until you are. All right. The games we're going to talk about today and pick, all SEC, okay? Auburn, Arkansas, Ole Miss, Oklahoma, Missouri, Vandy, Texas, Mississippi State, A&M, LSU, Tennessee, and Kentucky. 3928255, email srussell@wruf.com. Again, all of our guests, courtesy of Meldon Law, won't back down. Let's go to our Titan MRI Imaging phone line. Lou will lead us off. Hi, Lou.
Steve, let me ask you something. Do you think this dismissal of this head official, was due to the fact that the botched goal line situation? Do you think that was the key factor in that particular dismissal?
That seems like it. You know, I don't know the definitive answer to that, Lou, but that certainly seems like it. Yes.
I would think I would like to take it. I don't know if this has been brought up to you, but the shenanigans that Kirby got away with on that fake timeout.
Oh, running up and down the sidelines. Yeah, right.
Yeah. See, I think that is the number one issue in this particular situation. I think that people would have to feel that Kirby, where his standard is, where his status is, got away with something right in front of the official. It was awful. It was just, that's my thing. So I don't know how you feel about that one, but that's my thoughts.
Yeah, look, part of what's happening in the sport, and I get it because it isn't new. You know, coaches always look for some edge, right? I mean, look what happened to A&M the other day. Their coach got reprimanded for a fake injury. So what's that all about? I mean, he knew that, right? Look what he did. So, you know, Kirby Smart, you know, did that. did he call timeout? It kind of looked like it, with his hands.
Absolutely.
But, again, they talked about it. And I guess here is what I would say. If you're not sure he did that, let's take Kirby Smart out of it. You, Lou, or me. If you're not 100% sure he did that, then how can you say we're gonna charge him a timeout? That, I think, is the problem. And there's no replay for that.
Yeah. You're right. You have to kind of err on that side. I understand that completely. But I can see Kirby in that first staff meeting on Monday or Sunday, whenever they meet, and say, "Boy, did y'all see me get away with that thing? How funny was that?" Something to that effect. And of course, I think that's what Gus was buzzing about more than, even though the other thing was a huge deal. But that's just my thoughts, buddy. I'll play the prognostication game with you.
All right, we'll go bottom up here. Tennessee, Kentucky.
Kentucky.
Texas. Wow. Texas A&M, LSU.
The Bengal Tigers on a Saturday night.
Texas at Mississippi State.
State.
Wow. Missouri, Vandy.
Got a lot of money. I got a big parlay coming, buddy. I got one big.
All right. Missouri, Vandy.
The Commodores.
Auburn, Arkansas.
War Eagle.
Ole Miss, Oklahoma.
Hotty toddy.
All right. Those are it.
All right, buddy.
Thank you, Lou. Appreciate the call. All right. 392-8255. You can email the show, srussell@wruf.com. I've gotten a lot of this today, but let me get Todd first. When we discuss different coaches fans want to see come to Florida, I have to agree with Doring. This school has historically attracted a certain type of player. We now have a chance to go after a few coaches, I think, would better mesh player talent with coach scheme to produce a better product. How important is it to me, to Steve Russell, this next head coaching hire has a connection to Florida, rather than seeing this as another generational wealth paycheck? That's overblown. That's overblown. What connection does Urban Meyer have to Florida? Zero, right? It's about hiring the right one. Does the Florida connection help? Sure. Doesn't hurt, right? But it's not, I think that's an overblown thing. What connection did Nick Saban have to Alabama? I mean, it's about hiring the right coach. Picks, Ole Miss, Auburn, Vanderbilt, Texas, Texas A&M, and Tennessee. Thank you, Todd. Dustin's got Ole Miss, A&M, Tennessee, Vandy, Arkansas. Thank you for that. All right, got a couple of more emails here, but we'll get Top Jimmy on the phone first. Hello, Top Jimmy.
Hey, good afternoon, Mr. Russell. Always a pleasure.
Mm-hmm.
First, I must announce I am no longer a Dick Mondale's virgin. Based on your recommendation, I was helping a friend who had to be transported to a doctor's appointment yesterday, and I've been to Dick Mondale's officially as of yesterday.
Okay.
And it was a tasty burger.
Good.
Indeed. One of the earlier callers kind of beat me to my punch in regard to, they say good pitching beats good hitting, right? But the Blue Jays do put bats on the ball.
They do.
So of all the teams that are left, I think they do genuinely have the best opportunity of beating even as amazing as the pitching staff of the Dodgers has been, especially in the postseason.
Well, I'm a big believer in pitching as an old pitcher.
Yes.
Toronto's got to prove they can. Now, if somebody expects the Dodgers pitching to be as dominant as it was against the Brewers, I don't know, right? That was
right?
Historical almost.
Yes.
But if they are nearly as good, then I want to see, to your point, does Toronto put the bat on the ball? I think that's why most people are picking L.A. because of how dominant their pitching was, in that series. And they're getting really good pitchers back who haven't thrown a lot of innings. I mean, their arms are fresh. So
that's true too.
That
too.
To me, I mean, if you got a good guy and he's thrown a lot of innings, that's one thing. But now give me Glasnow or somebody else and thrown a lot. And wow, that again, if they pitch to their capability, that's a big advantage.
Coming back relatively fresh, yeah. But another interesting perspective on it is in the ALCS, the 5 through 9 hitters for the Blue Jays were off the chain. Typically people think that the run production and everything that's going to happen is in the top part of the order. That's part of the situation I think is going to be interesting is if those players again for Toronto can in the 5 through 9 slots produce like they did against the Mariners, it might pose some problematic situational issues for Roberts and the Dodgers.
I mean no disrespect when I say this, but of course, I mean if that happens, right? But Toronto has to prove to me they can hit what has been dominant Dodger pitching. That is the number one thing I want to see here. If they do that, I think they got a great shot. But let's see.
Yeah, they're going to have to put the bats on the ball.
And here's the other thing. If the starters falter, the Dodger bullpen hasn't exactly been stellar either. So if the Blue Jays can get to their bullpen, now you're giving me, a little different scenario here.
That's an excellent point. And then quickly, in regard to the NBA and FBI investigation, it's disheartening to me, Steve, that people that have achieved and to the level of either as a player or coach find themselves in a situation where they succumb to the temptation of gambling. I don't know. If you've achieved that level of success that you're playing and or coaching professionally, shouldn't you have a mentality to be able to not allow that to entice you? I don't know.
I mean, you would think that, but remember, money has changed a lot of people's lives, some good, some not so good. Somebody says to you, if you're an NBA player or if you're a cook, hey, you got a chance to make $1 million. Do this.
Yeah.
Right?
All right.
Now, you would think, hey, I'm not doing that. I played in the NBA. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to be part of that. Right? Well, again, money.
The enticement of the dollar.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right. Top Jimmy, thank you.
Wait.
No, I can't wait. I have another call. Top Jimmy, thank you. I've got other callers here. Boxing Jim, hello.
Hey, Steve. Look, I just tuned in, so if you probably have to be redundant, but has Lane Kiffin been contacted? I know there's a lot of talk about him, and then I heard that he said he wasn't interested. Do you have any update on that?
Where did you hear he wasn't interested?
I just saw it somewhere that the statement was made by somebody. I don't pay too much attention. I just saw it. I'm not saying that.
Well, but I would need to know what the reference point is of that.
To be honest with you, I don't know.
Then I can't really answer your question.
Okay. Well. So you don't know if he's been contacted by our Strickland or whatever?
They're in the process of vetting right now different coaches.
Okay. Well, sure, I would think so. Well, would one of them maybe be the Georgia Tech coach?
I do not know the answer to that.
Okay. All right. Well, I'll take my picks then.
Okay. And let me just one more time discuss this issue, okay? Because It's a sensitive one for me. I'm not going to tell anybody who's in this business how to do their job. That's between them and, what they think. There are many times when I hear things and, I'm told things in confidence, but just because I hear it doesn't mean it's true. And therefore, I have to track down, what I hear and make sure I get sources that confirm it. Once that happens, now I don't have to say who my source is, But if I'm comfortable with who that source is, then I would, make a statement that, hey, Florida's done this or Georgia's done that or, whatever that is. And I think sometimes, that's done too loosely in this world we're in now, because the race to be first can sometimes be a lost race. I'll just leave it at that. And I'm not impugning anybody when I say that. I'm just giving you, what I was taught, what I believe in, and what I subscribe to.
Okay.
All right, picks. Tennessee, Kentucky.
Tennessee.
Texas A&M, LSU.
A&M.
Texas, Mississippi State.
Oh, wow. Texas.
Missouri, Vandy.
I'm going with Vanderbilt. I think that is going to be a good game. It's going to be very close. And I could miss it on this, but I'm going with Vanderbilt.
Okay. Auburn, Arkansas.
Oh, wow. I'm going to take Arkansas.
Okay. Ole Miss, Oklahoma.
Wow, that's going to be close. I could be wrong on that, but I'm taking Oklahoma.
All right. Boxing Jim, thank you. Appreciate it. Take a break. Come back. More to come as you listen to Sports Scene this hour, sponsored by Crystal Air and Water, as you listen on WRUF.
WRUF Sports Center.
I'm Dylan Hall. The reigning national champs look to defend their title this upcoming season. Last night on Gator Talk, Coach Golden discussed this season's shift of expectations.
This year it's completely different. We were the hunters. Last year we are the hunted. This year there's no doubt about that. And there's a lot of pressure, that comes with that target on your back. But we talk a lot about it in our program, that having, a top 5 ranking next to your name, that pressure is a privilege. And we'd much rather be in that spot.
Florida opens the season in Las Vegas on November 3rd against Arizona. Gators volleyball continues to roll in SEC play. Florida has won 4 of their last 5, including Wednesday's victory over Oklahoma. The Gators sit at 5th place in conference standings with 6 games remaining before the SEC tournament. Last night, Florida commit Justin Williams tallied 3 touchdowns in the first half for Buchholz. The Bobcats delivered a blowout senior night victory for the home crowd, improving to 8-1 on the season.
You have been transported to the future. You no longer need to climb into your attic and haul down your decorations or wrestle with holiday lighting strings. That's don't work.
That's not the future. It's now. At Gator Trim Light, you can have permanent year-round lighting that you can control effortlessly using your phone for the holidays, game day, or any other occasion. And the best news is there's still time to get yours installed for this holiday season. But hurry. Time is running out. Visit GatorTrimLight.com and imagine what your home can look like. That's GatorTrimLight.com.
Friends, if somebody's been in business for 45 plus years, doesn't that tell you something? Trust, longevity. Well, that is the case with my friends at Southeast Car Agency in Gainesville. The Cousins family has operated that business for the past 45 plus years, and they specialize in just one thing. They give you the best alternative you have to purchasing a new vehicle, the best in late model, low mileage vehicles. Great variety, great selection. I'm driving one now, have been for years. Go see them today, Southeast Car Agency, 310 Northeast 39th Avenue, Gainesville.
The best conversations happen with Los Landeros tequila, like this recent conversation between 2 Gator legends.
Coach, it always impressed me how you beat Florida State to win the 1996 national championship.
And I was really impressed with your 06, 08, and 09 Gator teams.
And the way you coached Danny to the Heisman Trophy.
A lot like what you did with Tim Tebow.
To the Swamp and the Gators, with the best beverage served at Spur's Gridiron Grill. 100% agave Los Landeros tequila, aged in bourbon barrels for a smoother taste.
It's no fun being injured. The last thing you want to deal with is long wait times or high costs. Well, guess what? You don't have to thanks to Titan MRI and Imaging. The experience at Titan MRI and Imaging is much more personal than the sterile atmosphere of a hospital. Joe and his team are personally involved and will guide you through the entire process at any of their 3 convenient locations. And they accept insurance. So if you need a scan, save time and money and call Titan MRI and Imaging. Learn more at TitanMRI.com.
When the unexpected happens, you need a legal team that's ready to fight for you, just like the Florida Gators. At Meldon Law, we're proud to partner with the Florida Gators to deliver winning results for those who have been injured at no fault of their own. With a strong record of success and a team that won't back down, Meldon Law is your trusted partner in tough times. Call Meldon Law at 352-373-8000 or visit us at meldonlaw.com.
90 years ago, 9 University of Florida faculty members started something big, Campus USA Credit Union, the first credit union on a U.S. college campus. Today, Campus USA is 160,000 members strong, proudly serving the community with auto loans, business loans, mortgages, and more. Whether you're just starting out or building your future, Campus is here to help you every step of the way. Stop by any campus location or join the team at campuscu.com. Campus USA Credit Union, celebrating 90 years of better banking.
Maaco has paint services on sale now, starting at $4.99. And your car's been trying to tell you something. Look at your hood, your bumper, that door ding you've been ignoring since spring. You don't need a new car, just a fresh start. Maaco makes it easy with fast service, honest pricing, and work backed by a national warranty. So stop pretending not to see it. Invest in you. Visit Maaco in Gainesville today. Hit the reset button with limited time paint sales starting at just $4.99. Hurry to Maaco now.
You're listening to Sports Scene with Steve Russell right here on WRUF 98.1 FM, 850 AM.
International Diamond Center email comes from Corey. I love the question, Corey. I can't believe I'm asking, he says, but I am. I also know how insane it sounds. The football program needs stability in a bad way. If UF's top 2 candidates say no, do you give Urban a call? He's at a different point in life and has done all the things. He could bring stability, but it's the past baggage that comes with him too much. No, I don't think the past baggage would hurt him. I think what you'd have to do with Urban, though, is he a short-term hire? In other words, is he the caretaker? Does he take over a program, get it up and running, and then in 4 years, I'm gone? Is that what you want? Do I think Urban could do the job? Yes. I think his track record of winning says that, right? But I think if you're an athletic director, you want a longer-term answer than that. And let me also ask you, Gator fans, this question, okay? There's a lot of you out there that want Lane Kiffin. And there's nothing wrong with wanting Lane Kiffin. But supposing this happens. Lane Kiffin gets hired, and for some reason, he doesn't get the job done in whatever way that is. Okay? You going to blame the athletic director then? If you as a fan wanted Lane Kiffin here, and it doesn't work out, but Scott Strickland, who said this is my hire, you going to blame him or blame you? Interesting, isn't it? I know which way that would go. You and I both know which way that would go. Scott Strickland's way, right? Somehow that's a bad hire, even though a ton of you want him. But I was thinking about that today. If that did happen and that occurred, I wonder what that would be. Alan in Ocala. Alan, thank you for listening. His picks: Ole Miss, Arkansas, Missouri, Texas, Texas A&M, and Tennessee. Let me also throw this at you. I think this is a real life situation. Let's say that you are going to hire a coach who's in the playoff. Okay? We don't know who it is, right? But there's an opening at Florida, no coach is hired, and now there are teams in the playoff. How would that work? Okay? Well, let's just say Lane Kiffin. Let's just use him. Okay? Lane Kiffin's in the playoff. Florida doesn't have a coach. And Lane Kiffin hasn't signed a new deal with Ole Miss. How awkward would that be when Lane Kiffin gets asked about that? If you're in the playoff and you continue to win and there's no announcement made, right? Well, that means you're not going to hire Lane Kiffin until late December or January. How do you get a roster together by that time? And remember, the transfer portal opens January 2nd. So what if you win a game or two, your season extends into January, the portal opens on January 2nd, and now the athletic director still doesn't have a coach in place. What does that do? And what does that do to your roster? So this is not as simple as we want Lane Kiffin. There's a lot of things here that have to go into play when it comes to that. And look, I'm just telling you this. The portal opens on January 2nd. If you think deals aren't struck before that time, come on. In this day and age, you know that's happening way before the portal opens. There's contacts made. There just is, okay? So, there's a lot to this. Stay tuned. Who's the name here? Okay. Porter, hello.
Hey, Steve. One quick question about the portal there. You were talking at it from the standpoint of coaches. I understand that. But I thought it was strange with the players because if they go to the single portal, window like that and have it be where it's before a handful of the playoff games, it just doesn't seem to make a lot of sense to me. I mean, players aren't going to want to not play. I don't think they could, go in the transfer portal and then play. That seems kind of. I mean, just it's a formula that doesn't sound like it can work to me. Do you agree, or am I missing something?
I think you're missing something. I mean, it opens on January 2nd. It doesn't mean you have to enter it on January 2nd. That's number one. And
okay, when does it end? Do you know?
I'd have to look. I don't know off the top of my head. But it opens January.
Okay,
I know it opens on January.
I misread it. I thought it was only like 2 weeks or something. But
well, it could be. But I mean, I'm just saying it officially opens. I know on January 2nd. So could a player, playing on a team, say on January 3rd, I'm gonna, go to, wherever, I guess, right?
I would just don't. I would think that wouldn't be good for the team. It wouldn't be good for him. It wouldn't be good for. I just don't. That's a dynamic I think would be. It's awkward at the very, very best. Somebody was talking about having a salary cap and so forth for baseball. Baseball still has the luxury tax. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and I don't fully understand that, but I presume there's some kind of an amount, and if a team goes over that, they're allowed to, but they're paying a tax, an additional fee for the amount that they're over that.
Correct.
Do you know, does that money go to the Major League Baseball as revenue? Is that distributed among the teams that were under the cap? Does it go to charity? Do you have any idea?
It doesn't go to charity. I know that. Don't hold me to this, but it's just like you're paying Major League Baseball that, and I believe that's where the money goes, to Major League Baseball.
So in a backhanded way, it goes into the pockets of the owners or the whatever, I guess. Okay, I was just curious about that. If that's the case, would it make a difference if it's used to subsidize your opponents? In other words, for every dollar you're over, you're paying a tax that's effectively going to your other team's salaries. Would that help discourage doing that, or what's your take on that?
I'm not versed in the weeds here as far as that goes, but I know some goes to baseball and some may go to the Players Association too.
Okay, so effectively going to the players in a percentage as opposed to the teams. I was just curious about that because in some way it's got to work. Great ideas are great, but you have to have some way to make it work both around the legalities of the law as well as,
I was half right here. Money is primarily used to fund player benefits and the Major League Baseball Players Association's retirement accounts. And then the rest is distributed to other teams. So I was pretty close.
Gotcha. All right, enjoy the show. Go Gators. Be safe.
Okay, Porter, thank you. We'll take a break, come back, final half hour. Still plenty of time to hear from you as you listen to Sports Scene on WRUF.
Or our coverage of Gator Nation.
Stay on top of the Florida Gators all season.
WRUF 98.1 FM, 850 AM, and 103.7 HD2. Keeping you connected to Gator Nation. ESPN Gainesville is WRUF.
Every great team is built on a solid game plan, sharp execution, and total trust in the crew beside you. At Quality Plumbing, we bring that same championship mindset to every job we do. For over 40 years, we've been the starting lineup for homes and businesses across North Central Florida, delivering reliable service, expert craftsmanship, and big wins for our customers. Call us today or visit qualityplumbing.com. We're your first string team. License number CFC 043073.
Need a new AC and wondering who to call? I'm Kirk Smith, owner of Crystal Air and Water. Our team of professionals are strongly committed to responsiveness, problem resolution, customer satisfaction, and service excellence. We promise to meet the heating and cooling needs of your home with the most effective and energy-efficient products available. Maybe that's why we're the most liked AC company on Facebook. Follow us today. Crystal Air and Water, online at acpenguin.com.
License number CMC 1249384.
Yes, I'm calling Crystal Air and Water. Call Crystal.
Craving real Cuban flavor? Come to Mi Apa Latin Cafe, where every bite brings you home. From our juicy roast chicken with yellow rice and black beans, our breakfast options to sweet plantains, empanadas, and our iconic Cuban cafecito, we've got what your taste buds are waiting for. And with 6 locations, there's sure to be one near you serving up warm hospitality and authentic breakfast, lunch, or dinner vibes whenever hunger strikes. So head over to Mi Apa Latin Cafe, the best Cuban food north of Miami. Visit miapalatincafe.com or stop by your nearest location today.
Hey, have you ever talked to Ruse Agra over at State Farm?
Oh yeah, Ruse is awesome. Helped me get a ton of coverage for way less than I expected, and he serves all of North Florida. Super friendly too, actually takes time to explain everything.
Really? I thought State Farm would be pricey.
No, surprisingly great rates. You get that neighborly service you don't find everywhere. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
I might give Ruse at State Farm a call.
You should. Call 352-240-1779 for a free quote. You'll be glad you did.
Individual premiums will vary by customer. All applicants subject to State Farm underwriting requirements.
Want to get your brand noticed? At Radwear, we help you stand out with custom corporate apparel, branded uniforms, and promotional swag that gets attention. From trade shows to team uniforms, we've got you covered. Radwear even works with major names like the University of Florida. Boost your brand visibility today. Visit radwear.com. That's radwear.com and let your brand shine.
There are plenty of realtors in town, but few work as hard, respond as quickly, or care as deeply as Doreen Wiebe of Coldwell Banker MM Parish. Community-driven and client-focused, Doreen will work with you to ensure your satisfaction. Whether you're buying or selling, she brings persistence, preparation, and heart to every deal. With Doreen, you're not just another transaction. You're a priority. Call 352-562-1411. That's 352-562-1411.
When you're ready to stop renting and start building something that's truly yours, when you're ready for that backyard barbecue, that front porch swing, or a place where the holidays finally feel like home, Radiant Credit Union is ready too. Right now, we're offering a special low mortgage rate with flexible terms, fast approvals, and guidance for every step of the way. So when you're ready to make your move, let's get started. Radiant Credit Union. Visit radiantcu.org and apply today. Federally insured by NCUA Equal Opportunity Lender.
From snorkeling and diving to harvesting stone crabs, lobsters, and scallops, Divers Down safety on the water is all about visibility and safe distances. There are many options for Divers Down devices, however the goal is always the same, to be clearly visible from all directions. And while distance regulations should be maintained at all times, boat operators should allow even more when possible. Know the regulations for Divers Down warning devices and keep everyone safe. Brought to you by the Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission. Visit myfwc.com for more information.
This is Jeff Cardo.
Some YouTube comments here, and they're brought to you by Campus USA Credit Union. RC, his SEC championship game is A&M versus Georgia, with A&M winning. Neo says any coach that comes to Florida will be mediocre. besides Saban or Urban. Well, you better hand in your tickets then, folks. That's it. Neo says anybody else, Florida's going to be mediocre. Season's over. Don't exactly agree with that. Anyway, let's get some phone calls here. Titan MRI Imaging phone line. Robert, hello.
Hey, Steve. So when Napier obviously got fired and he's not going to be coaching team against Georgia, where is all his staff that he hired, all these people? What happens to them? And then since Billy Gonzalez is, I guess, on the team, all the time. I mean, he's part of the university. If he wins out, okay, if he wins out per se, would he get a chance of becoming part of the new team?
Probably not. I don't. And again, I know Billy. Well, I have known him for a long time. Respect him. Very good coach. But I don't know that would, move the needle. With all respect to him, as to what Florida fans are looking for. And you asked about the staff. I mean, they're still there. They're still coaching. They're still doing their jobs.
But the head coach is gone.
Correct.
Okay. All right. So they're going to be all of Billy's staff is really going to be on the field for Georgia still.
Yes.
That he hired.
Yes.
Okay.
And
all right.
Steve Spurrier Jr. is going to be on the field, because Billy made some subtle changes there. But yes, I mean, though Steve was on the staff here as an analyst, so he will be now on the field.
Oh, okay. Well, thank you very much, Steve.
Okay, thank you. Dave, welcome to the show.
Happy Friday, Steve.
Same to you.
A couple of things. First, I really hope that Coach can get him ready for Georgia. I think we have a legitimate chance against that team because we're doing the hunting with some factors that Kirby can't know. And that's what Billy's going to do, Gonzalez is going to do, as opposed to Billy Napier. So it's just a little tiny thing, but it gives us some stuff. We certainly have the players if we get some guys healthy again. Do you think that's true?
We don't know. I mean,
we don't.
That's the $64,000 thing. I suspect you will see some changes offensively in terms of play calling. Maybe the down and distance play calling. Are they going to go, different sets, that sort of thing? I'm anxious to see what they do with that.
Yeah, it's going to be fun. It's going to be fun. So back over to the coaching search. It's a really an interesting thing, and I think each week that we play out here now has some significance. Not that we're going to announce anything more than likely in the next month, probably almost certainly not. But if Lane loses a game or two, his playoff chances look more remote.
Sure.
So the possibility of getting him in December become much stronger then.
Yes.
But
in theory, yes.
Right. Well, in theory, of course, yeah. But even if he does make the playoffs, I do think the possibility of sort of a pocket agreement could get put into place, and somehow it doesn't affect us as immensely as we might otherwise think with the open portal. Because the longer we go, the more thought there will be, I think, that we're going after somebody that's in the playoffs, which in many cases may give the mindset that, hey, we're going to get a top drawer here. But you don't ever know. You don't ever know. I hope that we don't do insanity. You know what the definition of insanity is, doing the same thing over and over again. And we're going to do it because the market's calling for it, apparently, with regards to the long-term buyout. And that's just a tough one, man. And no CEOs get that, but not as extensively that often as they do as in football. What do you think about that?
We're gonna find out shortly. That's for sure.
Yeah.
All right.
We really are.
Thank you, Dave. Quickly. Ole Miss, Oklahoma.
Oklahoma.
Auburn, Arkansas.
Arkansas.
Missouri, Vandy.
Vandy.
Texas, Mississippi State.
Texas.
A&M, LSU.
A&M.
Tennessee, Kentucky.
Tennessee.
All right. Dave, thank you for the call. Dick, welcome to Sports Scene.
Hey, Steve, how you doing?
Good.
I'll try to make this fast. A lot of talk's been about Lane and all of our eggs in the basket with Lane, but I'm feeling really pretty optimistic about the whole deal, actually, because if you look at some of these betting services, they've got like Lane, one from Drinkowitz. I think if we got any one of those three, I think any one of those three coaches are going to utilize our offensive weapons more than Billy did, especially in situational circumstances. And the one thing Billy did do, well, he did a lot of good things. One thing he really did good was whoever comes here, he got a lot of food in the cupboard. Whoever comes here. I mean, our wide receivers are really good. And if we get a guy like a Fromm or a Drinkowitz, I think we'll keep those guys. Our 26 class was good. And the Gator brand, we've out recruited Kiffin the whole time he's been there, and they've been better than us. The Gator brand is going to always recruit well. So I think if we get any of those play callers offensively, I think we're going to be in better shape, regardless of who they are.
If you assume that people stay, sure.
Yeah, but I think when they see their offense, when the offensive guys see the kind of offense these guys are going to be a part of, I think they're going to like more playing in these offenses these guys are going to bring, even more so than what Billy showed them. So I think we're in good shape if we get, in my opinion, if we get any one of those three, I think we're in good shape.
I got you. Yep, Dick, thank you. How about this? Randy says, enjoying listening on a train in North Germany. Wow. I think the requirements for a coach in this era are still being defined. Seems to me college football is now a pro sport, but with talent far more difficult to accurately assess due to limited playing time with very short contract durations. Not sure what qualities needed in a coach today. I don't think it's the same as 5 years ago. No. Everything has changed, Randy, in the last 5 years. Carl is next. Hi, Carl.
Hey, I got a little contrarian point on this thing about Lane Kiffin.
Sure.
I think, one, he doesn't have any championships or rings, and the athletic director said he was looking for championships of his own, But he's primarily offense, and I think he still takes defense to win championships. If you look at the Alabama teams with Saban and the Georgia teams with Kirby, they had defensive-minded coaches with good offensive coordinators. And I just think that Kiffin's a lot like Heupel at Tennessee, and Tennessee fans are getting really tired of Heupel real quick.
Well, certainly, I don't think anybody questions what Heupel and Lane Kiffin do offensively, right? But defense has been an issue for both of them. And that's why, if whoever the coach is, that you hopefully hire a defensive coordinator that's good, and then your defense becomes better.
Yeah, I think they may be a little bit like the coach we had before Billy, who didn't really care about defense. He just thought he could call the best plays in the world.
Well, we will find out.
Yeah.
All right, Carl, thank you. Appreciate it. Jake, welcome to the show.
Hey, Steve. Listen to you often. Don't call in too much. But I just wanted to speak to a couple of the questions you posed about Lane earlier.
Mm-hmm.
In particular, I think personally if we hired Lane, and he did seemingly struggle, lost a couple games here and there, I would be okay with that. I think, that would show me that Strickland, kind of listened to the fans and the boosters, and I think the offense would offset, our initial misgivings, towards Lane. I think it would be worth it to see that and put up offensive numbers. Additionally, if we did get Lane and it went to like the playoffs with Ole Miss, I think, we always say that the coaching situation would be fluid. I think if we happen to get Lane, that someone like James Franklin would also be there for them. So I don't think they would be in too bad of a rut, or something like Brian Kelly was there. I think that would also be a possibility. So, it's just a waiting game. Like you say, it's fluid. And my only last question, and I'll take it off the air, what do you think about Tony Vitello to the San Francisco? I think that's an awesome hire for them. I'm just curious, and I appreciate you, man. Have a good weekend.
Thank you. Same to you. Fascinating hire. Fascinating. Buster Posey, who's now in the Giants front office, younger dude, right? I think the big issue for him, he hasn't managed, obviously, at all at the pro level, at all, right? So will players respect him? He's going to have to hire, I think, a really good, experienced bench coach. But he has developed players, certainly. I think big league scouts understand his player development while at Tennessee. But I think, risky's the wrong word, but it's certainly out of the box. Because normally you hire somebody that has, some kind of pro baseball experience. But, I can understand Posey's thinking in hiring him. We'll take a break, a final segment coming up. Stay with us as you listen on Sports Scene, brought to you this hour by Crystal Air and Water on WRUF.
WRUF Sports Center.
I'm Abby Slate. Gator basketball returns in just a little over a week. Last night, head coach Todd Golden sat down with Gator Talk and touched on the pressure that comes with having a target on their back.
This year, it's completely different. We were the hunters last year. We are the hunted this year. There's no doubt about that. And there's a lot of pressure, that comes with that target on your back. But we talk a lot about it in our program, that having, a top 5 ranking next to your name, that pressure is a privilege, and we'd much rather be in that spot.
Florida will open their season on November 3rd against Arizona. Local high school volleyball playoffs are in full swing. Tomorrow night kicks off the regional semifinals. Gainesville High will take on the Gateway Panthers at home, and Buchholz will head to Oviedo. First serve for both matches will begin at 2 as both teams look to inch one step closer to a state title.
This holiday season, let Pomodoro Cafe bring the soul of Italy to your table. From cozy gatherings to company-wide celebrations, we cater it all. With rich, authentic Italian flavors your guests will remember long after dessert. Serving UF, Shands, HCA, and all of Alachua County, we make it easy, delicious, and unforgettable. Perfect food, seamless service, timeless flavor. Visit PomodoroCafe.com to start planning your holiday event today.
At Comfort Temp Heating and Air, we're proud to celebrate 40 years as your #1 local HVAC company. We offer energy-efficient solutions featuring quality products from Lennox. Whether it's new installation, system repairs, or routine maintenance, we promise to never sell you anything you don't need. Our professional and experienced technicians provide reliable service you can trust and will keep you informed throughout the entire process. At Comfort Temp, comfort is our business. Peace of mind is our promise.
International Diamond Center's values are so compelling, it's not unusual to see people here that are not local.
Every day, we have people that drive an hour and a half, even 2 hours.
IDC owner Keith LeClaire.
People are willing to drive because they've heard it's not a typical jewelry store.
For example, did you know IDC has one of the largest selections of luxury pre-owned Rolexes in America?
You're going to want to come to IDC. It's worth the drive.
International Diamond Center in Celebration Point and online at shopidc.com.
Naysayers, setbacks, injuries. Life throws a lot of hurdles your way. The key is just keep jumping them.
UF Health and Orthopedic and Sports Medicine Institute. Our team treats more than 100,000 patients each year. Find us online to see how we can help you.
Gear up to root on the Gators at the University of Florida bookstore at the Wrights Union. The UF bookstore will be open from 8 a.m. till 5 p.m. for all the orange and blue gear you need. There's a large selection of clearance items throughout the clothing department with many items up to 50% off original price. This is a great time to expand your Gator wardrobe and save some money too. So as you look to root on the Gators, debut some new orange and blue gear at the UF bookstore, open noon to 5 on Sunday. So to score, just remember the University of Florida bookstore inside the Wrights Union on campus, and go Gators!
Looking for a roof you can trust to weather any storm? Atlantic Roofing has been covering North Central Florida for over 20 years. We're a third-generation, locally owned roofing company. From Alachua to Marion, Bradford, Levy, Gilchrist, Columbia, and beyond, we've got your home, your business, and your back. Visit AtlanticRoofing.com or call today for your free estimate. Atlantic Roofing, where quality rises above.
This football season, Hurricane BTW was your game day getaway. Catch every play with an ice-cold Bud Light in hand. Pair it with fan favorites like our wings and apps while you catch every touchdown, tackle, and highlight. Our Bud Light specials are here all season long on Hurricane BTW, so bring the crew and make it a game day tradition. Visit hurricanewings.com to find a restaurant near you.
From the UF Weather Center, here is your WRUF weather update.
Sunshine this afternoon, really nice, low humidity, picture-perfect day. 82 the high this afternoon. Clear skies tonight, still a little on the breezy side, not nearly as chilly though. 57 the overnight low, maybe some low 50s in some of the cooler locations. Saturday, partly cloudy, breezy 82. Sunday, partly cloudy, breezy 82 with a late day shower possible. From the WUFT Weather Center, I'm Chief Meteorologist Tim Miller.
Steve, you're first. Go ahead.
Hey, Steve. I guess my question is twofold. Is there any precedent or rules against if a deal is made with, say, Lane or Drink or anybody, making an announcement before the end of the season, like as soon as the deal is cut? Is there rules against that, or
No.
is there a precedent for that?
No. None that I'm aware of. Okay, we lost you, Steve. I don't know. That wasn't me. I want people to know that wasn't me. But no, there's nothing that I'm aware of. AP, hello.
Hey, Steve. I'm gonna say this. The most safest hire would be James Franklin. The sexiest hire would be Lane Kiffin. But the boldest hire would be Deion Sanders. And you know why, Steve? If Deion Sanders came at the University of Florida, it will automatically make us the most watched football team in America. Revenue would come. All type of deals, NIL deals would come out everywhere. Also, I think we'll automatically, even this year, become number 5 in recruiting if you paid attention to the big recruits that he hauled in at Colorado and JSU. They were all from Florida. So it's like his backyard. He's like the king of Florida. And so I know you.
Well, he's not the king of Florida, but he's done a good job in the state. Yes.
Yes. So Deion Sanders, I think, would be the boldest, and it would, to me, it would make more sense because it'd be everything we need. Some people question his coaching. He went 9-4 last year at Colorado. Not only that, I think we would haul in people like Jeremiah Smith, and we'd keep all the best players in the state, especially in these times the NIL was hard.
All right.
I'm done, Steve.
All right, AP, thank you. All right, Andrew, do you have any idea how the SEC determines time slots for games? Yes. They look at the games. They want to put the best games in their mind on the most prime time slots. It's that simple. Brian, Kelly's never felt right at LSU among most fans. Do you think he's really on the chopping block? He will be if he continues to lose. There's no question. Stephen, do you think what's happening with the NBA gambling arrest is a huge blow to integrity for the league or just for the individuals involved? I don't think it's a blow to the integrity of the league. It doesn't help the league, Stephen. I'll say that. But I don't think the league is involved in this. Tim, if Kiffin's the coach we want, no choice but to wait till the season ends. The portal runs January 2 to 16. Unless Ole Miss is playing the national title game, players from both schools still have an opportunity to look elsewhere. And then Daryl, he's got, I'd like the Dodgers to repeat. How about you? Yes, I do. Kind of rooting for Toronto, though. James, all due respect to Kevin O'Sullivan, and I'm praying for him and his family. If for some reason he doesn't come back, is Geralman as a head coach candidate? I think he would be the head coach this year because I think it's pretty late in the process to go and get a head coach. So I think that if that were to happen, I think he would be the head coach. Dean, are we stupid enough to believe football can't be equipped with electronic technology indicates the ball crossed the plane? I'm talking about something just like the invisible fence for pets. Well, apparently it hasn't been invented yet. Or would we be using it? I would think, but I see what your point is. All right, don't forget, tonight, World Series Game 1, Dodgers Blue Jays right here tomorrow. College football doubleheader, Texas, Mississippi State, 3:45. Texas and A&M and LSU, that will be following that game.
All season long, right here on WRUF, 98.1 FM, 850 AM, and 103.7 HD2.
Naysayers. Setbacks. Injuries. Life throws a lot of hurdles your way. The key is just keep jumping them.
UF Health and Orthopedic and Sports Medicine Institute. Our team treats more than 100,000 patients each year. Find us online to see how we can help you.
Hey folks, it's Steve Russell for my friends at Southeast Car Agency in Gainesville, 310 Northeast 39th Avenue. They've been in business for over 45 years. That in itself says a whole lot. Take a look around you when you drive. Take a look at the car in front of you, alongside of you. There's a really good chance it'll have a Southeast Car Agency tag, just like my vehicle does, and many vehicles before that have as well. When you go see them in person, make sure and tell them Sports Scene sent you to the good people at Southeast Car Agency, 310 Northeast 39th Avenue, Gainesville.
Domino's carryout deal means you can carry out one-topping pizzas for $7.99 each when you order online or by phone. Just in case there's any confusion, we've even set up a helpful website to confirm if today is a day you can carry out one-topping pizzas for $7.99 each. Just go to howaboutoday.com to find out if Domino's carryout deal is valid today. Spoiler alert, it is. Carry out only. Ask for this offer. Availability and charges may vary. Size availability varies by crust type. Excludes XL and specialty. Your local store may charge extra for some toppings and sauces.
After you work out, you can feel worn out. Reach for Core Power and rise to a whole new level of recovery. Protein to build muscle. Electrolytes to help hydrate. The nutrition you need to power on. Champion your recovery with Core Power.
Are you ready to raise your game when it comes to your Gators gear? Head over to Alma Mater in Gainesville and you'll find just what you need to rep your team in style. From one-of-a-kind Gator tees and hats to NIL gear, they've got the perfect Gator swag for every fan in all kinds of weather. Whether it's game day or any day, you'll be winning with officially licensed apparel found nowhere else. Locally owned, locally produced. Alma Mater, in-store at the corner of 34th and University or online at almamaterdesign.com.
Spurrier's Gridiron Grill is a special type of place for Gator fans and fans of great food, which is why we made every day special. Join us on Martini Tuesdays for half off our handcrafted martinis and wine Wednesdays, where you can enjoy a bottle of wine for 50% off. On Old Fashioned Thursdays, indulge in our selection of 8 classic old-fashioned cocktails. And of course, don't forget Sunday brunch. And now you can look special in some of our great merchandise. Available at the restaurant or online at Spurriers.com. Spurrier's Gridiron Grill, the hottest restaurant in Florida in the heart of Gator Nation.
Look at your hood, your bumper, that door ding you swore you'd fix last year. Mako sees it too, and we make it easy to take care of, from scratches to full makeovers. We've been trusted for over 50 years to get cars looking like new again. And we're not just for drivers like you and me. Mako is the largest fleet cosmetic repair provider in the country. So whether it's one car or 50, go with the brand you can trust. Better get Mako. Visit Mako.com or stop by Mako in Gainesville today on Main Street. Thankfully, we haven't had any strong rains or winds this storm season. But it's not over yet. Daughtry Tree Service reminds you that an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. Meaning, fix it now before it's a problem. If you have broken, dead, or compromising limbs, shallow roots, or deceased trunks, call Daughtry Tree for a free risk assessment. Now that just makes sense. Local, trusted, and fully insured. Be safe and make your appointment today. Visit DaughtryTree.com. Daughtry Tree, your tree service people.
From the Spurrier's Gridiron Grill Studio, WRUF Gainesville, W251CG Gainesville, WRUF FM HD2, and on the WRUF radio app. You've heard his voice for more than 2 decades.
Out of the shotgun, pistol formation, pulls it back. Here comes the ball, near side, wide open. It is caught. Is he in bounds? Yes, he was. Second TD pass of the game.
Now, winter has come to Gainesville and joined Gator Nation.
Telvin Smith of the Jaguars joins us here on Football Sunday on ESPN Radio.
It's the Sports Lab with Kevin Winter, presented by Rally.
By Rally House, Kevin Winter with you. I heard Steve Russell when he started his show 2 hours ago. Steve Russell opened up by saying, man, it just feels like it's a long week. Some of you have no idea. How you doing, everyone? Welcome in on a Friday afternoon. Kevin Winter with you. It has been it's a pleasure. As always, it's even more of a pleasure here on a bye week, especially when things have kind of started going south, not only for the Florida Gator football program, but we get a week to hit the reset button. We get a week to sit back and watch what transpires this weekend in college football. You heard the big voice guy right off the top say it. Sports Lab is presented by Rally House. I want to remind all of you out there, wherever you are, wake up. Because today we begin our Rally House gift card giveaway Friday. Not now. At some point this hour, I am going to ask all of you to remember the Rally House play of the week. I played it for you on Monday. At some point, I'm going to ask you to call our phone lines, and I'm going to pick the first caller to correctly identify the Rally House play of the week. Not now. But when you do, you're going to win a $50 gift card to Rally House. Rally House located at West University Avenue. Your one-stop shop for all your Gator Game Day apparel. They are brand new in town, and we are happy that they have partnered with us here on the Sports Lab. WRUF, big weekend of sports here on WRUF. Game 1 of the World Series is tonight. This hour, I'm going to be speaking with Buster Olney, ESPN Baseball Senior Baseball Insider. Buster's going to be part of the World Series coverage. John Shambi, Eduardo Perez, Jessica Mendoza, and Buster. They'll have the call beginning at 7 o'clock tonight. It is something that I had done 10 times in my career at ESPN Radio. Is broadcast the World Series. Not doing it this year. I'm with all of you. I'm going to be sitting back on my couch, and I'm going to be enjoying this one, but I got a chance to speak with Buster. Sitting inside in studio today at some point, it's going to be WRUF.com's Tori Kitchens. We're going to discuss how the coaching change has reflected and impacted Florida Gator recruiting. where these recruits are falling, how the impact is going to be on the new, on whoever the new coach may be. I gave this to you earlier this week. When was the last time I was with you? On Wednesday? By the way, anything happened since Wednesday? The last time I was with all of you on a Sports Lab? Oh, yeah. An NBA coach is in jail, or he's released now, and an NBA player who's made over $160 million in his career is selling his playing time so people can win bets. Good Lord. This is the one time. I shouldn't say one time. There are times I sit back and watch what transpires on the four major sports, the professional sports, four major professional sports, because the four majors are NFL, college football, and then wherever you go, NBA, Major League Baseball, hockey, however you want to describe it, or college basketball. But the four major pro sports, this is one of the times I'm glad I'm not working at ESPN, because I'm not sure I'd be able to keep my sanity when it comes to all the gambling stuff that has transpired. Instead, we get college coaching search sanity, or insanity down here. It's the silly season. So I missed that yesterday. But it was good to have the day off, because we're back in the game, and I'm going to start talking about Lane Kiffin. And in a moment, Ryan McGee, if you saw the E60 documentary on ESPN, it's available on ESPN Plus, The Many Lives of Lane Kiffin. Ryan McGee was the reporter in that story. And I had a lengthy conversation with him yesterday. And he and I are you're going to hear my conversation with Ryan that I recorded yesterday for this very specific reason, because we talk a lot about Lane. Where is Lane's mind? That story that you watched on ESPN Plus in ESPN television before the football season, that story was taped in the spring, and it aired in the fall. And now we are, 4 months out of that? And so we kind of get an update from Ryan, because as I found out in my conversation, and you're going to hear it with Ryan McGee, I found out in my conversation, Ryan has known Lane for a long time. And he lays out some pretty compelling thoughts as to where Lane Kiffin is right now. Sports Lab presented by Rally House, WRUF, 98.1 FM, 850 AM. Follow us on our YouTube channel at WRUF, home of the Gators. By the way, to the RCLMX 159. Good afternoon, buddy. How are you? Gino had said, I think he posted this to Steve, or he just put it in the community chat. And also, if you listen and subscribe and click the subscribe button on WRUF YouTube channel, you guys can join the community chat, and I'm glad you're all there. Gino says, okay, if you're Lane Kiffin, take your UF fan hat off for a second. You're Lane Kiffin. You got three options: LSU, Ole Miss, Florida. Where do you go? My opinion, he goes to LSU. My opinion, he's absolutely going to LSU. I think LSU is the one that you need to be concerned about when it comes to Lane Kiffin if they do fire Brian Kelly. I think LSU is the vaults to the number one coaching spot in all of America, even ahead of the day. LSU vaults to the number one spot in all of America, even ahead of the Gators. But that's the only one, unless for some reason Ohio State fires Ryan Day. But at that point, I think it's Marcus Freeman anyway. So that's kind of like the only thing to be watching for. Obviously, I know all of us Gator fans, all you Gator fans out there this weekend, you're going to be interested in what happens in Oklahoma and Ole Miss. That's a noontime kick tomorrow afternoon on ABC television. You're damn straight I'm going to be watching it as well. We're all kind of rooting again. Are we wanting them to fail? How do we want this thing to go? I can say this. You wanted to make the playoff, because they're probably going to make the playoff, but you wanted to make the playoff and get bounced early. That's for damn sure, because that allows you to bring them in earlier. We'll see what happens. But coming up next here on the Sports Lab, presented by Rally House, we're going to have my conversation with Ryan McGee. Also, for anyone in Gainesville, I want to remind all of you, Gator Nation, the Dr. Pepper College Football Playoff National Championship Trophy is coming to Gainesville. No, hang on. I'm not joking, or I'm not messing around with you. Next Tuesday, the Dr. Pepper College Football National Championship Playoff Trophy, it will be right down the street at Publix at 3315 West University Avenue. I am going to be there. We're going to be there from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. If you're in the area, come on by, get your picture taken, stand next to the trophy. But yes, the Dr. Pepper College Football Playoff National Championship Trophy is coming to Gainesville. Okay, now Gator fans, feel free to make your joke. That is the closest we're going to see to the championship this year. I get it, okay? It was funny the first time I read it, too. We'll be there on Tuesday. Up next to the Sports Lab presented by Rally House, Ryan McGee, the reporter in the E60 documentary about the many lives of Lane Kiffin. Ryan McGee joins me next. We're off and running on a Friday. A good Friday to all of you here on WRUF.
WRUF Sports Center.
I'm Josh Stevens. This new-look Florida basketball team will lean heavily on returning big man Alex Condon, who talked about extending his shooting range on Gator Talk.
Just be confident shooting the three. You know, I think a lot of guys are going to leave me a step or two behind the three-point line, and I've been shooting them all preseason. It's what I've been doing. It's something that you guys are going to see this year for sure.
Condon's Gators will begin their championship defense on November 3rd against number 13 Arizona. Former Gator Will Richard has shined so far for the Warriors, carving out a role as a defensive ace in his first 2 games, while also scoring 11 points so far. Richard's play has earned confidence from head coach Steve Kerr, who said that Richard already looks like an NBA veteran. Florida Volleyball will be looking to win their 5th match in 6 contests Sunday, and they travel to Fayetteville to take on Arkansas. After a slow start to the season out of conference, the Gators look to stride at the right time.
When the Billy Napier news broke, you heard it here first on WRUF.
Billy Napier is out as the head coach of the Florida Gators.
The timing is right. We've seen this before with other coaches here. Bye week, a chance to get the staff, get their workloads, what they're going to do, let the kids adjust. Not surprising.
This has been building for not just several days, but you could make the case that dating back to last year, Billy Napier was, in a sense, on borrowed time.
Right here on WRUF, 98.1 FM, 850 AM.
Craving real Cuban flavor? Come to Miapa Latin Cafe, where every bite tastes like home. From juicy roast chicken with yellow rice and black beans, to crispy empanadas, sweet plantains, hearty breakfasts, and our bold, iconic cafecito. Your taste buds will thank you. With 6 locations plus our mobile food truck, there's always a Miapa close by, ready to serve up warm hospitality for breakfast, lunch, or dinner. Planning an event? Let Miapa cater with real Latin flavor that everyone will love. Just head to miapalatincafe.com to get started. So what are you waiting for? Come taste real Cuban, real warmth, real flavor. Visit Miapa Latin Cafe or order online at miapalatincafe.com today.
Buen provecho.
Miapa Latin Cafe. Best Cuban food north of Miami.
Maaco has paint services on sale now, starting at $4.99. And your car's been trying to tell you something. Look at your hood, your bumper, that door ding you've been ignoring since spring. You don't need a new car, just a fresh start. Maaco makes it easy with fast service, honest pricing, and work backed by a national warranty. So stop pretending not to see it. Invest in you. Visit Maaco in Gainesville today. Hit the reset button with limited time paint sales starting at just $4.99. Hurry to Maaco now.
With Halloween quickly approaching, one thing that shouldn't scare you is AV system integration for your home or office. The pros at Electronics World will treat you to the best. Sony, LG, Samsung, Yamaha, Martin Logan, Marantz, Bowers & Wilkins, Sonos, Monitor Audio, and more. Their team will design the system, install it within your budget, and set it up so it's easy to operate. See? Nothing to be scared about. Electronics World in Gainesville or online at electronicsworld.net. That's electronicsworld.net.
This is Sean Kelly, voice of the Gators, and your
Over the beginning of the college football season, I hope all of you saw the documentary on ESPN, the E60, The Many Lives of Lane Kiffin. Look, we heard the rumors about potentially Billy being on the hot seat then. Could Lane be coming to Gainesville? Well, now there's a job opening, and now the Lane train rumors are just kicking into high gear, so I figured why not reach out to the reporter on that story, my good friend Ryan McGee. McGee, I figured it's a good time to get a hold of you now to have people in Gainesville learn a little bit more about Lane Kiffin. You sat down with him. It's a 1-hour documentary. It's up and available on ESPN Plus right now. You can get it on demand anytime. In that doc, what did you learn that you didn't know about Lane before?
Well, it's good to talk to you, man. And it's I've been around him. Lane and I have been around each other since we were kids. So, when I grew up in Raleigh, and Monty Kiffin, his father, who we talk about extensively in the documentary, of course, legendary creator of the Tampa 2, and Monty Kiffin was the head coach at North Carolina State. Mm-hmm. And my dad was a brand new ACC referee. And so we would go to practices and scrimmages, and Dad would work state practice crew. We lived right near campus. And so my brother and I would play pickup football with Lane and all the other kids. And he was calling, this little 6-year-old mouthy kid is calling DPIs and defensive holding. We're playing Nerf football. And fast forward 20 years, my brother calls. He goes, I think that little mouthy kid from NC State just got the Raiders job. And so I say all that to say I've been around Lane in some way, shape, or form our entire lives. And I was stunned at how much I learned about him that day. It was over a couple of days in Oxford, sitting down and talking to him, because I kind of thought I knew the story. But the big thing was, and I realize I'm saying this to you where you're sitting, he really loves it in Oxford. And I don't think he would have predicted that. Like, I think he viewed the Ole Miss job the way all of us did, which was this was a bridge job to get from his success at FAU to a next level, Power 4 program. But he has turned Ole Miss into a next level Power 4 program. And, oh, by the way, is really happy, and his family's there. And so it's an interesting time because he's at the top of everyone's list because of what he's done at Ole Miss. But because of what he's done at Ole Miss, I don't know that he wants to leave.
In your eyes, Ryan, and I'm with you on the family side, because that at the back end of your story, The Many Lives of Lane Kiffin in the documentary, it seemed like family has kind of come full circle for him, because when you're bouncing around from job to job, I mean, at the time, his wife and his kids never went to Tuscaloosa. They stayed in Manhattan Beach, right? And you see them all back together in Oxford. How much has that kind of allowed him to have some base and maybe some joy in his life that perhaps was taken and being substituted with substances back in the day?
Yeah, and I think that, we all get so job obsessed. I mean, you and I became friends at ESPN as coworkers, and you and I'll be the first ones to tell people, you get in that river, man, and it's roaring. You work on the career 24 hours a day. And as a result, the family kind of paid the price for that. And you're right, Layla Kiffin and the kids stayed out there. And now, his oldest daughter, she's a junior at Ole Miss. And his son, the youngest of the 3 kids, just started his freshman year of high school in Oxford, moved to Oxford to play football and to be near his dad. And Layla, his ex-wife, she has a place in Oxford. So, and his brother's on staff. The only one that's missing, his middle child, is playing volleyball at USC. And so he's happy. And it's interesting talking to other coaches about him and his happiness, and the fact that the pace of Oxford is what allowed him to reconnect with his family. And by the way, Winter, who goes to Oxford and quits drinking? The answer is no one.
It's right? A great point.
I had one birthday on the Grove a couple of years ago, and it nearly put me in the hospital. And so I can't imagine, somebody doing that. But that's who he is now. And the pace of Oxford bothered him, worried him that it was going to be too slow. But then he realized that pace is what allowed him to focus on, what's important, and what's important to him is family, and they're all in Oxford. But family is also his connection to Florida.
Yes.
And so that's why this gets, as with all things Lane Kiffin, it gets very complicated.
ESPN's Ryan McGee, ESPN College Football, and ESPN Senior Writer joining us here. Sports Lab presented by Rally House. Kevin Winter with you. When it comes to Lane, he went job to job in part because of A, wanted, B, money, 3, ego. I think I'm pretty safe to say those 3. Where has the last of those 3, the ego, where has that rested?
Well, he says it in the documentary. It might be my favorite line from him in the whole doc, which is he said, my goal is to be, I want a statue.
Yes.
Right? I want to have a statue of me in front of the building and youngest coach to do this and first coach to do that. And he said now he realizes that the goal is what does his family think of him and what do his kids think of him? And now he's thinking about legacy. And to him, as he's 50 years old, just turned 50 as we were doing this documentary back in the spring, he's realized legacy isn't about plaques and trophies and all those things. That's great. But legacy is about what are you leaving behind for your family and what are people going to say about you when you're gone? And so I think that's kind of where he is. And the death of his father, Monty Kiffin 2 years ago kind of brought some of that clarity. And his mother passed away almost exactly a year later. So it's a mature human being that you sit down and talk to now. Now, he's still really good at Twitter, right? I mean, he's still really good at taking shots at Kirby Smart and,
hot yoga the other day.
Yeah, the whole thing. And he responds to these trolls on Twitter that have like 9 followers, and Lane will pick the right one and respond to it because he knows people are going to react. He's still good at that. He's still mischievous, but he is a much more mature person now than he was, and that's not something I think that we all thought we'd say about Lane Kiffin.
Back to the legacy, McGee. How much potentially could the idea, because if you come to Gainesville and you are entering and you succeed, you win a championship, you're on the pantheon with Urban and with the HBC, with Spurrier.
Yep.
How much do you think that would weigh? Look, money's going to talk. We know that. But for legacy, you win here in Gainesville with this patch. It's bigger than winning in Oxford. How much could that then weigh into a decision?
Yeah, and on top of that, and I know a lot of folks that are listening right now know this, but some might not. Layla Kiffin is a Gator. And her father, John Reeves, who Lane's former father-in-law, who was very close to, was the legendary quarterbacks coach, Shane Matthews and all those guys. They benefited from him. So he has ties. But the question is, what do you weigh? Like, you're exactly right. If you win a national championship with Florida, that is a next-level situation. But if you're the coach that finally wins a championship of any kind for Ole Miss, because Ole Miss is one of those programs where it stuns you when you go there because they've got the history and they've got the Grove and they've got the great crowd and the whole thing, and then you look up on the wall and they have no championships, like nothing since the '60s, since Johnny Vaught was the coach there. The latest one they have is a co-SEC West title that they won when David Cutcliffe was there. That's it. And so if you're the coach that can get them over the top, get that program that's so proud finally to that next level, but it sure feels like you're starting a lot closer to the finish line if you got the Florida job than at the Ole Miss job. So it's a lot to weigh. But what these coaches keep saying to me is something that factors now, because you're going to make a lot of money no matter where you are. If you're in the SEC, it's the difference between making $50 million and $39 million. The money's, there's still a lot of money to be made no matter where you are. But don't mess with happy. Like, are you willing to mess with happy? That's what a lot of these coaches keep saying to me. And I don't think that's a question that Lane Kiffin would have even asked himself 5 years ago. And now he would. So it's a lot to weigh, man. It really is.
ESPN's Ryan McGee, ESPN senior writer, joining us here at the Sports Lab, presented by Rally House. Kevin Winter with you on WRUF 98.1 FM, 850 AM. How do you view the Florida job now?
Well, what I always say about the Florida job is that it's a top 10 job. You could argue a top 5 job. But it also is like that scene in that Indiana Jones movie where the guy drinks from the wrong cup and he ages 500 years in 30 seconds. like you see these pictures of these guys who are the president of the United States.
Yes, and Barack Obama. I remember this.
Right, the picture of them at the beginning of their term and the picture of them at the end of their time in the White House. And the Florida job, it is that. It almost killed Urban Meyer, right? I mean, it's just and Will Muschamp and Ron Zook and these guys who are actually pretty good guys, and every picture you see of them with that job, they look like their underwear is 6 sizes too small. Like it's a difficult job, but it is elite. And so those are the things that you have to weigh. But I view that job as easily one of the best jobs in college football. And I think, with the greatest respect to Penn State, as we talk right now, the Florida job is far and away the best job on the board.
Well, I was going to say, in that regard, Ryan, because of what you just mentioned a minute ago when it comes to where you could be, the Gators have gone through multiple coaches since Urban. And you know this, with the SEC growing as much as it does, or as it is, and money now flowing in from everywhere to every school. Vanderbilt's got money. Vanderbilt's good. They're really good. How important is it for the Gators to get this job, this hiring right?
No, it's really important. And we're at this crossroads right now. And it's why we're seeing so many coaches lose their jobs in the middle of October. And the reason is because there is a panic that if you don't make the right move now, while everything is just crazy and there aren't really any rules when it comes to any of this, if you don't make the right move now, you're going to lose contact with the lead pack and you might not ever get it back. Like that's like the reason Texas Tech spent the money they spent is because they looked around and went, if we don't do something now, the bus is going to leave without us. And the same at Vanderbilt. And the same, you see programs now rolling their quarters and spending their money because there's panic. You look at Virginia Tech and Oklahoma State and some of these programs that had so much success, and I don't know if they'll ever catch back up. And so if you don't make the right hire now, whether it's true or not, the perception is if you don't do it now before the regulations come and before some semblance of rules start to roll in over the next couple of years, then you might get left behind. And so there's never going to be lack of resources in Florida.
No.
There's never going to be lack of facilities, lack of money, it's one of the great fan bases in all of sports, the Swamp. All those things are there. But the actual business model of it, if you don't have the right guy in that position right now, the perception is there's a real danger you're going to let behind.
All right, and so being left behind, ESPN's Ryan McGee joining us here, the Sports Lab presented by Rally House. Kevin Winter with you on WRUF. If you can't get Lane, because it would seem that if Lane comes here, boom, you're set, and arguably you're a top 4 program in all of college football. That's just what it would appear. If you can't get Lane, what kind of coach, where, Ryan, do you think the Gators could look?
I would hire James Franklin yesterday. This perception of James Franklin that he can't win the big game, I don't think anyone watched the college football playoff a year ago. He won 2 premier bowl games to get within 3 points of making the national championship game. And the reality is he's 2 knuckles away from maybe beating Oregon a month ago and still having that job. And, oh, by the way, what Clark Lee is doing at Vanderbilt is amazing. James Franklin did it 15 years ago.
Yes, he did.
So he's someone who knows the SEC, and he's someone who can recruit, and he's someone that he certainly understands the business model. And that Penn State job is very close to the Florida job when it comes to that stress level and that expectation level. It's funny right now because the Lane Kiffin obsession is real, and you're hearing his name all over the place, and I get it. But, there's also, to me, there's an elite coach that's still sitting out there who, by the way, has a lot of money in the bank. You might not have to pay him as much.
Yeah, he's pretty good.
Yeah.
He's pretty comfortable. Let's take a 35,000-foot view here of college football. As we sit here probably past the approaching Halloween next week, who's the best team or teams in college football? You're the king of the bottom 10. Give me your top. Give me your top 5.
Yeah, well, it's really impressive what Ohio State's doing because I thought they would take a huge step backwards. That team we saw win the national championship a year ago. I was at that game and the talent level, but most of those names that from that team are gone.
Right,
and they have shown no signs of slowing down. The SEC is baffling to me. Because every time I say, all right, that's the best team in the conference, something happens to say, no, wait, maybe that's the best team in the conference. But, all Georgia keeps doing is winning close games, and all Alabama keeps doing is winning close games, and it sure feels like those two, have to be near the top of your list. And Ole Miss is close, but maybe just outside that group. I'm not buying it on Texas Tech yet, but, man, it sure is a great story. And but it's Ohio State right now, and there's no way I would have told you we would be saying this right now. But that's the team to go for, and I think the Indiana story is a great story. But Ohio State, we know they can do it. To quote the great Ric Flair, to be the man, you got to beat the man. And right now, Ohio State is the man.
They are, and they're not getting beaten. I would love to see Oregon, Ohio State, however, in the Big Ten championship game. That would be good. I'll let you go on this. Stranger to think, Vanderbilt could play for an SEC championship, or the ACC title game could be Georgia Tech, Virginia.
So my dad, as you know, was an ACC official in the 90s and in the 2000s. Georgia Tech, Virginia is very 1991. So but Vanderbilt playing for an SEC championship is very 1923.
That's all right. There you go.
So the Vandy thing is just, and it's a great story. And what I love it when these guys go back to their school and they have success. And Clark Lee, the only job he has ever wanted is the Vanderbilt job. And so if he can go there and it's kind of like Harbaugh finally winning that national championship at Michigan, asterisk, whatever. Mm-hmm. He went back to his alma mater and saved the day. And Clark Lee is doing it. And Diego Pavia
is awesome.
I've been baffled that he's not higher on everyone's Heisman list. He seems to be now, but 2 weeks ago I was just screaming are y'all not watching him?
2 weeks ago I could have gotten him at 18-1.
Yeah.
Woo!
Yeah, I know, but he is fun to watch, and he worships Johnny Manziel, but he also knows you only do that up to a point, which is a smart kid.
we call that learning from the past. I'm just glad Florida did not make your bottom 10 at any point this season. Were we close?
Yeah, I mean very close, and they definitely were in it last year. But so we have the coveted fifth spot, which is not the fifth worst team in the country. But it is a good team that had a bad, run. Penn State was in there 2 or 3 weeks in a row, which had never happened before. But Miami's in it right now, and those poor Miami fans, they end up in the coveted fifth spot every year, at least once a year, and they still understand, And so, how can we be there? We're 7-1. Well, you know what? That was terrible. So yeah, but the bottom 10 is way more wide open than the top 10 right now, and that's good for business.
It certainly is. Ryan McGee joining us here in the Sports Lab, presented by Rally House. McGee, great stuff. Great catching up, man. I don't know when you're going to be heading to Gainesville. The way things are shaping up, probably not this year. Maybe for basketball or baseball, brother. Appreciate it, man. I'll talk to you soon.
You too. It's like Saturday morning again for you and me right here. This is great.
This is it. This is what we do. It's old times. I dip into the Reservoir Rolodex. I absolutely do. I'll talk to you, buddy.
It,
you got it. We go.
Right,
the one and only Ryan McGee. My conversation with the senior writer for ESPN, the magazine. Coming up next, to look at the Florida Gator recruiting update, how the change of coaching has affected recruits that were headed to Gainesville. All that's coming up next. It's Sports Lab, presented by Rally House on a Friday. Kevin Winter with you, WRUF.
Your home for Sunday Night Football all season long. WRUF 98.1 FM, 850 AM, and 103.7 HD2.
You're behind the wheel, there on foot. One moment of distraction, one missed stop, and everything can change. In Florida, over 12,000 pedestrian-related crashes occurred last year, a nearly 20% increase from the year before. Drivers always slow down near crosswalks and never pass another car that stopped for someone crossing. Failing to yield can cost you a heavy fine, points on your license, or someone's life. This message is brought to you by the Florida Department of Highway Safety and Motor Vehicles.
Join WRUF, your home of Gator Sports, Tuesday, October 28th from 11 to 1 p.m. at the Gainesville Publix, 3315 West University Avenue. Get a close-up look at the College Football Playoff National Championship Trophy presented by Dr. Pepper. Get your free photo with the trophy in store for this limited appearance.
Daughtry Tree Service reminds you that an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure, meaning fix it now before it's a problem. Call Daughtry Tree for a free property risk assessment. Now that just makes sense. Be safe. Visit DaughtryTree.com.
You've entered the Sports Lab with Kevin Winter right here on
392-8255. First caller to 392-8255 to properly identify this week's Rally House Play of the Week. I gave it to you back on Monday. First caller to identify it wins a $50 gift card to Rally House. John, what is the play of the week?
Fourth quarter interception in the Mississippi State game.
Attaboy. That did not take long. God bless you. John, I'm going to put you on hold. My producer, Michael Tubbs and Menyel, they're going to get a hold of you, and they're going to grab all your information. Congratulations, John. Well done.
Thanks a lot, man.
You got it. Very appreciated. Hang on. Let me put you on hold. That's the hold button. Not the drop button. We wanted to make sure we got the right one. First time, Tori Kitchens from WRUF.com is here. That actually worked out pretty well. Menyel, can you do me a favor? Can you bring up mic number two and slide that one up, and let's make sure that Tori Kitchens is good. Hi, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Good chatting with you, because now it is time for the Florida Gator recruiting update, brought to you by the Florida Department of Corrections. With the change in coaching, you've been kind of following this story for WRUF.com. With the change in coaching, how has that really impacted, or if at all, any of the recruits that have been committed for the class of 2026?
Honestly, I've been pleasantly surprised. It has been pretty positive, actually. While recruits are obviously sad to lose Billy Napier, lose the person that they were excited to come play for, most of them are sticking with Florida. They're excited to come still and commit to a program.
Has any one recruit really taken hold of the, let's say, hey guys, I want to do this, and let's all continue to come here? Has there anyone been one of those that have kind of stood out?
Quarterback Will Griffin. He is really excited to still come. He was the first to commit to Florida back in June of 2024, and he was the only one that was committed in the 2026 class for an entire year. And he is still excited to come to Florida. He is 100% locked in. He is trying to rally the troops, rally the guys to stick with Florida. And yeah, we'll see how that plays out.
You mentioned you're pleasantly surprised. Again, our Florida Gator recruiting update brought to you by the Florida Department of Corrections. Tori Kitchens from WRUF.com. Sitting here in our studio, the Sports Lab presented by Rally House on WRUF. You mentioned pleasantly surprised. What really has struck about that? Why do you think the reason is right now? Because they can change their mind.
Yeah, for sure.
What do you think the reason is that they've kind of stayed locked into this Gator commits?
I think that they're still waiting to see a coaching hire for sure. We've been talking about it all week, that this is the most important hire in who knows how long for Florida's program. And I think that that's really what most of them are waiting for before they make an announcement that they're switching. But they're all still open to other programs. Obviously, you can't not just close yourself off until you really step foot on campus.
Is there anyone that's kind of really said, hey, I'm here, but is there are there a couple out there that you know of?
Yeah, there's quite a few. I think that one that is probably going to flip after this weekend is Tyler Chukayem.
Chukayem.
Yes.
Chukayem. So, by the way, the other one thing to do in broadcasting, say it fast.
Okay.
So we're gonna go Tyler Chukayem. Where's he headed this weekend?
He is heading to North Carolina tomorrow for an official visit. He posted online after Napier was fired that he's thankful to him for all he did for him, and then within a few hours there was an announcement he was heading to North Carolina this weekend.
All right, so then we got maybe one there. If you get Lane Kiffin, how do you think that not only if Lane comes here, Tori Kitchens, WRUF.com, if Lane comes here, you've obviously got, I think, a ton of money coming into NIL. So now you're going to go out and, I'm not going to say buy a roster, but you're going to add depth to a roster via the portal.
For sure.
How do you think that impacts recruits who may be coming in? Because let's also remember, and you know this team is still very young right now that they have.
Yeah, for
How
sure.
does that impact it?
I think that these commits probably are waiting for someone like Kiffin to be announced at this point, and Kiffin's most definitely going to bring his recruiting class for the next year as well. So that creates a ton of competition plus transfers. I don't see a ton of people leaving Florida if Kiffin comes. So I think that it's going to be a competition for spots, for playing time, for really anything in this program.
As you've covered the team over the years, and you're a beat writer for the WRUF.com with this Florida Gator football team, your list, or at least the important players no matter who the coach is, to keep the important players that this Gator program has to hang on to are? Do we have a top? I've got my tops. How would you view that bucket of players of where you really want to make sure stay in the program?
I've got a top 2 that you have to lock in. Dallas Wilson is number 1, and number 2 is Jaden Baugh.
I think any Gator fan would agree with you.
100%. I think that the promotion of Billy Gonzalez was the best decision to try to keep them. An offensive guy, of course, but especially like the wide receivers coach, you want to try to keep Dallas Wilson as best as possible. There's also some recruits that were recruited by Gonzalez as incoming wide receivers, so some of them also are excited about this. Former Gators are excited about this, and they also the recruits want him to stay within the program to come here.
I've got Miles Graham on that list in VB3, but I really almost have them off to the side because they're legacy players. You kind of agree with that?
I 100% agree.
What about DJ Lagway? Let's look at quarterback DJ Lagway from the landscape. Whether his future is here in Gainesville or somewhere else, how vital are these final 5 games for DJ?
I think that these are the most important games of his career for sure. And I think that O'Hara being in his corner to call plays is also vital for him. It's going to make a really good connection there. Their chemistry is really important to maintain, to try to keep him in this program as well. But who knows really what's going to happen. He says that he's focused on keeping the guys together for the rest of the season. So.
The big story, according to Tori Kitchens from WRUF.com. Follow her work there. The Florida Gators recruiting update brought to you by the Florida Department of Corrections. Not many recruits, as of this moment, have decided to jump ship with the head coach leaving. It really is remarkable.
Yeah, pretty exciting.
Apply to be on our team, and you may be eligible to receive up to $6,000 in bonuses. All of that courtesy of the Florida Department of Corrections. Tori, great stuff. Thanks for coming on today.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Enjoy your weekend.
Thank you.
Bye weekend.
Bye week.
Bye week. Absolutely time to celebrate. Coming up next, here on the Sports Lab presented by Rally House, we will check in on Game 1 of the World Series. I have dipped deep into my ESPN reservoir, friends. Ryan McGee up first. Up next, Buster Olney. Congratulations, Tori. You're in between the ESPN people.
Thank you.
Buster Olney, previous Game 1 of the World Series. And also, Tony Vitello going from college to Major League Baseball. We'll get Buster's thoughts all coming up next. Here on a Friday with you, the Sports Lab, presented by Rally House on WRUF.
WRUF Sports Center.
I'm Gabriela Valdez. The Gator softball team plays the Jacksonville Dolphins tonight. Florida won their last game against UCF 4-3 through 5 innings. Today's game is at the Katie Cecil Presley Stadium and will start at 6 p.m. Their next game is this Sunday at home versus Florida State University. The Florida basketball season is just around the corner. The Gators' first game is against Arizona in Las Vegas on November 3rd. Alex Condon spoke on Gator Talk about his role this season.
We can just build on what we did last year. We were kind of the backup band to the big 3 last year, but we talk to each other all the time about it, that we're the main guys this year, and we got to fill those shoes for those guys.
Florida is ranked 3rd in the preseason coaches poll. Tonight, the Gainesville High School football team hosts Vanguard High School for a conference game. Kickoff is at 7:30 p.m.
The champ is here! Champ is here.
Condon dives the neck, grabs it, that's it! That's it! Chop this one up for the Gators! Chop a national championship for Florida! The orange and blue dream is real for the first time in 18 years. Florida will cut down the nets. Winners of the national championship.
Gator basketball returns November 3rd to WRUF.
Hey, Joe, what are you and Mary doing for the Gators game? Want to come by my place and watch it?
No offense, Mick, but your place is more humid than Ben Hill Griffin Stadium, and that place is nicknamed the Swamp. Why don't you guys come over to our place instead? We'll have some snacks, hamburgers, hot dogs, cold drinks, and cold air.
That sounds good, Joe. I don't know who to call about the AC. There are so many companies out there. How do you know who to call?
That's easy, Mick. Call the company we always call. Charlesburg Enterprises.
When your home comfort is on the line, trust the name Gainesville has counted on since 1967. Charlesburg Enterprises. Charlesburg Enterprises is still family-owned and still guided by the values Charlesburg believed in. Integrity, reliability, and exceptional customer care. And they use the best equipment on the market. Train. It's hard to stop a train. So if you don't want your home feeling like the swamp, and you don't want to get swamped with high electric bills, call Charlesburg Enterprises today and experience comfort you can count on. Visit charlesburgenterprises.com or call now to schedule your next service.
Charlesburg.
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 Gator Country, we're all excited about our teams on the field, but you also need to be excited to experience the new sports merchandise retailer, Rally House. Located just blocks away from the swamp, near the intersection of Buckman Drive and West University Ave, Rally House has all you need to get geared up for game day. Get a fresh fit from our new friends at Rally House. Your city, your house, Rally House.
From the UF Weather Center, here is your WRUF weather update.
Sunshine this afternoon, really nice, low humidity, picture perfect day. 82 the high this afternoon. Clear skies tonight, still a little on the breezy side, not nearly as chilly though. 57 the overnight low, maybe some low 50s in some of the cooler locations. Saturday, partly cloudy, breezy 82. Sunday, partly cloudy, breezy 82 with a late day shower possible. From the WUFT Weather Center, I'm Chief Meteorologist Tim Miller.
You've entered the Sports Lab with Kevin Winter, right here on WRUF.
One-0 pitch. Swing and a fly ball. Left field and deep. Rosarena turns. Gone! A Springer! Dinger! 4-3 Blue Jays in the bottom of the seventh.
Ben Shulman with the call the other night on game number, what was that? Was that game 7? Winner take all game? Game 7, Mariners, Blue Jays. Ben Shulman on the Blue Jay Radio Network. We go back to the guest line and welcome in ESPN's Buster Olney, who joins us because tonight the Blue Jays host game 1 of the World Series against the Dodgers. You'll hear Buster right here on WRUF beginning at 7 o'clock this evening. Buster, I'll get to the World Series in a moment, but I want to start with something that's pretty close to us here in Gainesville. Tony Vitello, the former coach at Tennessee baseball, he gets the job with the San Francisco Giants without ever having any major league coaching experience. How surprised were you at this one?
Well, my reaction was, come on, really? Really? He's doing that? And then I, talked to different people around the sport because, as you know, there is a separation of church and state when it comes to college baseball and pro baseball, a general feeling that a college coach isn't going to play in a major league clubhouse. And then, and certainly there's some people in baseball who feel that way, that think this isn't going to go well. And then you talk to people who know Tony, and I don't really know him. You talk to people who know him, and they talk about how smart he is, how much energy he has. He's great friends, longtime friends with Max Scherzer. He's challenging himself here, and there's something really cool about that because he could have stayed at Tennessee and have the field named for him in retirement and been there for another 25 years. The guy is challenging himself for not much more money than what he's making at Tennessee. I think it's really cool.
I love the idea of challenging yourself, but let's look at it from a standpoint. If you're someone coaching or managing in the Giants organization down in the minors, how have you heard anything from them about their reaction? Because if I'm them, I'm going, wait a minute, I don't get a look and we go to college? How does that playing inside the organization?
Well, I don't know. I haven't spoken specifically to the minor league managers in that organization. I would say this, Buster Posey, as you know, he spent all those years as a leader in the Giants clubhouse. He was someone who fostered that culture there. Mm-hmm. He was a great college player at Florida State. He's going to know all of the potholes. He's going to be aware of them anyway. And yet he made this choice in spite of that. I do think there's a lot of faith in Buster Posey generally as someone who's very even-keeled and makes smart decisions. And this is a roll of the dice. There's no question about it.
I agree with you completely. ESPN senior baseball insider Buster Olney joining us here on the Sports Lab presented by Rally House. All right, now to the real reason we caught up today. We got Game 1 of the World Series tonight. It is on WRUF. I almost said it's on ESPN Radio because I've been saying that with you for so many years, but it is obviously on ESPN Radio. You're part of the coverage. Buster, spending some time in Toronto as you have over the years and now being back there for Game 1 of the World Series, how much do these players embrace the idea of playing for country?
Oh, it's a huge deal. And, I think the moment that sort of embodied that was, you remember, there was a great interview that Hazel May of TSN did with Vladdy after Game 6. And, asked Vladdy, are you ready for Game 7? And they did such a phenomenal job. And Vladdy began to answer, and then he stopped, in part because I think he understood in hearing the crowd what the response was. And here's someone who was born in Canada, and Vladdy, and the crowd's response is getting louder and louder and louder, and Vladdy's smile's getting bigger and bigger. And then he says in so many words, "I was born for this," or "I was born ready." Yeah. I had Dan Shulman, who's a Blue Jays broadcaster, on my podcast the other day, and he mentioned that, this is a country of 40 million people. Basically, 20% of the population was locking in on that Game 7. That Canada is going to be turning out for the Blue Jays this week, and the Blue Jays will be hoping to turn out for Canada.
All right, so let's take a look at this series as a whole before we even get to the other factor, and that's Shohei Ohtani. How do the Blue Jays match up with the Dodgers?
Well, here's an interesting thing. So Jesse Rogers, my colleague, and I, we called around to a bunch of different managers and coaches and scouts and executives. And in the end, I think we wound up having contact with 22 to make anonymous predictions. 21 picked the Dodgers.
Oh, wow.
Okay? So this is not just, Vegas. It's not just idiot sports writers like myself saying the Dodgers are favored. People in baseball look at it, and they really think that the Dodgers are overwhelming favorites. Here's how I think the Blue Jays could potentially win. And this was mentioned by a number of the people I spoke to, even as they picked against the Blue Jays. Look, Toronto has a great lineup that puts the ball in play. No team has a higher batting average. No team has a lower strikeout rate. They will push starting pitchers to have to work harder. And if you're facing the Dodgers, your goal is to get into the bullpen. That is a soft underbelly of the L.A. roster. Mm-hmm. And so we're going to be watching pitch counts in every game of the World Series to see how the Toronto hitters are wearing down the Dodger starters. That could be the portal through which the Blue Jays make this a series.
When we look at the Dodgers, the last time we saw them play a baseball game, Shohei Ohtani had arguably the greatest game in baseball history. I remember the day Ohtani reached 50-50. I was on the air doing SportsCenter updates back at ESPN Radio that day. 3 home runs, 10 RBI. And I said, we are witnessing the greatest game ever and the individual performance ever. I was wrong because Ohtani then trumped that a week ago tonight, actually. What else? I almost want to say, what do we expect out of Shohei? And maybe that's the proper question, Buster, but what does Shohei expect out of himself? Because given a year ago at this time against the Yankees, he was injured. So he doesn't have anything to prove, but does he have something else to kind of show on this stage?
Sure. He's adding to his resume as the greatest player that we've ever seen, much in the same way, if you would ask me the question about Tiger Woods, he wins another Masters. Okay, check that box. If you're Michael Jordan, you win another championship. If you're Tom Brady, you're winning another Super Bowl. That's the level that we're talking about here. And look, I was fascinated by that last round. They're playing the Brewers. He looked terrible at the plate. He strikes out with the bases loaded in Game 2, and as he walks back to the dugout, what I saw on his face for the first time ever was rage, anger, because he's not used to failing like that. And so what does he do? The next day, he goes out on the field at Dodger Stadium, takes batting practice outdoors, which he doesn't typically do. As you know, it was like not only did he have all the talent, but the hyper-focus. And how many times do we see that from Michael Jordan and Tiger Woods and Tom Brady? It was really cool.
When you're looking at this series and you're looking at for the Dodgers, as this whole thing shakes out for L.A.? Where is their advantage?
Well, first and foremost, I mean, the starting pitching is ridiculous. You know, I did a show earlier today, and someone said, "Are the Dodgers showing everybody you need to collect starting pitching?" And I said, "Well, let's not treat this as anything but an outlier." The Dodgers rotation, they paid about $1.5 billion.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, you signed Blake Snell because of the 2 Cy Young Awards, and Yamamoto's considered to be the most, the one of the best starting pitchers, and you paid him a record $325 million. And there's that gritty, gutty number 4 starter, Shohei Ohtani, and Tyler Glasnow. I mean, it really is a crazy collection of talent. And it's not only about the Dodgers having the resources to put this together, but also their management of it during the year. Let's face it, the Dodgers basically give vacations to some of these guys during the year. Hey, you know what? You're a little bit sore. Why don't you shut it down? We want to make sure that you are ready for October. That's why they slow walk the Ohtani ramp-up during the year. They wanted him ready for this time of year, and my God, they have been.
Is that good for baseball, though, the slow walks?
Well, it's interesting. If you ask, I think if the question of whether or not, what would be better for baseball, if the Blue Jays win or the Dodgers win, no doubt about it, if the Blue Jays win.
Okay.
Because this is David versus Goliath. And, this idea that the Dodgers can basically purchase championships, I think it's a lot more complicated than that. But you don't want that thought to begin to take root among fans. Give the Dodgers credit for how they played, how they managed their payroll, the players they've chosen. But in the end, it's going to be good for baseball if somebody other than the Dodgers wins the World Series.
I have not looked at the rosters. It's not my where I am anymore. I'm in SEC baseball and football. It should be SEC football, basketball, and baseball country, so I don't have to look at the rosters anymore. But my initial reaction when the Blue Jays won Game 7, I said, please give me one inning of Kershaw versus Scherzer. Is that a possibility at all, Buster? Or are they at least each on the rosters?
It is a possibility.
Okay.
They are both on the roster. Dave Roberts has said he's going to look for an opportunity to get Kershaw in the game at the end of this amazing career. And we know this. It probably is not going to be the end of Max Scherzer's career. Do we fully expect him to be with the San Francisco Giants and his good friend Tony Vitello?
Right.
Or what?
Exactly. ESPN's Buster Olney, senior baseball insider, joining us here on WRUF. Game 1 of the World Series. We'll have it tonight, courtesy of ESPN Radio, beginning at 7 o'clock. Buster, great stuff, buddy. It's always great catching up. Have a fun time. Say hi to everyone. Tell them I miss them.
Likewise, and say nice things about Vanderbilt for me, okay, Kevin?
Oh,
Thank you.
Come on. Bye, Buster. All right, the one and only Buster Olney. Yes, he's a Vanderbilt grad. He's one of those smart guys, but we forgive him for that. Game 1 of the World Series tonight. It is in Toronto. I just saw this note. I'm going to pull it up on my phone. Dodgers minus 225 to win the World Series. Out of the previous 7, Dodgers are the 8th team minus 200 or greater to enter the World Series as a minus 200 betting favorite or greater. The previous 7, 0-7. They've lost every time. Blue Jays on the return for the series, plus 185. Dodgers and Blue Jays tonight at 7. Tomorrow on WRUF, we got a college football doubleheader. Texas and Mississippi State at 3:45, followed by Texas A&M and LSU. That's tomorrow night. Sunday, NFL doubleheader. Bucs and Saints at 3, followed by the Packers and the Steelers. And don't forget, join me on Tuesday down at the Publix, 3315 West University Avenue. You can come hang out with the College Football National Championship Trophy presented by Dr. Pepper. If you got some kids around, take them down there. Publix on West University Avenue, 3315, Kev. 3315 West University Avenue. Myself, Dr. Pepper, and the trophy are going to be at Publix on Tuesday. That'll do it for me. Have a great weekend. Rodriguez and Williams continue along here on the Sports Lab, presented by Rally House. Hey, congratulations, John. Have a great weekend, everyone, here on WRUF.
WRUF, where Gator Nation comes alive. 98.1 FM, 850 AM, and 103.7 HD2. Powered by ESPN. WRUF, your home for Gator sports.
Hey, it's Sean Kelly, voice of the Gators for my friends at International Diamond Center. You know, in every industry, you have premium brands. Brands that are synonymous with the highest standards, the highest craftsmanship. It's no different with engagement rings. There are about 10 world-class bridal designers that every jewelry store wishes they had in their showcases. These famous designers drive a ton of traffic because they are the best in class. American handmade rings every woman wants. But they are picky when it comes to choosing stores that can offer their lines. Very few retailers make the cut. But around here, one store makes the cut year after year. International Diamond Center. IDC is proud to be the area's exclusive dealer for the finest bridal designers in the world. So you don't ever have to settle for lookalikes or knockoffs or corporate jewelry store mass-produced rings. With IDC, you can get her the world-class ring she deserves. International Diamond Center, where you never have to compromise. Learn more and get directions anytime at shopidc.com.
Ever feel invisible crossing the street? You might be. Florida saw over 12,000 pedestrian-related crashes last year, nearly 20% more than the year before. Stay seen and stay safe. Wear bright or reflective gear, especially at night. Walk facing traffic if there's no sidewalk, and always cross at intersections. Put the phone away, ditch the earbuds, and make eye contact with drivers. Your safety starts with being alert and visible. This message is brought to you by the Florida Department of Highway Safety and Motor Vehicles.
Get ready for game day, Gator Nation. Join your fellow UF Alumni Association members and friends to cheer on the orange and blue before each Gator home game at the Gator Nation tailgates. Located at Emerson Alumni Hall, directly across the street from the swamp, you'll have a prime view of Gator Walk, live music, games, and all kinds of family-friendly fun, featuring barbecue and drinks for purchase from Mojo's Hogtown Barbecue and exclusive Gator gear from the UF Bookstore. Learn more and become a member today at ufalumni.ufl.edu. Go Gators!
This football season, Hurricane BTW was your game day getaway. Catch every play with an ice-cold Bud Light in hand. Pair it with fan favorites like our wings and apps while you catch every touchdown, tackle, and highlight. Our Bud Light specials are here all season long on Hurricane BTW, so bring the crew and make it a game day tradition. Visit hurricanewings.com to find a restaurant near you.
From the Spurrier's Gridiron Grill Studio, WRUF Gainesville, W251CG Gainesville, WRUF FM HD2, and on the WRUF radio app.
Clearwater, my boy Lance Williams, and I'm Luis Rodriguez back in the Sports Lab. Lance, we were here 2 weeks ago. How you doing today? We back.
Yeah, we were here 2 weeks ago, and that was before a pivotal match in our friendship, the Niners versus Buccaneers. And
yeah,
you've got a garment that you'll be wearing later.
So yeah, fortunately for all my people in the Sports Lab, I gotta wear Bucs gear on the second segment. I'm gonna put it on. Just because starting the show, I have a little surprise. I want to pay homage to my good friend, my brother, Manny Loper. Miami Hurricanes resident. He's always coming here, yakking and talking about how the Miami Hurricanes are this great team and this and that. But I know last week something bad. Like he be doing something bad happened with the Hurricanes because guess what happened? The Hurricanes dropped their first loss of the season. They got their first L of the season. And to pay homage, just because Manio likes to go back and rewind, go back passing time. You know how he did it. He threw my boy Rob Russo one half of the Yankees because he was wearing the black button up. Then he come with a black button up. So Manio, just for you behind the console, I got something for you. So we're paying homage right here to the Louisville Cardinals right here. This is only for you. If you can see me, go Cardinals. My boy Maniel. And guess what? We also brought the black glasses for you. So, because guess what? You know who was pushing? The Cardinals back in Miami last week. So I told you that karma always come back to hunt you. So we here representing the Cardinals.
Yeah.
What do you think about it, Lance?
Great showmanship, Luis. Yeah, I mean, look, Miami. I mean, the Hurricanes fans they love to rub it in the faces of both Florida State and Florida alike. But let's not forget Coach Mario Cristobal. He has his share of bad losses. I mean, you look back last year,
Definitely.
Syracuse, Georgia Tech's a quality ACC team, but you're losing those games. And look, I mean, this is the best Miami's been for a long, long time, and they're still losing these games. So, look, the grass ain't greener over here sometimes, but sometimes you got to look at your own lawn and see you've got your own weeds to deal with.
Definitely. You know, you take care of your land and you take care of business. That's something that Miami couldn't do last week, unfortunately. So, I told you that was coming back, Manio. I told you that sometimes talking too much doesn't help. And guess what? Karma just came back to hunt you. So,
it's, Gator bye week
Yeah.
for Florida football, though, Luis.
Billy Napier is not the head coach no more. Lance, what are your thoughts about it now that we have a new captain, another Billy? So we went from Billy to Billy.
Yeah, I mean, it is funny. I mean, it's not funny. I mean, there's people's jobs at stake, but watching that press conference, and there were like, you probably count a dozen times where they have to clarify it's Coach Billy G, and so that is kind of an awkward thing there. They're staying with the Billy, but you know, I think it was going to happen regardless if it was in the bye week or towards the end of the season with Napier, and disappointing that it didn't work out the way you would have wanted to, because Billy Napier, Sunday through Friday, he was the perfect coach. Like any other day until Saturday when you wanted to win football games, he was doing everything right. Thought he was recruiting well, thought he was developing well. The program, there was no issues with it. But then the win column, that wasn't producing what you wanted to. But Billy Gonzalez, I'm kind of excited to see what a guy who really hasn't, catapulted up the coaching ladder in his career, has kind of been the wide receivers coach now at a few stops. But I still think that a guy with that experience, with that tenure, with that program, can maybe do some interesting things.
Definitely. He's been pretty familiar with what Florida has been doing the last couple of years. He's been here in 3 occasions. He also told everybody the new duties of the coaching staff. So he's going to be the interim head coach, and Coach Callaway is going to be the offensive coordinator. But what is pretty interesting to me is that Coach O'Hara, the QB coach, the quarterback's coach, is the one that's going to be calling plays. What do you think about that, Lance? I feel that it's a good thing for DJ having a familiar voice calling the plays.
I thought that was a strange part of the press conference and the announcements that were made in regards to the coaching turnover in the football building was, Russ Callaway, the offensive coordinator, is not calling the plays. And you can rationalize it when you have an offensive-minded head coach in Billy Napier. Say what you want about his play calling, but he had the history in calling plays, whether you like them or not. And then for them to fire Napier, and then it's not the offensive coordinator making the decisions, it's the quarterback's coach. I thought that was kind of strange. I mean, the rationale that Coach Billy G said was Ryan O'Hara has that relationship with Lagway, trying to cater the offense to Lagway's needs, which I was thinking, okay, were they not doing that already? I mean, shouldn't that be the goal as the coaching staff? But in all seriousness, I'm thinking, okay, like, did Callaway not have a relationship with Lagway? I mean, I'm sure he does, but I don't know. I mean, regardless, I think just any change in the offensive play calling should be positive, regardless of if it's Callaway or if it's O'Hara.
Definitely. You know what's funny? For me, I thought the offense looked pretty good against Mississippi State. They were running the football, throwing the football. I know we got DJ down. He threw like a couple intersections. He probably wasn't watching good down the field. There were a couple of mistakes that he made. But now that we're having a collecting effort, let's say, around the offensive coaches, I think it's going to be pretty exciting. I'm pretty excited to see how the Gators are going to bounce back from this bye week, moving to next week game against Georgia in Jacksonville, just because they might have the X factor. Georgia might not know, exactly what to expect from the Florida Gators just because of this change. And it comes in a good time during the bye week where you can prepare. You have 2 weeks ahead. I know that being in a bye week, sometimes you can just relax and you don't take practice like too serious, but it kind of helps prepare because you have film on what you're going to expect. And now that in Georgia, I feel defense is not that really good as past years, and now the offense is like kind of clicking. I think it's a 50-50 ball going to next Saturday game in Jacksonville, Lance.
No, that you made a good point there. With you don't really know what to expect with a team coming out of a bye week because let's look back 2 years ago. What was one of the worst losses of Napier's tenure? The Arkansas loss in 2023, and so that wasn't a head coaching change, but they had just fired their offensive coordinator going into the bye. So you really did not know what to expect from the Arkansas offense coming out of that bye week. And what happened? Their quarterback ran for 200 yards, passed for 200, and the Gators lost in overtime. So with a bye week, that presents a lot of challenges for the opposing team because you don't know what to expect. But also with Florida, you have to be persistent, and you can't just roll over and think, oh, the guy who brought me here, he's gone. I'm not really passionate about this program. And I don't think that's going to happen, but you have to make sure that the effort is still there. And I want to say one thing, Luis.
Yeah.
Everyone's talking about who are the Gators going to bring in as head coach. Naturally, they're throwing in all these big names. They're throwing in Lane Kiffin, Marcus Freeman, now Drinkwitz in the mix. But I don't think you can necessarily overlook Billy Gonzalez's chances of being the next Florida head coach because I think he can go on a serious run with this Florida team and at least put his name in the hat because this team still has the talent. You look at the next 5 games, Kentucky and Florida State, I think those are gimme games. Tennessee at home, Florida plays them well historically, especially in the Swamp. And then you look at the other 2 games. Georgia, as we mentioned, coming off a bye, that's iffy. It's a neutral site. It's a rivalry game. Those games can go any which way. And then that Ole Miss game in Oxford, Billy Gonzalez going to Lane Kiffin Stadium. Everyone's saying how they want Lane Kiffin in the Swamp. What if Billy G goes to Lane Kiffin's home and just runs the table in the Grove? What happens then? Lane Kiffin gets the crap kicked out of him. What happens then? I think Billy G, what if they go 4 of their next 5, even 3 of their next 5? They win a bowl game. I think that makes things a lot more interesting.
Sports Lab presented by Rally House Gainesville, your city, your house, Rally House. Lance Williams, Luis Rodriguez. Lance, that's a great point because I was having the same point of view when it comes down to what if Billy G, that's a really cool nickname, Billy G, comes out and just, I'm not going to say that he's going to run the table with the remaining on the schedule, but what if he gets these big wins against Georgia, against Ole Miss, against Tennessee, ranked teams that are actually playing good and they trying to fight for a spot in the college football playoffs? That brings his name to the conversation, and you really got to consider what is going on with this team, because if the team rallies behind him and they want him as the head coach, doing the move to like Lane Kiffin or another candidate, like you say, Drinkwitz. I don't know if Marcus Freeman is going to come here because he's in Notre Dame, and I feel that Notre Dame is the biggest market in college football. You got to consider him, man, because I don't feel that Florida has never had like went for like big names when it comes out to head coaching. They always stayed Spurrier, wasn't Duke when he came here. Urban Meyer, he wasn't a big name. They make their names here. So having that coach that just developed the chemistry and developed the talent here is something that Florida can use to their advantage when it comes down to Billy G. He knows the Florida culture. He's been here. He has won championship. He has won championships here, and everywhere he goes, he just does great jobs, great things. So I'm down for the Billy G train, man. I'm not gonna lie. I'm pretty excited to see how they're gonna look next week and the remaining of the schedule. Just because right now we don't know what to expect coming from him.
Yeah, I mean it's interesting. You talk about the previous coaches that Florida's hired, and it definitely seems like there's more of an emphasis this time around on a proven guy. You look at the G5 guys, whether it's Galesh at USF or Sumrall with Tulane, And those guys are up-and-comers in the coaching industry. But for Florida, I think it's going to be really difficult for them to kind of rationalize and justify, whether it be to the fan bases, the heads above with the money, about bringing in an unproven guy when you kind of did that with Billy Napier. I get it. He was excellent in the Sun Belt, but then he really didn't have the Power 4 experience, and it didn't really translate to Florida. So I think that is another big factor in this, because it seems like this coaching cycle, Florida does want to make a splash, but that could be difficult as well with all the other openings, whether it be Penn State, Auburn might open up soon. And then with the coaching carousel, if one guy leaves, another spot opens. It's one of the most tumultuous coaching cycles, just with everything open.
In this NIL era, it's just going to be difficult to keep everything, players, personnel, coaches, and now with these big openings in big schools, because I'm not going to lie, Penn State is a big school in my opinion. Auburn's a big school in my opinion when it comes down to sports. Even Florida State, they're talking about Mike Norvell might be out. So
that's a big buyout.
It is a big buyout, but still, if you see those kind of names, you might be intrigued to go in different spots. So, but I think this is a great spot to be. Florida, you can recruit in-state, you have the roster right now, and that's another thing that people are talking about. What Florida's going to do to keep the talent here. And I think that's a great strategy, what they did with Coach Billy G, having the wide receiver coach upgrade, just because you see the talent. Like I've been saying it all the year. Florida has probably the best wide receiver room in the country when they 100%. That's my opinion. That's how I feel. Bernard Brown III, Dallas Wilson, Ada Mizell, Sturdivant. I think that they have the best wide receiver room in the country if they 100%. So that's a great, great move. We're going to see how it goes, man. But what you are most excited about? If they're going to throw the football more or they're going to run more the football? What you think? What you think they're going to do? What you think their strategy they planning?
Honestly, I watched DJ Lagway this year compared to last year, and he's throwing the ball more times, but he's not throwing the ball downfield. I want to see him huck the rock down to those excellent wideouts that you just mentioned.
Perfect. That's awesome. So we're going to go to a break, and when we come back, we're going to talk about a little bit of NBA and the Gators. Walter Clayton, Will Richard. A lot of Gators doing good in the NBA, Lance. So we're gonna see it after the break. You're listening to the Sports Lab in WRUF.
WRUF Sports Center.
I'm Gabriela Valdez. Gators basketball prepares for their season opener on November 3rd. They will be in Sin City for a matchup with Arizona. Head coach Todd Golden spoke on Gator Talk about the expectations he has for the rookies this year.
We want our returners, specifically our front court players, Ruben, Micah, Tommy, Kondo, to be the leaders of this team, and with Boogie and Xavier coming in, and Alex Lloyd, CJ Ingram, the Brown brothers, Mikic, Alex Kovachev, bring those guys who didn't do it last year along with them. And, I think those guys have done a great job understanding that they're joining a national championship level program, and the returners have done a good job leading them.
Florida basketball is ranked 3rd on the preseason coaches poll. The World Series starts today. The Los Angeles Dodgers play against the Toronto Blue Jays at 8 p.m. You can catch live coverage of the game on WRUF starting at 7 p.m.
Dave Mays Automotive, we get the bugs out of your car.
It's October, and with Halloween coming, you're going to hear lots of spooky sounds this month. Hopefully those scary sounds aren't coming from under the hood of your vehicle. Hey, it's Steve Russell. If you want to limit your screams of terror to when your trick-or-treaters show up, then do what I and so many others do and take your vehicle to Dave Mays Automotive. Dave Mays Automotive will take care of your whole car. Oil changes, AC, brakes, tires, transmission, and more. And of course, their famous bug check, where they go over your entire vehicle to ensure there's no hidden surprises. Celebrating 50 years in business, so you know they do the job right. Visit Dave Mays Automotive today at 2905 Northeast 19th Drive in the Industrial Complex behind the Sunnies on Waldo Road. And go online at DaveMaysAutomotive.com.
Dave Mays Automotive, we get the bugs, all of them bugs, out of your car.
Spurrier's Gridiron Grill is a special type of place for Gator fans and fans of great food, which is why we made every day special. Join us on Martini Tuesdays for half off our handcrafted martinis and wine Wednesdays, where you can enjoy a bottle of wine for 50% off. On Old Fashioned Thursdays, indulge in our selection of 8 classic old-fashioned cocktails. And of course, don't forget Sunday brunch. And now you can look special in some of our great merchandise. Available at the restaurant or online at spurriers.com. Spurrier's Gridiron Grill, the hottest restaurant in Florida in the heart of Gator Nation.
Hey, what's up, Flies? This is David Spade.
Dana Carvey.
Look, I know we never actually left, but I'll just say it. We are back with another season of Fly on the Wall.
Every episode, including ones with guests, will now be on video. Every Thursday, you'll hear us and see us chatting with big-name celebrities.
And every Monday, you're stuck with just me and Dana. We react to news, what's trending, viral clips.
Follow and listen to Fly on the Wall everywhere you get your podcasts.
The biggest names in Gator Nation.
Friday, it's week 1 of the NBA season.
Ooh.
Basketball at the professional level started again on Tuesday. And it's
something about, winning players at whatever level.
And it's a fun season if you're a Florida basketball fan, as that beloved championship winning team, the 3 headliners, they're off making their marks in the league. Will Richard, the 56th overall pick in the draft, a guy who, I'll say it, I didn't expect him to get drafted, but he has made an immediate impact. Warriors 2-0. They beat the Nuggets last night. How about that game, Luis? Curry, 42 points. Aaron Gordon, 50 points. First of all, how happy are you that the NBA is back in action?
I'm so happy, bro. This is my favorite sport, basketball. So when it comes down to that, I'm tuning in every single game that I can, bro. Yeah, the Warriors are looking good. I'm not too happy just because I'm a Heat fan. I'm still kind of salty with Jimmy. But looking at the Warriors, how they play defense, they play small ball a lot now that I see it. Jimmy Butler, Draymond Green playing the 5 with Steph right there, and Will Richard, man. And Al Horford, veteran, back-to-back champion with the Gators, another Gator playing on the Warriors. But Will Richard, man, his performance in these last 2 games, the win against the Lakers and the win against Denver last night, is just been, in my opinion, really good. He got to the right spot, man. He got to the right team where he can just play, be free, play defense, just experiment, like find his rhythm, find his role in the NBA. So Will Richard just went good. Like, I feel that people will expect him to go more crazy, like Walter Clayton, that we're gonna talk about him too. But just his role, just being able to have a role and maintain that role and just know what to do exactly when he's on the court. He's playing great defense, man. There's a couple plays. If you go on social media, you can see like the plays that he has had. He also can score points. He has a very good court vision. There's an alley-oop that he put to Gary Payton Jr. Right there. So, yeah, man. Also, another thing that I'm pretty excited about is the praise that Steph Curry gave last night after that overtime win against the Denver Nuggets. The Warriors beat the Denver Nuggets. So Steph Curry in post-game press conference, he talked about how Will Richard is good as a player. He's thought about Will Richard.
There's something about, winning players at whatever level. He's a champion for a reason down there in Florida. We saw with LJ in the preseason, guys who played some significant high-stakes basketball in college. Like, that still matters. I know the league has gotten younger in the draft, but when you find a guy like that just understands basketball, he sees the game really well. He's fearless. The lights aren't too bright for him, so he knows he's got a lot of growth ahead of him. But for him to make his presence felt like that jump ball, 50-50 ball, come down, hit a 3, start talking. Rebounds he got, like, all that stuff matters because it lifts the whole group. So it's pretty special to watch him, in preseason in these last 2 games.
That's Steph Curry, perhaps one of the best 10, 11, 12 players of all time, praising Will Richard. Last night, 6 points, 5 boards, 3 assists, and a steal. True Swiss Army knife. And Luis, you made a great point talking about how this is a perfect fit for a guy like Will because at this point in his NBA career, he is a supplemental piece. You don't want to throw this guy at a team like Charlotte, just a poor basketball team, and expect him to do too much. Him coming to a team with championship pedigree is huge. A team that's looking to make a playoff push. He's a great story, Luis. 3-star recruit. Went to Belmont. Do you know where Belmont is, Luis?
No idea, man.
Nashville. He's a solid transfer after a good freshman year. Joined Todd Golden that first year. It was a rough Gators team in the 2022-3 season, but he stuck with it. Won a championship in his senior year. 56th pick. Not many players get a guaranteed contract at that pick, but he did. That's what he showed Golden State. What's even crazier about this fit, Luis, and as a Gator fan, he's teammates with Al Horford. You know, last year the motto with the Gators basketball team was Gator boys stay hot, Gator boys stay hot. They're doing the homage, paying homage to the championship teams from 06 and 07. These guys both played for Florida, 15 years apart. Now they're playing together professionally, both players playing meaningful minutes at that. I mean, look, that's a testament to Al's longevity, but it's just remarkable to watch those two guys playing together as a Gator fan.
Al Horford, the Unk, still in the league, man. He's crazy, but it's really good that he's in the league. And signing with Golden State, he's so grateful with Richard because, you know, fellow Gator can just tell him the secrets and how to be an NBA player. Like you said, 59 pick, not guaranteed contract, like when you are picked like that and being able to grab minutes, but also like what he did on the Summer League helped him a lot to like earn that spot in Golden State. A Golden State that's trying to go fresh after winning all these championships with a lot of veterans. And having Will Richard, like I say, it's like the prototype of player that Golden State always get. I remember Sean Livingston, Andre Iguodala, even Leandro Barbosa. They all used to be like big guards and big forwards that can play defense, run the court, shoot the three. And I know that Will Richard is a really good shooter, man, because I remember last year that game against Georgia where they lost, he was going off. And then also in the NCAA tournament, he was having like some decent performances. So I'm pretty hyped of what Will Richard can do, but also I'm pretty hyped of what Mr. Walter Clayton Jr. Did on Wednesday, man. Utah Jazz went to play against the LA Clippers against Gator against Gator. Bradley Beal against Walter Clayton Jr. And Walter Clayton Jr. just played a great game, a great debut for him. 10 points, I think it's 5 rebounds and 10 assists. 5 rebounds, 6 assists. Thank you.
Still good. And a pair of steals.
So first bucket is pretty good, and then the 3 coming off the screen. Walter Clayton Jr. is pretty much probably like what's the NBA is nowadays. A guard that can move, that can have court vision and range. So, yeah, man, it's just great to have Gators going on the league and just being able to perform as soon as they get there.
We're talking Gator basketball players now in the NBA. The NBA season started on Tuesday, year 80 of the league. As you're listening to the Sports Lab presented by Rally House Gainesville, your city, your house, Rally House. Lance Williams here alongside Luis. Elijah Martin, the third piece of that Gators backcourt that won the national title. He's on a 2-way contract with the Toronto Raptors. Did not play in the Raptors season opener, a win over the Atlanta Hawks. 20-point win. He didn't crack the rotation. I mean, look, it's a tough Raptors lineup to break into because the Raptors, they have been, let's face it, mediocre for the last how many years?
After winning the
championship, they've just been mid. But they have a ton of guys who are, well, mid-NBA players. They don't have many bad players, so it's a hard lineup to crack into, hard rotation.
Definitely. You got players like Brandon Ingram. You got R.J. Barrett. They got a lot of big guards. Jakob Poyle, Scotty Barnes, Emmanuel Quickley. You know, they got big guards. And but he has an advantage. I think Elijah Martin, his energy and his defense always is the thing that have him being one of the protagonists in during the NCAA tournament for the Gators, and also just having that experience of being able to play 2 Final Fours. Remember with FAU, and then coming back to Florida, having that experience of just being able to play, gather the troops, and just go out there and play freely, like his defense was awesome, like I just said, and also he can score. He can pick his spots and score. So I think he's gonna earn his spot. He's gonna go to the Toronto 905. That's a affiliate G League team, and then go up. And I'm pretty hopeful that he gets minutes when they call him up to play with this team that's pretty attractive. They also got like big guards that can play off the ball, on the ball, they can score. And I think Elijah Martin might bring a lot of versatility when it comes down to like the defensive side of the ball.
Elijah Martin, a great on-ball defender, spark plug as well. So if things get sluggish for the Raptors, perhaps he will make his way on to the court. Walter Clayton with the Jazz, Will Richard playing alongside Steph Curry, and Al Horford with the Warriors. Coming up next, we'll talk more college basketball, a deep dive into the 2025 to 26 Gators team. Can they go back-to-back like the teams of old? But that's coming up next as you're listening to the Sports Lab on WRUF, presented by Rally House.
If it happens in Gator Nation, you hear it on WRUF 98.1 FM, 850 AM, and 103.7 HD2. Gator champions play here. WRUF, powered by ESPN.
I guess, going into International Diamond Center and them getting to know me personally and finding out that I am a nurse, a first responder, they offered a gracious discount, so definitely helped with my purchase.
Meet Crystal Caban, Air Force veteran and now critical care nurse. She's happily wearing several pieces of jewelry from IDC.
Knowing that I'm not coming in to spend a lot of money, just knowing that they're supportive with the first responders and getting a discount really helped entice me in making my purchase.
At IDC, we roll out the red carpet for heroes in uniform like Crystal every day, with personalized service and a 15% discount over and above IDC's everyday unbeatable price.
I felt so warmed and welcomed, and that's just what kept us coming back again and again.
Are you a first-time responder or veteran? Join Crystal and countless others who've made International Diamond Center their home for jewelry.
Hi, I'm Crystal Caban. I would highly recommend International Diamond Center to any first responder.
International Diamond Center.
They will absolutely take care of you. I promise you that.
At Celebration Point.
Domino's Best Deal Ever is back. Get any hand-tossed pan, thin crust, or New York-style pizza with any toppings for just $9.99 online. Last time, people got exactly what they wanted.
Pan pizza with barbecue sauce, mushrooms, and black olives.
Philly steak, extra cheese.
Chicken, bacon, onions, jalapenos.
This got to be the best deal ever.
So what are you going to get this time? Order Domino's $9.99 Best Deal Ever before it's gone. Prices higher for some locations, online only for a limited time. Excludes XL and specialty. Parm stuffed crust is extra. Topping limit supply. Visit Domino's.com for full details.
The Extra Point with
macro sense, we want our returners, specifically our front court players, Ruben, Micah, Tommy, Kondo, to be the leaders of this team, and with Boogie and Xavier coming in, and Alex Lloyd, CJ Ingram, the Brown brothers, Mikic, Alex Kovacev, bring those guys who didn't do it last year along with them. And, I think those guys have done a great job understanding that they're joining a national championship level program, and the returners have done a good job leading them.
That's Coach Todd Golden, the leader of this Florida basketball team. Entering year 4 in Gainesville, he's just 40 years old, has already led this team to a national championship. You're listening to the Sports Lab on WRUF, presented by Rally House. Want to give us a ring? Call 352-392-8255. Florida basketball looks to defend their national title. Their season will start on November 3rd. That's a week from Monday. It's creeping up on us in Vegas, Sin City, against number 13 ranked Arizona. Luis, besides Xavier Lee and Boogie Flan, as Coach Golden was talking about the additions and returners on this Gators roster, what player do you think, who wasn't a big part of last year's team, will make the biggest impact? This can include guys who were on the roster but did not have a big impact. Think the Isaiah Browns, maybe even the Urban Klavjars, probably that range and below. Who do you think is going to make the biggest impact this season?
The biggest impact? Oof. That's a really, really, really good question, man. I still trying to think about this roster, go through the roster that is pretty a pretty good roster, man. Big guards that can play on the ball, off the ball. They can play defense. They can score. Like Savion Lee. A lot of people are excited about Savion Lee. What he can do coming in from the Ivy League. But if I gotta pick one right now, Lance, about the new guys, probably Alex Lloyd, man. Alex Lloyd is a good one.
Well, 5-star action.
Yeah, 5-star action. You know, a freshman from Miami, 37 ranked prospect by ESPN. I would say him just because he's a big guard. He can play. He averaged 9 points, almost 22 points, 4 rebounds, 2 assists in a varsity season in Westminster Academy. I pronounce it right, Westminster. So yeah, I think he's a really, really good player, underrated player in my opinion. He can be a 5-star, but you see how sometimes they got 5-star that go under the radar, or like people will be looking at the ones that be in the big schools, top 10, top 15, top 20. So I would say Alex Lloyd, and also I'm pretty excited about what Alex Condon can do coming back. I think he's going to be the glue of this team. People talk about a lot about Thomas Haug, but I think Alex Condon, his performance and everything.
Preseason All-American, yeah.
Yeah, preseason All-American. He was yesterday with Todd Golden on Gator Talk with Sean Kelly. So, I think he being the glue of this team will be fundamental for the success of this Florida Gators team. He averaged 10 points a game, 7 rebounds. He had 10 double-doubles. And also he was an all-SEC player. So him, I think that he coming back just speaks volumes of how good he wants to do and how proud he is of being a Gator. And also I feel that he wants to redeem himself of that performances that he had on the March Madness. He went 5 points against UConn. Against Maryland, he had 6, then 7 against Texas Tech. Auburn, he only had 1 point, and also against the national championship against Houston, that was probably his best game. 12 points, 7 rebounds, 4 steals. So I think he just want to redeem himself, build that stock for the NBA draft next year, and see where it goes from there. I think Alex is one of the most versatile, if not the most versatile player in this team. Yep.
Look, there's a reason why Alex Condon pulled his name out of the NBA draft at the 11th hour. It's because of his potential and because professional scouts really value his skill set. We're talking Florida Gators basketball as the season will start a week from Monday in Las Vegas against Arizona. WRUF this weekend tonight. Game 1 of the World Series, Dodgers at Blue Jays, 7 p.m. First pitch. You can listen right here. We'll talk about that later on in the hour as you are listening to the Sports Lab on WRUF, presented by Rally House. Gear up for game day at Rally House, 1680 West University Avenue, just blocks from the stadium. You can see the stadium from the front porch. Now, Gators basketball, a lot of additions after the subtractions in that backcourt. Clayton, Martin, and Richard, they went to the NBA. Speaking of the NBA, Luis, what player on this year's team do you think will go first in this year's NBA draft? Next year's?
Next year's NBA draft? I'm gonna stay with Alex Condon, bro.
Yeah.
Alex Condon. I think he's, like I just mentioned, he's the glue of this team. He's probably the best player in this team. That's what I feel. Looking at him and looking at the performance during the season and SEC tournament. He just want to redeem himself. Lance redeem himself from having not the best March Madness, but just like you mentioned, build his stock, being able to get the attention of scouts and then go into the combine and hopefully get drafted. International players are always good, man.
Yeah.
I feel he coming out of Australia having
Aussie.
Aussie. Oi. So he's a really good player, bro. So what's your pick? Who do you think is going to go first if you got to pick?
I think this is a very intriguing upcoming NBA draft if you're a Gator fan. I think this team could have 4 players selected in the NBA draft. You talk about Condon. I like Thomas Hauk as well. Last year in the postseason, 12 points, 7 boards, 4 for 6 from deep in that Elite 8 game. Really willed the Gators to that Final Four appearance. He is a little older, turns 23 in July. And Boogie Fland, former top 25 recruit, elite two-way guard, But my pick for the highest selected Gators player in next year's NBA draft, Cornelius Ingram Jr. I remember this guy 2 years ago. I was writing a story on Hawthorne High School football. I saw their quarterback was the son of a former Gators tight end who was also the coach at Hawthorne. And I was like, oh, that's pretty interesting. This guy. A few months later, I start hearing buzz about his high school basketball stuff. I'm like, the quarterback from Hawthorne? Yeah, this guy, he shot up the recruiting rankings in these last 2 years. Was finally a 5-star, top 25 recruit. CJ Ingram, not only do I think he's going to make an immediate impact on this Gators team, I think he's going to be one of the first couple guys off the bench. I think he's going to be a potential lottery guy next NBA draft. I think this guy just, the fact that he really didn't start taking basketball that seriously until the last couple years, and to see what he's already done already, I think this late riser can really make an impact for this Gators team. And unfortunately, I think his time in Gainesville is going to be rather short for the best of his long-term future. Talking about Gator basketball on the Sports Lab on WRUF, presented by Rally House. Gators basketball. Let's take a look at their non-conference schedule. Luis, we'll run through it pretty quickly here.
Yeah, 352-392-8255. That's the number you can call so you can be in the Sports Lab with us. Lance, tell us more about the conference game. I'm pretty excited about the first game against Arizona, man.
So, non-conference schedule, 12 teams. Number 13, Arizona, UNF, Florida State, Miami, Merrimack, TCU at number 6, Duke, versus number 4, UConn. In New York, George Washington, St. Francis, Colgate, Dartmouth. The main games in that mix, you look at Arizona, Duke, UConn. Maybe you'll give Florida State and Miami some credit with first-year head coaches. It's hard to tell. But what do you think their record will be in that stretch, Luis?
Ooh. In the first couple of games, I'm not going to lie, that Arizona game intrigues me a lot. Just because the first game in Vegas, playing against Bryce Maximus James, LeBron James' son, it's pretty – I think they can run the table, man, all the way to like that Duke game. Playing against the Booster brother, the twins, right there in Cameron. Yeah. I think they can run the table. They might have a challenge when it comes down to and basketball's super unpredictable. Super unpredictable when it comes down to you can just wake up one day and you are not feeling it. The shot is not going in, defense is lacking, or the turnovers. Like that happened with that Georgia game. That Georgia game really stuck to me because that was probably the most weakest performance that this team had last season. So I think they can run the table all the way to that Duke game back-to-back. Duke and then UConn, just getting that spotlight that the Florida Gators earned by winning the national championship last year, man.
Yeah, I think, look, last year they went undefeated in the non-con. Granted, it wasn't an easy non-conference slate, but it wasn't the hardest really either. But this non-conference slate is difficult. Arizona, they're really on the up and up. Mm-hmm. It's not a neutral game for the Wildcats, but it is more so in their neighborhood out west. But I still think the Gators will get it done in that game, especially the season opener. Todd Golden wants the team to come out, playing really well. But the two games against, the Blue Blood and the New Blood, at Duke and Cameron, look, that's the Blue Devils. They never schedule a hard non-conference opponent outside of their own arena. And if they will, it'll be a neutral site at best. But that's a whole nother discussion. But I think, look, that's Cameron Indoor Stadium, prime time. All the eyes of college basketball fans will be on that game. So I think they'll drop that game. UConn and Madison Square Garden as well. That's more so a home game for the Huskies. I think they'll really want revenge as well. So I think 10-2 is my prediction, but I still think they'll walk out of that non-conference schedule as still a top 10, probably still a top 5 team, even if they have those 2 losses, because those are great teams in their regard. But, Luis, real quick, what do you think is the expectation for this Florida team? It's hard to say national championship, but what would be the borderline from disappointment to, okay, that was a solid season?
I think a lot of people are just jumping on that, those 3 words that I don't like to mention, that back-to-back. Mm-hmm. So they expect that with this team, but I think the experience that Walter Clayton and Elijah Martin brought last year is totally different. You might have Condon, you might have Ruben Shingalu, you might have Thomas Houck, that they are champions, and they know what it takes to be a champion. But for me, the expectations, just making the March Madness, make it probably to an Elite 8, Sweet 16 to Elite 8, will be a great performance for the Gators, because in this NIL era, in March Madness, the amount of teams that are playing, and you will always have that Cinderella when it comes down to teams making it all the way down the bracket. So I feel that the Gators making it to a Sweet 16 or Elite 8 will be a great performance. Remember, it's more about building the culture here in Gainesville with Todd Golden and being able to, every year, being able to compete than just trying to win it all the way. Because like I say, it's so difficult to win in this league with teams like UConn, teams like Duke, Arizona. You have the Purdue's, the Houstons of the world. So yeah, man, it's just difficult to win. So in my opinion, Elite 8, Sweet 16 will be my the A+ for the Gators if they make it all the way there.
Yeah, I really like this Florida team. I really like the bench. I think it's a lot better than last season. You talk about the Brown brothers. I know Isaiah was there last year, but I think they'll both make an impact. I like the freshmen. I even like Boogie and Xavier and Lee, but it just, you don't have Walter Clayton Jr. And that guy willed this team to multiple wins in the NCAA tournament. They lose in the round of 32 without him. So without that guy, it's hard to project this team going all the way. I still think it's possible. I still think they're a loaded roster, but it's just hard when you don't have a guy like Walt who can just will you to back-to-back-to-back wins. Now, that said, still a very good basketball team. I still think Sweet 16 bare minimum for this team, but I think they can go.
So we're in the same page pretty
all
much.
The way.
Yeah, we're in the same page. That's good. And like you just mentioned, having that guy, who's going to be that guy that step up and take that last shot, clutch time, in the first 38 minutes, everything's going to be, a lot of competition, but who's going to be able to just be that diamond that doesn't crush under pressure?
You need a bucket. Who's the ball going to?
Yep,
it's
definitely
hard to see. But coming up next, we'll talk some professional sports. The World Series starts tonight, and the NFL continues on Sunday. But you're listening to the Sports Lab on WRUF, presented by Riley House.
WRUF Sports Center.
That was really a good one.
I'm Riley Candreva. Gators basketball is only 10 days away. The number 3 ranked Gators will be playing to defend their title this season, with some old faces coming back and some exciting new faces entering the fold. Alex Condon spoke of how the returning players are adjusting to playing with the new guys on Gator Talk.
We can just build on what we did last year. We were kind of the backup band to, the big 3 last year, but, we talk to each other all the time about it, that we're the main guys this year, and we've got to, fill those shoes for those guys.
The season tips off against Arizona on November 3rd. Gators volleyball heads to Fayetteville on Sunday to take on the Arkansas Razorbacks. The Gators, who won 4 of their last 5, look to capitalize on an Arkansas team on an 8-game losing streak. Gators soccer closes out the regular season on Sunday in Baton Rouge against the LSU Tigers. Both the Gators and Tigers are currently on unbeaten streaks of at least 6 games. The Gators are looking to secure a spot in the SEC tournament with a win or a draw.
Attention men, here's a great way to have more fun in bed and save money. If you want to take something like Viagra, they can give you a way to pay as little as $2 a pill. Yes, $2 a pill. Compare that to prices as high as $60 per tablet. These pills work for men to improve their performance and confidence. You'll love them. And now for the price of 2 or 3 pills, you can get 50 or more for around $100. You'll save hundreds of dollars off retail prices. That's enough to buy your date a nice dinner. Don't pay expensive prices for Viagra. Call now, order 50 or more of our blue pills, and pay as little as $2 a pill and save hundreds of dollars. Call anytime for confidential shipping.
Call 800-830-0715. That's 800-830-0715. Again, 800-830-0715.
Spurrier's Gridiron Grill is a special type of place for Gator fans and fans of great food, which is why we made every day special. Join us on Martini Tuesdays for half off our handcrafted martinis and wine Wednesdays, where you can enjoy a bottle of wine for 50% off. On Old Fashioned Thursdays, indulge in our selection of 8 classic old-fashioned cocktails. And of course, don't forget Sunday brunch. And now you can look special in some of our great merchandise, available at the restaurant or online at Spurriers.com. Spurrier's Gridiron Grill, the hottest restaurant in Florida in the heart of Gator Nation.
We don't know who the next coach of the Florida Gators will be, but I know where you can get stocked up on all your orange and blue gear. Rally House Gainesville. Located at the intersection of Buckman Drive and West University Avenue, Rally House is your one-stop shop for all your officially licensed Gator gear. Jerseys, hats, t-shirts, and more. You want it? Rally House has it. The most popular gear from brands you'll love. 1680 West University Ave. Your city, your house. Rally House.
UF Weather Center. Here is your WRUF weather update.
Sunshine this afternoon, really nice, low humidity, picture perfect day. 82 the high this afternoon. Clear skies tonight, still a little on the breezy side, not nearly as chilly though. 57 the overnight low, maybe some low 50s in some of the cooler locations. Saturday, partly cloudy, breezy 82. Sunday, partly cloudy, breezy 82 with a late day shower possible. From the WFT Weather Center, I'm Chief Meteorologist Tim Miller.
The Dell
hour. Then the tailgate with Jeff Cardoso. WRUF this weekend. Tonight, game 1 of the World Series between the Dodgers and the Blue Jays at 7 p.m. Then tomorrow, a good doubleheader for college football. Number 22 Texas against Mississippi State at 3:45, followed by Texas A&M at number 20 LSU. Then Sunday, an NFL doubleheader, Bucks at Saints at 3 p.m., followed by Sunday Night Football, Packers and the Steelers, all on WRUF this weekend. So this is the place to listen this weekend, whether you're driving or you're being at home, listen to WRUF and just listen to this great game, this great lineup. Lance Williams, what you think about it?
I think the Gator football team's getting a win today with the bye. This weekend with the bye. No, in all seriousness, I'm excited for the World Series tonight. Dodgers looking to go back-to-back for the first time since the evil empire in the turn of the century. And Toronto looking for their first World Series since they won back-to-back ones in 92 and 93. Jays, great starting pitcher on the mound. That's a great story. Trey Savage, that'll be a fun one to watch.
Definitely. I'm pretty excited for the Blue Jays making it all the way after 30 years, I would say.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like for the last, half decade or so, the Blue Jays are always projected to be one of those teams to make a long run. They always have the high payroll to validate a quality roster, to project a lot of wins, but they just haven't got it done these last few years until now. It seems like everything's clicking for them. They've got a good pitching staff. The offense is rolling. Vladdy G is having an excellent season. So I think the Blue Jays, I think they could – maybe compete with the Dodgers, but, man, they're so good. Blake Snell, his first game in the World Series since Game 6 in 2020 when Kevin Cash infamously pulled him way too early. So, yeah, I'm sure he'll be excited to be back on the hill.
Blake Snell, former Tampa Bay Rays.
Yeah.
It's going to be a hard task for the Blue Jays to overcome. But they got George Springer, like you said. They got Vladdy Jr., They got a great team to compete. I will give them a chance, man. I really would love to see the Blue Jays just race that trophy at the end of next week. So we'll see how it goes. Also, Lance, we're gonna talk about a little bit about NFL. If you see me, I lost the bet against Lance, so that's why I'm wearing Tampa Bay Bucks gear. I'm not mad. I live in Tampa. You're from Tampa, from Clearwater area, from the Tampa Bay area. So yeah, it is what it is. That's what happens when you do bets, and you are not the luckiest man. So I'm not the luckiest man, so that's why I wear it. But it's all good. We're gonna jump in.
He's not the luckiest man.
What?
Chauncey Billups.
Oh man, Chauncey Billups and this NBA scandal, man. Pretty sad to see a Hall of Famer just go down that road. But sticking with the NFL, man. Yesterday, Thursday Night Football, the Vikings and the Chargers, man, they put a entertaining game. Justin Herbert finally looked like a good QB, like a great QB. I'm pretty salty, like I said, because I have it on my fantasy, so he was not performing the way I expected him to perform.
It's bittersweet.
Yeah. But they beat the Vikings. The Vikings that I think they taking a step back. 37-10, they lost against the Chargers yesterday in SoFi. So, Lance, what you thought about that game, and what's happening with the Minnesota Vikings?
I mean, it's just they really haven't been able to get quality quarterback play. I mean, Carson Wentz in the big 2025, not a guy you want to count on And then J.J. McCarthy's been injured, has been iffy. I mean, I don't know. The Vikings, look, they had Sam Darnold for that season. I know he kind of whizzed down his leg in the playoffs, but he's still, balling now with Seattle's probably having his best season after a couple good seasons these last couple of years. So for the Vikings, I don't know. Things are rough there. They're playing in a really tough division. In the Chargers, they've lost a couple games the last few weeks, but to get another one in the win column, that's a big one.
Definitely. Justin Herbert, 227 for 3 touchdowns and a pick. He also ran for 62 yards. Kimani Vidal, man, 23 carries for 117 and a touchdown. Ladd McConkey, I think he's the underrated weapon for this Chargers team. Ladd McConkey, he put six receptions for 88 yards and a touchdown. Yeah, man. And the defense looked good. The Chargers defense looked good. They stopped this offense, the Minnesota offense that got like pretty good weapons on Justin Jefferson, Jordan Addison, T.J. Hawkinson, and Aaron Jones. I think it's the QB play. Yeah, man. I think it's Minnesota has that problem, like just like my Niners, that they struggle to find a QB, but depending of what Kevin O'Connell puts on it, on that quarterback spot, the level can go down or it can go up depending on who is playing.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. The Vikings, I'm not really counting too much on them this season. I think the Chargers, I think Jim Harbaugh is a great coach, defensive coach as well. You talk about the defense. So I think the Chargers could make a run. I think they have the talent. They just need the weapons to stay healthy.
Definitely, and the QB play definitely plays a part. The most important position in the NFL, I would say. Now, jumping to Sunday. Sunday afternoon, we're going to look through the games that happening here in Week 8 of the NFL. Dolphins and Falcons. The Falcons that they just lost to the Niners, and the Dolphins that cannot catch a break. And it looks like that team is falling apart.
Yeah, I'm not going to be watching that game. The Dolphins, there's a lot of things I'd rather do than sit down and watch the Dolphins play in 2025. I don't think it's McDaniel's fault, but I think he's going to end up getting fired, whether that's his fault or not. I really don't think it is. I mean, Tua just hasn't had it, and I don't know if the shots to the head are doing him in or just injuries all around. I mean, losing Tyreek is a big part, but that team sucks.
Definitely. And then we have the winless Jets against the Cincinnati Bengals. That's another game we're going to jump because we really don't want to spend time talking about it.
One 1 o'clock game that's kind of intriguing. I think Bears-Ravens. The Ravens having the season that's quite the opposite of what they wanted to have. I mean, all the injuries that they've had to their defense. But looks like Lamar Jackson, he's going to be back. Talk about the Louisville Cardinals, huh?
The Louisville Cardinals, huh, Manio? The Ravens, you think that they can come back and try to push to win the division or get a wild card spot?
You look at their division, the Steelers, they played really well last time out. Bengals, they should have another win today with the Jets in the rearview mirror. So, I don't know. I think the Ravens, it would definitely be an uphill climb, but I can't count out this team. This is a team that was perhaps one of the top 3 Super Bowl favorites entering this season.
Definitely. And then, Lance, which is the game? What game are you most excited to see this weekend?
Well, as being from the Tampa Bay area, I mean, I'd like to say the Bucks, but I mean they've really owned the Saints these last couple of years. And the 1-6 New Orleans Saints, that's not a great football team. But just looking at this weekend schedule, I think it's got to be Sunday Night Football. I mean, I wish it was Steelers at Packers, not the other way around. But seeing Aaron Rodgers playing against his old team, that's going to be electric. And I saw some crazy stat that the Packers haven't won in Pittsburgh in decades or some crazy streak. So that'll be a good game.
Definitely. I just wish that game was in Lambeau Field. It would be more electrifying, in my opinion. But the game that I'm most looking forward for this weekend is not in football. It's in football. Real Madrid and Barcelona. They play El Clásico on Sunday morning. So it's a pretty good lineup. I would say that's the most exciting game that I will have this weekend. But if I got to pick in the NFL, definitely it's going to be Green Bay against the Steelers. Both teams that they can actually make a good push for the playoffs and compete to see who goes to Santa Clara. One in the AFC and the other one in the NFC. So also Gator Nation, Dr. Pepper College Football Playoffs National Championship Trophy is coming to Gainesville. Catch WRUF on Tuesday, October 28th from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. at Publix on West University Avenue, presented by Dr. Pepper. It's a Pepper team. So just go there, take a picture with the national championship, man. That trophy that everybody's trying to get, and it's so hard to win nowadays.
How about those replica rings against Merrimack? I'm trying to get one. I'm trying to get my paws on one of those, Luis.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, well, why not? That's a good one. That's a good one. So the address is 3315.
I'm going to tell people I'm on the team.
3315 West University Avenue. So right there, go to that Publix and just catch the college national trophy from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. on Tuesday, October the 28th. One more time, I'm just going to remind you our weekend tonight. Game 1 of the World Series, Dodgers and Blue Jays at 7 p.m. Then tomorrow, doubleheader, college football, Texas at Mississippi State, and then Texas A&M against LSU. And then Sunday, doubleheader, Bucks at Saints at 3 p.m., followed by Sunday Night Football, Packers at Steelers. Any final thoughts, Lance?
I mean, just, calm weekend in Gainesville, bye week, always chill, kind of reset, rewind. But Billy G, Georgia, that's on the horizon. Got to prepare for that one.
Definitely. So that's it for us. Luis Rodriguez and Lance Williams, the Tampa Bay Connection, live from the Sports Lab. We out. Have a great weekend, guys. See you on Monday.
Dr. Art Mowry of Exceptional Dentistry. Listen to what our clients have to say about their experience at Exceptional Dentistry.
I've been coming here since they've opened. They are the kindest, most giving people that you'll ever want to meet. I mean, they give before they ever get anything. I feel confident in smiling. I feel confident in speaking with people. The older you get, the less your regular teeth look white and happy and smiling. I have that now. I just know if anybody is thinking or needs dental help, medical help, any way, shape, or form, if they come here, they will receive not only the help they need, but they will come out feeling like a better person for knowing people that are here. Because everybody here treats everybody like family. You're not a patient here.
This is Dr. Kim Mowry, and if you think you have dental problems that are too big to overcome, we're here for you. Please visit us at exceptionaldentistry.com. That's exceptionaldentistry.com.
Hey, it's Steve Russell for Hurricane BTW, where every day feels like the weekend. Fresh, never frozen chicken wings, tossed in over 30 bold flavors, paired with ice-cold beer, all in a laid-back, beachy atmosphere. And with every game on the big screens, it's the ultimate escape in your home.